This is Audible.
Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents A Deeper Blue by S.E. Harmon, narrated by Alexander Sendies and Sean Crisden. Chapter 1. Kelly. True love. It's that moment in romantic movies we subconsciously wait for. That moment that makes our hearts fill, however briefly, and makes us sigh an audible, "aww." The actual details of the moment vary. Sometimes it's a slow, gradual thing when you realize you've been in love all along, and it washes over you like a gentle, calming wave. Sometimes it's like a knockout punch straight to the jaw, and you realize all those little moments of like were love masquerading all along. Whatever the catalyst, it's that moment when everything just falls into place like a magic jigsaw puzzle. Someone usually gets kissed then, and it's not just any kiss. It's one of those steam-up-your-glasses kisses, the kind you seldom actually experience in real life. The end splashes across the screen, and a catchy tune comes on and reminds us of sunshine on a cloudy day, and everything is hearts and candy and roses. But has anyone ever put a microscope to the poisonous concept of true love? Who the hell created a romantic ideal that none of us can possibly hope to achieve without the assistance of an irritated Hollywood producer, a harried crew, and perfect lighting? Clinging to such a fairy tale is practically dangerous, people. All of this talk of belonging together and your true half equals my true half and blah the fucking blah. Before you know it, you're looking at your relationship and realizing your true half is kind of annoying. And true half leaves the milk on the counter a lot, even though he's been repeatedly warned. True half also spends a lot of money on shoes and a lot of time in the mirror. In fact, if you have to smell true half's dirty damn socks one more goddamn time because he never remembers to put them in the hamper, you're gonna slice true half into fucking true quarters. But how can you leave your one true half? He's your chance at happiness. Maybe if you kill your one true half, the universe will give you another. You start reviewing true half's life insurance policy and Googling the best way to end a motherfucker, and that, folks, is how people wind up on Dateline. Before you go thinking I'm just the bitterest Betty who ever bettied, you should know a few things. I've recently gone through a lot of upheaval. Up until a year ago, I was secretly in love with a guy who's been my best friend since we were kids, a friend who identified as straight, or at least we thought he was straight until he started to develop feelings for me that weren't strictly platonic. We started dating, but because of the nature of his career as a tight end in the NFL, we haven't told many people. Connor, my good friend and co-worker, knows, and Blue's teammate Ivanovich, and Carly, Blue's ex-girlfriend, who walked in on us fooling around. I told him to always change your door code when you break up with someone. Otherwise, you get caught giving your secret boyfriend a blowjob on the kitchen island, and let's face it, no one needs to see that. A year later, I'm at home watching the love of my life on TV at a hospital charity event. Blue and two of his teammates donated a day in the life to a couple of auctions, giving fans a chance to spend the entire day with their favorite NFL player. All the proceeds go to a worthy cause, building a new wing on a non-profit children's hospital. I watched as he and Ivanovich schmoozed with a reporter and managed to answer her questions and flatter her at the same time. They were pros, laughing at all the right times and smiling with just the right amount of sincerity. You could tell that, even though they did that kind of thing all the time, they were genuine. Blue could give an interview in his sleep. When I complained about how irritating reporters could be, he just gave me one of those amused smiles. He thought I was being ridiculous but cute and reminded me there would always be certain positives and negatives that came with being a professional athlete. And if playing the sport he loved meant he had to make nice with a couple of intrusive reporters every now and again, then that's what he'd do. Reasonable bastard. He was sex personified in a tailored black tux, and from the look of things, someone had styled his dark blonde hair back and away from his face. I knew it couldn't have been him. I'd convinced him to grow it out a bit, but he still had no idea how to manage his own hair. His idea of styling was to rub a towel over his freshly shampooed head and call it good. I bet he smelled as good as he looked, too. He was probably wearing that expensive cologne his brother got him for his birthday. And on his arm was the very lovely Carly Taylor, his date for the evening. Her sheer black dress was a perfect foil for skin that was as perfectly sun-kissed as any good California girl. I think they check for it at the border. A cloud of curly blonde hair surrounded her lovely face and floated around her shoulders as sharp as razor blades. Did fake dates need to be quite so close to each other? I gritted my teeth. Blue and Carly had come to a mutual agreement that involved her getting publicity and Blue avoiding detection, so everyone was happy. I stuffed my face with another mouthful of popcorn. I was trying to understand how the guy who'd been willing to set fire to everything and come out for me 6 months ago was on a fake date to protect his image, but I was still happy, perfectly freaking happy. Connor glanced my way and sighed. "Don't make me confiscate the bowl. And risk losing that hand?" I raised an eyebrow. "I thought you needed it to teach and beat off. Don't make me slap you. I've been itching to do it anyway since you drank the last beer. It would take very little to push me over the edge." He glared and waved at the TV where the sports part of the news had ended and a woman with a shellacked hairdo was reporting gleefully about some dirty local restaurant. "You know none of that with Carly was real." "Those roaches in that wok are very real." I squinted. "Haven't we been to that restaurant?" "Kelly," I sighed. "I know Blue's not cheating on me for God's sakes. And you know he's coming home to you." "I know that too." "So what's the problem?" "The problem was I should be the one with him at the charity event. Not because I particularly liked the attention or even wanted to be well known enough for reporters to hound me. Frankly, after 6 months of dating Blue, I realized that anyone who wanted to be famous didn't know what the hell they were asking for. The reporters were nosy, insistent, and had a knack for twisting Blue's every word, and the fans were almost as bad in a different way. They were handsy and aggressive and never seemed to understand the words no or enough. But I wanted to support my partner in the things that were important to him. He was proud of his charity work, and that made me unbearably proud of him. I wanted to be with him at the event, to celebrate the culmination of something he worked hard at. I should also be in the photos his assistant, a fast-talking, uber-efficient whirlwind named Penny, would post on Instagram. Once again, not because I particularly wanted to. I could do without a bunch of strangers critiquing my everything, but I should be in the pictures because he was mine and I was his, and that was something to be proud of, not something to hide. Wait a minute. Connor scrunched his nose a little as he thought, and I waited patiently for his revelation. He finally shook his head. "I think we have eaten at that restaurant." I glared at him. Maybe I was wishing for too much. A perfect relationship and an eatery that didn't have rat droppings? Maybe I should just be happy I had Blue. I had him in ways I never thought I would, and we were happy together. Maybe I should stop wishing for the fairy tale and enjoy what I actually had, which, in case I didn't make that perfectly clear, was pretty damn great. That true love business was messing with my mind. In the movies, true love would conquer everything, even the potential disapproval of Blue's father, the NFL, and all the haters. Everyone would dance at our wedding as Natalie Cole's "This Will Be" played in the background over pithy commentary. But that wasn't reality. Perfect true love was for suckers. Okay, that's all. Carry on. I understood why he wasn't ready to come out. I got it. No, really, I got it. But sometimes it really pissed me off. He was still the same player he always was, and that wasn't going to change whether he liked to sleep with dudes or not. Well, dude singular. It better be dude singular. But that just got me thinking about Blue on the road with Carly, and the less I thought about that, the better. It wasn't as though we'd given the team a chance to step up to the plate and rally, but I know how they treated me as his best friend. With only a few exceptions, most of Blue's teammates just tolerated me. I think it helped them that I ticked several stereotypically gay boxes. I didn't know jack about sports, and I definitely didn't play any. Physically, I wasn't a gladiator. Their tall, powerful bodies dwarfed my middling 5'10" frame. I dressed neatly, and I was an unapologetic Gaga fangirl. Not one of her monsters, but close enough. And the last time Connor and I had taken our happy asses to one of her concerts, we wore glitter on our eyelids and pants that were too tight to sit properly. Even with half-sleeve clockwork tattoos and several piercings, eyebrow, tongue, and several down my ear, I still fit close enough to their image of gay that it didn't overly tax their brains. But Blue was supposed to be one of them, a gridiron giant, a big tough guy who could take you in a fight. He was the guy they invited to their bro parties, and he was their brother on the field. He could take a killer hit and push back even harder. If he was bisexual, what did that mean? Were the gays and bisexuals just like us? Were they all just people after all? Oh, the fucking horror of it all. I sighed. When I gave Blue my heart, I didn't have strings or conditions, and this late in the game, I wasn't going to craft any. I'd loved that guy since we were in second grade. Loved him when he hadn't loved me. At least not that way. And that was never going to change, even if I wanted to wring his neck and then that of his media-loving fake date, Carly. Did I happen to mention that they're exes? No? Must have slipped my mind. Thinking about it made my blood pressure spike. I shut off the TV, and the room went dark with only illumination from the streetlights. I want to go out. I heard something go bump and a heartfelt curse. Then there was a little snick, and a table lamp came on. When I looked over, Connor was near the side table, rubbing his shin and giving me a dirty look. Out where? I don't care. You can pick. I pushed off the sofa and shook out all the kinks from sitting so long. My knees made noises that should only be heard in a bowl of Rice Krispies. All I care about is getting my dance on and my drink on, and not necessarily in that order. Your wish is my command, he teased. God, I love the sound of that. I headed for the stairs. When he gets back, I want you to spend some time teaching Blue that phrase. Done deal. Now come up here and help me cram my junk into something way too small and tight. No thanks, he called after me. I choose life. I paused at the top. It wasn't like we hadn't seen each other naked before. Hell, we'd done much more than just look. We hadn't gotten much further than hurried mutual handjobs, but still, it wasn't like Connor to be shy. What is that supposed to mean? No offense, but Blue kind of loses his overall laid-back vibe where you're concerned. In fact, he kind of turns into one of those vampire shifter types. Mine, 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 and all that. So as much as I'd like to see your ass again, I'm going to have to take a hard pass on that. I rolled my eyes. That was so very dramatic and so very like Connor. He knows we're just friends. Still, he shrugged, I like a lot of things wedged up my ass, but a size 14 Nike will never be one of them. 5 minutes after we arrived, I was already jonesing to leave. The music was deafening, and every place I went, it seemed like someone brushed up against me. I nursed an overpriced drink at the bar for a while and pondered the exact day I became an old crow and why none of my inconsiderate friends had bothered to have a funeral for my youth. Sometimes I headed for drinks with some friends to a local bar called Schmitty's, and I certainly enjoyed that, but this club scene was something else entirely. The strobe lights pierced my skull like an actual knife, and if someone blew a whistle one more goddamn time, I might lose it. As though to test my resolve, some blue-haired guy in booty shorts and boots blew a whistle shrilly, and some guys on the dance floor sent up a cheer. Hey, cutie. I glanced behind me to find a guy giving me a smile that was a little too practiced for my taste. He was attractive in a slick, club kid kind of way, and I couldn't have been less interested. When he took my raised brow for interest and tried to get me to dance by grinding on my ass, I decided enough was enough. Clearly I wasn't going to get any younger or hipper by standing there and wishing I were home in bed. Sorry, not tonight, I said, going for a smile in case he was crazy. What? He yelled over the pounding beat of the music. I said sorry, not tonight. Yeah, this does feel right, he grinned. The name's Eric. What's yours? My other eyebrow joined the first. I don't think so. Joe? Awesome, my roommate's name is Joe. He bumped up to me closer and I sighed. He had to be 10 years my junior, and clearly all his clubbing had made him stone deaf. I took his slender shoulders in my palms and spun him around to another guy on a stool next to me. Eric blinked for a minute and then started grinding on that guy, who looked pleased at the attention. I spotted Connor in a shadowy corner booth, dark head close to another guy's as they talked. It looked as though maybe his dry spell was over, and I decided not to ruin whatever he had going. I sent him a quick text to tell him I was leaving and to ask him to text me that guy's info before Connor went home with him. He texted me back a couple emojis I couldn't puzzle out the meaning to, and I shook my head. I decided to make a beeline for the exit. When I finally got outside, the fresh air was like a balm to my overheated flesh. My ears still rang from all the bloody noise, and with a curled lip, I glanced back at the club doors. There were too many people in there, too many smells and sounds, too much of everything. I headed for the metro with my hands buried in my pockets. I was never more aware that I was in a different place in my life. There was nothing for me in the club. I liked soft couches and television and places where I could actually hear the person talking to me. Call me crazy. and there would never be any hookups for me. I had the only guy I'd ever really loved. I didn't feel particularly sad about it. They were all in there looking for what I had already found. A short metro ride and a 4-block walk later, I let myself back into the house and tossed my keys on the side table. I took a quick shower to get the scent of the evening off me, body sweat from the crush of people, stale alcohol, and then the train, and pulled on some boxers. I headed to the bedroom, accompanied by the soft click of nails on hardwood as my dog, a rescue named Waffles, trailed behind. Blue and I had gotten the brown and black mutt from the shelter 6 months before. We had no idea what kind of dog she was, but the vet was pretty sure she was part shepherd. We figured Blue would have a companion with him on his runs, and she could snuggle with me when she got back. But Waffles liked to chill, a lot, morning to night. She was also the undisputed queen of naps. Blue practically had to drag her out the door on his runs. Leave it to me to get a dog who loved sleeping more than I did. As though to prove it, she jumped on the end of my bed before I could even get in it. I shook my head with a faint smile. Blue liked her to sleep in her own bed, but what he didn't know wouldn't hurt him. I fell into bed with the comforting weight of Waffles settled somewhere around my feet.
Chapter 2. Blue. I listened with half an ear as the pilot welcomed us to Miami and relayed vital information regarding the temperature, still hot as the bottom of a skillet. I shrugged off my hoodie and folded it over my arm. Judging by the captain's report, I could probably just chuck it in the garbage on my way out of the airport. As we waited on the tarmac for the seatbelt sign to go off, I tried to still my fingers as I tapped a rapid tattoo on my thigh. Evan Ivanovich, my closest friend on the Outlaws team and a hard-nosed defensive lineman, occupied most of our shared armrest as he blathered on. I wasn't going to lie. I had no idea what he was going on about, but I tried to rearrange my expression into something more animated. I had been away for over 4 days, and I wanted several things: to get home, to see Kelly, and to get laid, in that order. If I was lucky, I might even fit in showering, eating, and sleeping, but I wasn't going to be greedy. None of those activities involved listening to Ivanovich go on about what the hell was he talking about? The seatbelt sign dinged, and I had my seatbelt unbuckled by the time it stopped. I stood and reached into the overhead to grab my bag. I packed light, one Nike duffel that was probably a hair too big to be a carry-on. So what do you think? I glanced down to find Ivanovich still seated, looking at me quizzically. I blinked. About what? About what I said. That didn't help me one whit. Can I come and talk to the kids, or what? The kids where? At your camp, Montgomery, Camp Bluegrass. Jesus! His tone sounded annoyed, but his eyes sparkled. He was very aware of why I suddenly had the comprehension skills of a head of lettuce. He had a wife waiting for him at home, and it had been a very long 4.5 days. The nonprofit camp I created several years ago was a pet project of mine and something very close to my heart. A lot of the players volunteered their time there when they could, but we could always use more. Yes, fine, whatever. Realizing how ungracious I sounded, I tried again. We can always use motivational speakers. We'd love to have you, and the kids would lose their shit. Maybe you could even toss the ball around with them for a little while. I'll set it up with my assistant. And what about the other thing? Yeah, sounds good, I said impatiently. At that point, I realized I better end our conversation because I had no idea what I was agreeing to or what the hell Ivanovich had said. As far as I knew, I could have just promised him my firstborn. So, you would like to wear matching plaid skirts tomorrow? He blinked at me, his eyes wide and innocent. I sighed. Fuck you, Evan. I couldn't even be too annoyed with him. Over the past year, he'd more than proven he had my back. He knew about me and Kelly, and he hadn't told anyone, not even his wife, supposedly. I knew how close they were, and I found that part a little hard to believe, but he'd sworn on a stack that he hadn't. So, yeah, he was more than supportive, in his own overbearing way. He smiled. You in some sort of hurry? Something like that. His smile widened. Anyone I know? I rolled my eyes. Good night, E. I didn't think it was possible for me to shoulder my bag or disembark from the plane any faster. Ivanovich chuckled but didn't say anything about the virtual smoke under my heels. Probably because he was a decent human being and didn't want to embarrass me. Our cornerback and all-around pain in my ass, Austin Warner, felt no such compunction. "She must have a great ass," he yelled after me like an idiot. He was right about half of that. She was very much a he, but he damn sure did have a fantastic ass. I didn't correct him as I hustled on. I tried to shake off that guilty feeling, but by the time I left the airport, my face was set in definitive scowl lines. It was the worst kind of guilt, the self-inflicted kind. I might have offered to come out a year earlier when Kelly and I first got together, but over time, the idea had lost some of its appeal. I almost wished Kelly would just call me on it, just make the decision for me and stop being so goddamned patient and understanding. Then there was the other part of me, the selfish, subhuman part of me I kept buried, that was happy not to rock the boat. As I pulled onto the street, I knuckled the garage button in my console. I might be confused about a lot of things, but I was never confused about us. If I ever doubted, I could just bottle the feeling of pulling into the garage after all that time away. Tension ebbed from my body as though I had pulled an actual plug. I left my bag in the car and headed inside, the cool air a blast in my face after the sweltering heat of the garage. I tossed my keys in the bowl on the hall table and kicked the door behind me with one booted foot. I was barely in the doorway when I heard a slight woofing noise coming from behind me, and I squatted down to give our dog a little lovin'. "Hey, girl," she blinked up at me, brown eyes large and liquid. "How's my waffles?" She licked her lips nervously. We still had to guess most of her history, but it didn't take a rocket scientist to glean she was still a little intimidated by my size and the sound of my voice. "That's okay," I murmured as I scratched her ears. She leaned into my touch and held herself away from me all at the same time. "We have plenty of time to get used to each other, don't we, girl?" For my understanding, she sidestepped another inch closer and thumped her tail against my pant leg. I clipped on her leash and took her for a quick jaunt around the block, most of which she spent trying to tug her way back to the house. My Fitbit barely had a chance to register that I was moving before she started to whine. I let us back in, and she finally showed some hustle. Her black nails clicked on the hardwood as she scurried for her bed. I chuckled and headed for the kitchen, where I stood in front of the fridge for a few minutes with the door propped open as I snacked on this and that. The contents of the fridge always got more interesting when I wasn't there to monitor it, and I made a note to purge it the next day. But until then, there was cake. I nibbled on a piece. The salted caramel flavor lit up my taste buds, and before I knew it, I'd eaten half the slice. I shrugged and polished it off. Then I sniffed a couple of takeout containers and finished them off as well. I drank some cranberry juice straight from the container as Waffles watched me reproachfully. I pointed at her. "Squeal on me and we'll be doing an extra circuit around the neighborhood tomorrow morning." She burrowed her nose in the plush corner of her bed. I shut down the downstairs lights, checked the locks, all of those late-night things, and headed up. Even though I planned on waking Kelly up, I made my way into the room quietly. I wanted to wake him up slowly, maybe with my tongue. And not by tripping on a fucking ottoman, which I'd done before. 3 times. The room was way too small, but it made up for it in a big way. It contained my favorite person in the world. That went a long way to redeem a room I had to edge around the bed sideways in. I shucked my clothing, tossed it near the laundry hamper, and gingerly eased into bed. My hands had a mind of their own as they traversed the smooth slope of his exposed skin, down the smooth column of his neck, and over the defined muscles of his shoulders. I pressed a lingering kiss to the back of his neck, even as I stroked his back. He smelled clean, and his skin was soft and sleep-warmed. I heard a faint groan. "Tired," he murmured sleepily. "You been asleep long?" "Maybe a couple hours." I snickered. "You want to translate that?" "Maybe a couple hours, then this chatty monkey came in and wouldn't be quiet?" Chatty monkey was about to get chattier. "Where were you? I called when we were boarding the plane." "Club was really loud." His voice was muffled from his face being half buried in the pillow. "I still don't think my ears have recovered." Club? I tried not to be annoyed, but damn. He was out at the club while I was busy convincing Warner and Ivanovich to take the red-eye instead of our scheduled flight tomorrow night just so I could see him sooner. "You didn't mention going to the club," I finally said. "I thought you were hanging out here and working on your thing." "My thing? Do you even know what I'm working on?" "Yes," I insisted. "Some sort of academic speech thing." Despite what his amused tone insinuated, I did listen. Is that code for creating a complex and challenging proposal on the study of nuclear and applied science so I'll be chosen as the keynote speaker at the upcoming physics conference? A conference where the best and brightest in the field will gather in some fancy hotel conference room and silently judge me? A speech that, if I do well, could possibly be the final push I need to achieve tenure? My tone was indignant. That's pretty much what I said. He chuckled. I was working, and then I got bored. All the topics they could pick, and they have us writing about new trends in nuclear physics applications and technology. Dynamical systems and irreversibility would be a little more my speed, but what are you going to do? I mean, when you think about the sheer complexity involved. Kelly. I loved my little Einstein, but there was no stopping him when he got rambling. The club? Oh, right. He paused as he tried to redirect his train of thought. Well, we decided to go as a last-minute kind of thing. We? Connor came by. He's making sure my speech at least follows the basic rules of English. He yawned. He was also kind enough to let me read my intro to him 6 times. And by kind enough, I mean he gritted his teeth through the first 5 and threw popcorn at me during the final recitation. So they'd worked together all night and then headed to the club? Wow, I didn't know what to be jealous about first. I knew he and Connor were just co-workers and good friends. Connor could even be considered a great friend to me. He certainly had the ammunition to upset my world, and he hadn't used it. But he'd also had a sexual relationship with Kelly in the past, and no matter how brief it was, I couldn't forget it. I didn't have to wonder if he and Kelly were attracted to each other because the answer was yes. And I didn't have to wonder if they'd ever crossed their friendship boundaries and fooled around because the answer was yes. I tried not to feed into the jealousy. Most of my uncertainty stemmed from the fact that Kelly didn't understand his own fucking appeal. He didn't seem to know how other guys responded to him. It was a different world for me, seeing men on the other side of the hunt. Now that I was actually paying attention, it was infuriating to watch those fools try to mac on Kelly, who didn't seem to realize that blushing while saying no was not enough of a fucking deterrent. To some of them, those douchebag types, a nice refusal just meant, hey, I'm shy, keep trying. Those bastards were aggressive, and even though Kelly could handle himself, sometimes it was all I could do not to plant my fist in some smiling motherfucker's face as he offered to buy my boyfriend a drink. But I wasn't allowed to show how irritated I was, especially since I couldn't publicly lay claim to him. I couldn't eat my cake and have it too. I didn't say anything about the jealous feelings rioting in my head, mostly because I had a feeling I'd stretched his patience thin enough with the Carly situation. And that it's not you I don't trust, it's them wasn't going to go over very well. I rubbed my hand down his back, determined not to say anything. I forgot that he knew me as well as I knew him, and I'd been a little too silent, a little too long. Blue, he said warningly. For the first time since I'd come home, he sounded wide awake. I didn't say anything. I can feel your disapproval. He might feel it, but I wasn't going to put voice to it. Football camp had already started for the rookies. The vets started next week, and my schedule was going to get insane. Even though they were holding camp at the facility and we were staying at a nearby hotel, I wouldn't be able to leave. Well, it wasn't like I'd be a prisoner, but it would be frowned upon. And by frowned upon, I mean Coach would passive-aggressively punish me on the field the next day. Staying in the hotel together was supposed to foster bonding and demonstrate our commitment as a team. And none of that involved going home to be with your significant other. I flat out refused to spend any of the little time we had left rehashing old arguments. Yeah, I took his hand and put it where I wanted it most. What else can you feel? His chuckle was muffled in the pillow as he gamely slid his hand up and down my dick. I don't know, an angry banana? You're a funny guy. He turned his head to the side, and I watched his expressive face as he fisted my dick. I knew his face as well as I knew my own, the sly curve of his shapely mouth, the slightly winged shape of his eyebrows, which he absolutely did pluck, even though he said he didn't, the glint of a thin silver hoop at the edge of the left one, the long sweep of his dark lashes against high, creamy cheekbones, and the delicate 3 studs down the length of his ear. I loved everything about his face, everything about him. I kept hoping the intensity of that love would fade, just for my sanity's sake, but it hadn't. He had created quite a rhythm with those clever fingers at that point, and I finally knocked his hand away with a groan. I rolled him on his back and kneeled between his thighs, which spread almost automatically to accommodate me. God knew he'd had enough practice by then. We were like two sex-crazed animals sometimes. Our sex life was comprised of a strange kind of greedy math. The more we had, the more we fucking wanted. I looked down his body at what was entirely, wholly mine. Long, beautifully shaped legs with strong thighs that held me easily. A stomach, he bemoaned, because it was a little soft, but I secretly liked it. I would never, ever, even under threat of torture, admit I enjoyed watching that little bit of softness jiggle when I fucked him. He would put a hit out on me within the hour. I rubbed my hand over his stomach just then, and the creamy softness of his skin blushed in the wake of my hand like a magical human watercolor. He glared at me. "I've taken up jogging, you know. Just ask Waffles." I tried not to smile. I knew better than to question him about his exercising habits when he'd named our dog after a breakfast food. "I have no idea what you're talking about." I leaned down then, when he would have kept talking and maybe gotten us in the world's stupidest argument, it had happened before, and took his mouth with mine. Everything was just right. The slide of his tongue against mine, the scrape of his tongue ring against my teeth, the vague taste of minty toothpaste that hadn't yet dissipated. I kissed him softly for a while, just enjoying his mouth and the softness of his lips against mine. I'd flown over 2,000 miles for that moment. Worth every mile. My mouth quirked then, just thinking of how sentimental he'd accuse me of being if I said something that fucking sappy out loud. "What are you smiling about?" he murmured against my mouth, and I pulled back and sat on my haunches. "You?" I didn't clarify any further. That was all I needed to say. He watched me, unsmiling and intense, as I drizzled lube on my fingers and prepared him, working and scissoring my fingers. "Gotta have you," I muttered. "Gotta get inside you." Then I was sliding inside him, all the way in, and it was fucking unbelievable. I'd never been gladder that we'd stopped using condoms. Sex with condoms had been fantastic, but this was something else entirely. I didn't know how much of it was actually tied to the physical condom itself and how much of it was because the lack of one meant that we trusted each other. No matter who knew and who we had to hide it from, we were committed. It was real. We were real. I was seated so deep that I was almost afraid to breathe. If he made me stop, made me pull out right then, I was pretty sure I would die. "It's good," he slurred, almost drunk with it. "Now fuck me." "I am." "Do it," he goaded me. "Hard." What started out as romantic and easy had turned dark and dirty and sweaty. The room was silent except for the sound of our skin slapping together, the rhythmic rocking of the headboard against the wall, and our harsh breathing. I tried to remember a time when my happiness wasn't tied to being buried in Kelly's tight ass, but I came up blank. I groaned as he reached up and played with my nipples, pinching them and rubbing them between his clever fingers. He tweaked the left one hard, and it went straight to my nuts. "Fuck, Kelly, you have no fucking idea." I knew I wasn't going to last that long. I never did with Kelly. Suddenly, I, Britton Montgomery, the guy who used to have crazy stamina, was a two-pump chump. Okay, maybe not two, but shit, it had only been a couple minutes at best, and I was ready to burst. I watched the changing expressions on his face to make sure he wanted it as hard as I was giving it to him. I shouldn't have worried. His ass canted up as he suddenly started meeting me thrust for thrust. I braced myself and tried to angle my strokes just right. He taught me there was more to being a good top than just hammering away at it, mostly because he was a bossy fucking bottom who had no problem telling me how he wanted it. If I could just find that, I must have hit it just right because he went rigid and let out a wail. He dug his fingers into my thigh. "Right there," he said, his voice high and breathy. He hitched his legs higher on my hips, and those strong muscles pulled me in relentlessly. I was the epitome of greedy then. I wanted to see my cum splattered across his hole, but at the same time I wanted to bury it so deep that he'd feel it for hours. He tightened around me, and I had no more control. I let go with a low groan, and the orgasm came out of me in long, steady pulses, instead of one rush. I pushed in a few more times, almost without conscious thought. I didn't want to give up that heated slickness around my dick just yet. When I collapsed on him, he didn't fuss. He merely put his arms around me and stroked my damp back with a slow, rhythmic touch. He ghosted his lips over the skin on my neck, a soft, fleeting kiss. I knew I should get up, clean up, give him room to breathe, a litany of the usual things, but I couldn't seem to stir up one iota of care about it. It was a unique feeling to ignore what I knew I should do and just do what I wanted. Right then, I just wanted to lie in a tangled, sweaty mess and fall asleep with Kelly's hands on my back. So, that's exactly what I did.
Chapter 3. Kelly. The weekend passed quickly, and frankly, 2 days never seemed so short. We made the best of it, but both of us were very aware that Monday was on her way and would not be stopped. By tacit agreement, we didn't speak about his impending departure and went about our normal weekend routine. We completed random household chores and slept in a lot. We also made a couple of recipes my mother sent me on Pinterest and had sex on random pieces of furniture. Extremely productive. That was us. We left the house early Sunday morning for the farmer's market, and I lagged behind in feigned interest while Blue instructed me how to pick certain types of fruit. I loved that man more than anyone on this earth. But if he used the phrase empty calories to describe my favorite foods one more time, I was going to beam him with a cantaloupe. When all the shopping and organizing and cleaning was done, thank God, we plopped down on the couch. I had a moment to relax and put my feet up on the coffee table before the torture began anew, and Blue put on a sports biography from his mothership, ESPN. Fruit and baseball? I sent him a look. You're seriously about to get kicked out of my house. Out of my life, maybe, depending on how boring this shit is. Do you really want to risk it? You like all those specials on the History Channel? He turned the volume up, probably to cover my complaining. How is this any different? Those are actually interesting? An inside look at North Korea? A documentary about the construction of the pyramids? I ticked them off on my fingers. A show about what's left of Pompeii? Sign me up. He made a gagging noise, and I hit him in the arm. Ow, sorry, but that Pompeii special put me to sleep like 6 times. I stared at him. I've never disliked you more, Blue, not even when you ate the last slice of cheesecake. That's too bad. I'm sad you have to sleep with someone you dislike, but it is what it is. He hooked a finger in my jeans loop and pulled me closer. Heat emanated from his body, and I wriggled away just a pinch. He pulled me right back and draped an arm around my shoulders. Ugh, you're a furnace. When he wouldn't let me move, I laughed helplessly. What did I ever do to deserve this? We're a couple now. My heat is your heat. His blue eyes sparkled with amusement. Now, you're going to give this show a chance because I gave up some of my life last weekend for a Pompeii snooze fest. I might die, I said plaintively. Actually, shrivel up and die. How will you live with yourself? 1 hour, and the remote is yours. I opened my mouth to tell him no dice, but he upped the ante. For the rest of the night. And before you disagree, you should know I recorded several hours of SportsCenter that I haven't watched yet. This show wasn't all that bad. I did love shows about history, and it took very little to pull me in. Before long, I knew more about the sport of baseball and Jackie Robinson than I ever needed to know. Even when the show ended and it was my turn, I didn't demand the remote. It was his last night with me for a while, and I could let him watch his stupid sports crap. I absently rolled my tongue piercing around and alternately teased and soothed the roof of my mouth. My eyes were trained on the TV as though I were riveted, but my mind was elsewhere. I wished I could freeze things the way they were. I knew Blue had football camp, and he couldn't miss it, but damned if I didn't wish we could stay next to one another on the couch, our sock-clad feet tangled together on the coffee table. He sifted a hand through my hair just then and lingered at my nape, his hand warm and large and comforting. I sent him a lazy look, mostly because I couldn't be stirred to do much else. And what exactly do you think you're doing? He hushed me. Hushed me. Then he leaned over and pressed a kiss on my nape. Did you just shush me? I demanded. Yeah, I did. He carted his long fingers through my hair again. I flew a long way to get my hands on you, and now I have to leave again. Can I just have a moment? Yeah, he could, if having a moment meant more of those touches and whispery kisses behind the shell of my ear. And when did the skin back there get so bloody sensitive? He started kissing me there, working his way down my neck, and I shivered. Are you seriously trying to seduce me right now? Fuck, you still have to go through the effort of seduction when you sleep with guys? Blue made a disgusted sound. What's the point? I laughed and smacked him in the stomach. That's right, romance and seduction are not just for women. Imagine that. I'll take that into account. He nibbled gently on my ear. How am I doing? A shiver ran down my spine again. Forget flowers and wine. A bite on the ear was all the romance I needed. Well, you're certainly a cheap date. Not bad, I managed. I bared my neck and hoped he'd get the hint and go all Twilight on me. Not bad at all. You know what I was thinking about the other day? What's that, baby? Fucking me into a mattress? Earning your merit badge in the art of spectacular blowjob skills? His next words sent the mood into a nosedive. In fact, it would have been more humane to take the mood outside and shoot it in the face. We should move in together. Clearly, my submissive display didn't drive him into vampire lust mode. From the amused tilt of his mouth, he knew exactly what I wanted too. Uncooperative bastard. I stopped baring my neck and sat up straight. It might not be the first time he'd alluded to the topic, but it was certainly the first time he'd asked me outright. Usually he said something leading, like, "Fuck, I forgot to pack my favorite sneakers. I hate packing and unpacking and going back and forth." I usually came up with a quick solution before he could follow that thought. Blue, you're a millionaire. Surely you have more than one pair of favorite sneakers. Even though he sometimes sent me a searching look, he would drop the subject. But from the steely look in his eyes, I didn't think it was going to be one of those times. Sure enough, he prodded, "Kel, what do you think of us moving in together?" Faced with a direct question, I was out of glib answers and avoidance techniques. You'd think after all the time I'd had to prepare, I would have come up with something better than, what? He grabbed the remote and put the TV on mute. Then he shifted on the couch, ostensibly to see my face better. I think we should move in together. I mean, why not? We spend all our free time with one another anyway. He wasn't wrong. If he wasn't at my place, then I was over at his house in Coral Bay. Although, to be perfectly honest, I didn't know if applying such a plebeian term as house to the McMansion he had going on over there was completely accurate. Even though his place was well-appointed and beautiful, I still felt more comfortable in my small condo. I couldn't say what was stopping me from moving in with Blue, but maybe it was because I was still a big secret in his life. Secrets had a way of working themselves to the surface, and I wasn't sure if we would survive the fallout. Our lives were so enmeshed with one another already. How would I feel if we were living together and things fell apart? Some logical part of me acknowledged it was already too late for self-preservation, but I couldn't let go of the life raft, not until land was in sight. I just don't think it's a good idea, I finally said. This works. Why rock the boat? That's a fairly flip response. Well, I don't mean for it to be. I just think that what we have is really good. When you find a recipe that works, why add more ingredients? Because you might make something that tastes even better? Or you might make something that tastes horrible? Then Gordon Ramsay bursts out of the closet with 2 slices of bread and makes an idiot sandwich out of you. Who? He stared at me. And more importantly, what? That mean British dude? At his blank stare, I made an impatient noise. He's a really awesome chef, kind of cute, with serious anger management problems. Can't complete a sentence without using the word fuck? Okay, I think this food analogy has gone a little off the rails. He sent me another of those searching looks. Why do I feel like you're not being completely open with me? Because you think you know every damn thing. I kissed him soundly on the mouth. He furrowed his brow, and I was pretty sure I'd disappointed him with my answer. I wanted to take it back, tell him yes, tell him everything he wanted to hear, but in my heart of hearts, I knew I was right. It was all well and good to be in our love bubble, but the real world was full of real people who had a horrible habit of speaking their minds about relationships. And the people with the biggest mouths usually had minds that were spectacularly small. Guinness Book of World Records small. Blue didn't know what it was like to be hated for being in a relationship with a man, but I did. He didn't know what it was like to be derided and mocked and put down for daring to love someone. He didn't know what it was like to look at me and know I was the cause of all that. If he decided things were too hard and wanted to go back to being friends again, I could do without the world at large watching while I quietly lost my shit. Actually, who was I kidding? It wouldn't be quiet or pretty. I wasn't sure our relationship could pass that final step, and until I would keep my safety net right where it was. What's going on in that head of yours? His voice was soft, and it invited me to confess. My heart leaned toward him, but I slapped an imaginary halter and leash on that bitch. Heal, damn it. I'm thinking I want to see a professional athlete naked and in my bed. A hot one. I stood and stretched. But it's late, and I don't have time to go out and get one, so you'll have to do. He glanced at his watch even as he allowed me to pull him off the couch. If I want to be on time, we need to leave by 10. That still gives us an hour. That's enough time to show you my best moves. Oh, good, he smiled. But what are we going to do with the other 55 minutes? Chapter 4. Kelly. He fucked me within an inch of my life. Only way to put it. And I couldn't blame anyone but myself, seeing as how I egged him on for most of it. I couldn't help it. I felt so comfortable with Blue that I got all mouthy and dirty and kinky during sex. At some point, I threatened to find someone who knew how to fuck me right, and he flipped me by the ankle. I found myself face down on the bed and tried to muffle my suddenly inhuman noises with the comforter. I regretted nothing. When he finally finished his love affair with my thoroughly fucked ass, it was a struggle not to wince, but I managed. If he saw my discomfort, he'd probably never dick me out like that again, especially not like I wanted, all crazy and hot and gotta have you right now. All future sex would be like we were two blue hairs in a nursing home, and I wasn't having AARP sex until I had to. I threw on some jeans and a shirt and headed down to the garage while Blue got some last-minute stuff together. I waited in the driver's seat and kept busy by alternately nursing a soda, scrolling through my Facebook feed and honking the horn whenever the hell I felt like it. He finally blew through the side door in Nike sweats and a hoodie, a duffel slung over his shoulder. He flipped me off in the glare of the headlights. I honked again for good measure as he headed for the back of the SUV. "Pop the trunk," he called. I pressed a button and watched in the rear view as he dumped his gear in the back. "Let's go, princess," I said as he got in. "Bust a move. I'm moving. He got in the passenger seat and slammed the door. "Not like you have anything pressing to do in the middle of the night." "First of all, it's 10:15, Gramps." I put my phone in the cup holder. "Second of all, I've got an entire season of The Amazing Race to binge watch before bed. It's going to take up a lot of my time, and I can't waste any more of it schlepping you around." "Really?" he demanded. Even in the semi-darkness of the garage, I could see the hurt that crossed his face. "That eager to get rid of me?" I lifted a brow. Sometimes it was hard to navigate the difference between the Blue I was making a life with and the Blue who had been my best friend since second grade and I could casually call an asshole. Am I eager to get rid of you? Is that a serious question? Do you have a serious answer? Why are you being so sensitive? I asked. A furrow marred his brow as he shook his head. Let's just go. You're gonna make me late. I'm gonna make you late. I'm the one that was waiting for... I broke off. You know what? Whatever. I wasn't gonna start shit before he got to camp, even if he was determined to get on my nerves. His irritation probably had more to do with my refusal to move in with him, and I didn't know how to smooth that over without capitulating. I hit the garage button with a little more force than usual and started backing out. I might have rejected him giving me the Navigator as a gift last year, but damned if I didn't love it. It was fully loaded with all the bells and whistles, and any time I got a chance to drive it, I did. The smooth ride certainly helped keep my mind off the fact that Blue had decided to spend less time upstairs packing and more time acquiring a decent-sized stick up his ass, and not the good kind. We were on the highway before he finally answered the question I forgot I'd asked. I wasn't being sensitive. At my snort, he added defensively, I wasn't, but if I were, it's because I hate being away from you, even for a little while. This is twice in a very short period, and it's only going to get worse when the season starts. So you decide to pick a fight with me? Maybe I don't enjoy the fact that I'm doing all the missing while you're perfectly fine. I bit my lip. I hated that I made him doubt us even for a second, but I had to hold back a little. Some part of me couldn't believe that we were even together, and that part seemed determined to fuck it up. I'd had breakups before. My breakup with my boyfriend Robert had been particularly rough, but breaking up with Blue? Well, I didn't know if I'd survive it. That made me want to guard my heart a little closely. How did I tell him that I practically slept in his clothes when he wasn't there? That I hated changing the sheets because then I couldn't smell him anymore? I glanced over at his tense profile. Maybe we couldn't move in together yet, but I could certainly be honest. If I loved you any more than I do now, you'd have to actually remove my heart from my chest and keep it in your pocket for safekeeping. I could feel his gaze on the side of my face, but I kept my eyes focused on the road. There are a lot of things questionable in this world, but my love for you will never be one of them. He made a sound I couldn't quite decipher, but a few minutes later, he affectionately nudged the hand I always rested on the gear shift. The next time I risked a glance over, his mouth was tilted slightly upward. I pulled into the brightly lit circular drive of the hotel. When he reached for his seatbelt, I made a quick change of plans. I stilled his hand on the seatbelt buckle and pulled off a little bit farther down the lot. I coasted to a stop near the end of the row and pulled into the second-to-last parking space. The street lights cast a little light into the car, but mostly it was dark, and when I hit the engine start-stop button, perfectly quiet. He looked at me with a raised eyebrow. As much as I enjoy exercise, Kel, under the pavilion was fine. I leaned over the console and brushed his mouth with mine. Once, twice, 3 times. He was startled and stiff for a few moments, but then he made a soft sound in his throat and went lax under my gentle assault. I loved that soft submission as he let me do as I wished. Sometimes he was dominant and forceful and had an exact idea of how he wanted things to play out, and at other times he trusted me to do whatever I wanted with his body. That trust was addictive, beguiling. If you could get drunk on such an abstract concept as trust, then I certainly was. I mapped his mouth gently with my tongue while I drew back by micrometers, just enough so he followed me bit by bit. After a few minutes, he was damn near across the console, and I chuckled into his mouth. Blue pulled back a little, his eyes dark and intense, so close to my face. He stared at me for a second and then leaned in and gently bit my bottom lip. Then he tugged and worried the tender flesh there until a soft sound escaped my throat. We both watched breathlessly as he let my lips slide free. "You find something funny?" I shook my head as arousal spiked hard. Not anymore, it wasn't. I took his face in my hands and held him still while I plundered his mouth to my liking. One kiss turned into another and another until I realized somewhere along the line that a simple kiss goodbye had turned into a bit of a makeout session. "You should go," he finally managed, lips still crushed against mine. "Your hand is in my hair. I know. I'm going to miss curfew, but I can't seem to let go." He kissed me again, trailed kisses down my jaw and buried his face in my neck. "You smell like coconut and something tropical I can't quite place." "What did you use?" "Soap, Blue. Fucking soap," I laughed against his mouth. When it was just Blue and me, we forgot about everything else. Our relationship was ridiculously easy. "If you're good, I might show you how Mom and I make soap down by the river right next to our little house. It's on some sort of prairie, I think." With a grin, he kissed me one last time. "Are you capable of answering questions without being sarcastic?" I shook my head sadly. "Not that I'm aware of, no." When he got out of the car, he was still chuckling. I watched him through the rear view as he grabbed his duffel from the back and tossed it over his shoulder. By the time he came around to my side of the car, I had lowered the window. "I'll see you in a couple weeks," I said. "That sounds good to me." He leaned in and kissed me on the lips, a soft peck really, and straightened. And then we saw him, almost at the same time. One of his teammates, Bjorn Reykjavik, not the most pleasant of people, stood near the front entrance, one hand on the back of his neck. He was on the phone, and even from our vantage point, he looked to be having an animated conversation. The wife, maybe? I remembered his wife as a petite, beautiful, half-Asian, half-black woman who seemed to hate sports almost as much as she hated smiling. Guess we weren't the only couple who argued from stress before football camp. When I glanced over at Blue to share the joke, I blinked in surprise. He looked as though someone had turned him to stone, frozen by my window. I gave him a nudge. He finally focused on me, his expression a sharp mixture of worry and fear. "Do you think he saw anything?" "What? No, he's on the phone." "And that means he doesn't have eyes?" Blue sounded seriously freaked. I wished I could touch him and reassure him, but I was fairly certain that would just make things worse. "Blue, baby, look at me." When his eyes met mine, I nodded. "It's all right, even if he did. But you and me, no matter what, right?" He blew out a pent-up breath. "Right. It's not like I was planning to keep it a secret forever anyway." He glanced back at the building where Bjorn had disappeared through the glass doors. I know. I couldn't resist anymore and reached over to ruffle his hair. "You don't even know he saw anything, so stop worrying about it and go do your thing. Go play." His mouth quirked. "You sound like a mom dropping her kids off at the park. What kind of parent would you be?" You don't just drop them off. Well, how are they going to learn responsibility if you're sitting in the car watching them like a stalker? It's called independence. I'm fairly sure it's called an Amber Alert. I grinned at him. You going to make a shitty father one day, Blue? He smiled at me, but his eyes weren't teasing anymore. As long as you're there to keep me in line, I think I'll do all right. Kids? The teasing dried up in my mouth. Really? Maybe I'd harbored secret hopes of one day having a few kids, but that dream, like most of the others, had morphed and changed. We couldn't even kiss goodbye in a hotel parking lot without drama, and he was talking about one day having kids? You're taking this way too seriously. He's just joking with you. Wow. A little irritation crossed his face. If I'd known just mentioning future kids would shut you up, I would have done that a long time ago. I tried to laugh it off, but I wasn't entirely successful. My laugh sounded weird and high-pitched, and the little irritation on his face turned into a big-time annoyance. Really? What? What? His eyebrow climbed. You turn into a mute any time I mention anything about the future. I do not, I said hotly. Oh no? I must be dreaming then when you said you didn't want to move in with me. Must have been someone else. I groaned. Yup, I knew he was still pissed about that. You really want to do this here? Why not here? Mostly because you just almost had a panic attack at the thought of your teammate seeing us kissing. The teammate who doesn't know you're with a man? My voice was sharp as a set of fresh knives, and I had no desire to temper it. Besides, we probably shouldn't argue in front of the 3.5 kids we're apparently going to be hiding from the world at large. His palpable anger was gone just as quickly as it came on. I thought he might swallow his own tongue, holding back various responses until he finally blew out a deep breath through his nostrils with his lips tightly compressed. When he finally spoke again, his voice was low. I know I'm being a hypocrite right now, but I look at you sometimes and I want you, Kelly, and everyone else can go fuck themselves. I could not touch him right then any more than I could stop the tide. I gripped his hand for a second and gave him a quick smile. Ditto, baby. I waited until he disappeared inside the hotel and let out a deep breath. I wouldn't go backward for anything, but the direction our relationship had taken scared the hell out of me sometimes. A simple drop-off had turned into 2 near fights and a makeout session in the front seat of his SUV. I stared out at the parking lot for a moment, just wondering, thinking, when had our easy-breezy friendship turned into this challenging thing we shared? When had it become so hard to just be us?
Chapter 5. Blue. 5 years in the NFL, and every single fucking year I underestimated how intense camp would be. The sun was like a living, breathing opponent, and sweat dripped off my body as one of the assistant coaches put me through my paces. Donnie Young was more wide than tall, an All-American former tight end with buzzed red hair and cheeks that were perpetually ruddy from exasperation and irritation. As far as I could tell, anger was his happy place. He clicked his stopwatch as I finished my wind sprints, and I stood, chest heaving, as he wrote something, most likely negative, on his clipboard. He made a derisive sound, and I gritted my teeth. Again? I asked. You think? What was my time? 16 seconds slower than the last time. Maybe you should put down the refrigerator you're carrying. He glanced up from his clipboard and checked my back. Oh, that's right. I narrowed my eyes. It's only the 3rd day back. I'm just working out the kinks. Those kinks must be heavy. His voice rose for no reason at all, and I had a feeling things were going to get embarrassing really quickly if I didn't improve. If you're not going to do better than that, you might as well hit the showers. He wasn't wrong. I'd done a pretty good job of keeping myself in check over the summer, but I still had a lot of conditioning to do. I also clocked in 10 pounds heavier than my target weight, and Coach Young was clearly determined to take it out of my hide. Let's run it again, I said. Let's. He raised his bushy red eyebrows. Someone who has the balls to call himself the Blueprint better put up better numbers than that. I actually had nothing to do with the nickname. My college coach, Grady Myers, came up with that all on his own. But I knew better than to correct Coach Young when he was on a tear. I lifted my shoulder to wipe my face on my shirt sleeve. I don't know why I bothered. I was sweating in places sweat should never be. Got it, Coach. I ran sprints until he was satisfied, until I passed my first time and last year's as well. Coach Young's eyebrows went down a pinch, which, in his world, was ecstatic approval. "Get something to drink," he instructed. "Gotta stay hydrated at Camp Cupcake." I wasn't going to touch that Camp Cupcake thing with a 10-foot pole, so I just nodded and went to grab a water from one of the stations. Training camp had changed. No more 2 practice days in the elements, no bare-bones dormitories you had to share with some guy who should be on a first-name basis with a bottle of Febreze. No unspoken competition or hitting each other in practice so hard that you might sustain an injury before the season even started. Current NFL rules allowed us to hold only 1 practice a day, and instead of relocating the team's entire operation to some godforsaken place 4 states away, we just used the facility. It made perfect financial sense. They'd just renovated the entire building for a shitload of money. Our brand new, shiny athletic compound was 100 times better than the shitty college dorms we stayed in the year before. Our head coach, Coach Maxwell, still wanted us to get the bonding experience that came with staying together. So they rented rooms for us at a nearby hotel. The hotel was nothing to write home about, exactly midway between upscale and a dive, and 10 times better than the dorms. Regardless of all the league changes that made vets and rookies alike grumble, we were all there for the same reason: to play football. Some days were grueling and filled with conditioning and agility drills. Coaches stalked us from the sidelines and yelled that we needed to run, dig deep, and most important of all, move your fat, sorry asses. Direct quote. Others were marshmallow days that Coach Maxwell hated with a passion. They opened up the training camp to the public for 2 weeks. It was a good time to interact with the fans and reporters and sign shit, but it became a struggle to stay focused. I liked to call those Coach Maxwell's balloon days, when he constantly looked ready to burst with impatience or irritation. He popped antacids regularly during that period, and when asked a question, he began every answer with a muttered, "Jesus Christ," that we all pretended not to catch. Our main goal hadn't changed. Every player on the team needed to learn every other player's mannerisms and idiosyncrasies. Without learning each other's rhythms, we couldn't function as a team when it counted. Our less lofty goal? Scope out the fresh meat and see if they had skills or if they sucked. The plays and the timing would come with time and practice, but you could tell right away who had the heart, the will, and the determination to play. You could separate the complainers from the guys willing to put their heads down and work, and from day one you could see who was going to be an asset, who was going to have a temporary locker, and who was going to take a slow ride on the bus home. When I got back from hydrating and sneaking a break, Coach Young brought McAdams over. We were going to be running a lot of 2 tight end sets, so we needed to train together. We took turns blocking and receiving as one of the trainers threw us the ball. McAdams was gracious, as always, and by gracious, I mean he took every opportunity he could to try to show me up. Keyword? Try. I made it my mission to make great catches and great reads, and I completed that mission with flying colors. I beat him down the field and flipped him the ball, and he caught it with a scowl. "Another whole summer and you haven't gotten any faster," I said as we jogged back to the starting point. "Imagine that." McAdams gave me the finger, but his light brown eyes were warm and amused. "I'm surprised your joints haven't snapped like twigs yet. Must be doubling up on all that calcium." Fucker. I certainly wasn't going to admit that Kelly had indeed started buying the orange juice with extra calcium. I had a number of choices to respond with, but I went with, "Shut up, rookie." And that suited me just fine. He narrowed his eyes. "I'm not a rookie anymore." "You're always a rank rookie when I'm on the field." He laughed. "Let's see if you can back up that big mouth." McAdams and I had come to a sort of wary truce. Yeah, he'd fucked my boyfriend in the past, but I could get over that. As long as he knew Kelly was mine and that if he tried something with Kelly, there was room for him in my trunk. Coach Young blew the whistle next to me and I winced. I hadn't even realized he was that close. "McAdams, run these next few on your own," he barked. "Blue, you're next." I certainly didn't mind another break. I stood on the side and watched Coach Young and 2 trainers working with McAdams. One of the trainers threw a bullet, and McAdams sprinted to catch it. The pass was a little high, and he didn't have enough lead time on it. Our quarterback, Vaughn, had a knack for throwing the ball where you were going to be, not where you were. But McAdams caught it anyway. A smile tugged at my lips as I watched him spin out of a touch tackle from the other trainer. Not bad, rookie. Not bad at all. "I wasn't aware your contract involved lounging, Blue." I startled and looked over to find Coach Maxwell beside me, and I spared a brief moment to wonder how long he'd been there, and how long I'd been the mayor of chillaxing, standing on the sidelines. "Coach Young told me to take a break." I grinned. "I follow orders." "I was watching you earlier. I have to admit you're looking halfway decent out there. Better than I expected after last season, Coach said, eyes still trained on the action on the field. How's the knee feeling? I ignored that he'd just called some of my best work halfway decent and focused on the positive. Pretty good. I've almost got full range of motion back. His gaze flickered over me as he expected a more enthusiastic response, but I wasn't overselling it. Ever since I'd started working with Kai, my physical therapist at the rehab facility, and taking my pain management therapy seriously, I was doing better than I ever had. That still meant that my everything hurt sometimes, but I was stronger and faster than the year before. Sitting out the rest of the season had been the right decision, despite the fact that Coach Maxwell and Coach Young alike had fought me tooth and nail. In the end, I knew what my body was capable of, and I made an executive decision to extend my career. But that didn't mean they'd forgiven me for it. Coach Maxwell grunted. Are you still working with your therapist? He almost managed the word therapist normally, but I caught the subtle twist of his lip. Ever since Kai had refused to clear me to return to active roster last season, Coach disliked him with the fire of 1,000 suns. I am, I said. He's making a real difference. That's good. Hard work is the key. To winning, or keeping the young guns off my back? His weathered face crinkled into a rare smile. You feeling the pressure? I'd be lying if I said I didn't. We watched McAdams together as he ran drills in the heat of the midday sun. He really knows how to handle himself. I could feel Coach's eyes on my face, but I didn't turn. You're not trying to quit on me, are you? I smiled, just making a comment. Nothing is ever just a comment, I suspect. He scratched his head and put his cap back on. If this is a contract negotiation tactic, it's working. This time I laughed. Paranoid much? I just don't want you buying into all the retirement hype, he said with a grin, a slash of teeth in his overly suntanned face. Sleeping in and relaxing isn't all it's cracked up to be. I bet. I kept my tone light to show him I thought it was as much of a joke as he did. If he really knew how appealing that sounded to me right then, that smile on his face would have dropped like a ton of bricks. He'd probably blister my ears about quitters and losers and how I might as well walk off the field now if I didn't have the heart to play the fucking game. In short, he'd go apoplectic. He probably didn't want to hear how my boyfriend liked to quote statistics to me about football players getting injured. One mention of the word concussion or CTE, and there went at least an hour of my life and a lot of my patience. Coach probably didn't want to hear how sometimes I wanted to spend my mornings in bed, cuddling with Kelly instead of working out, or that I was pretty damn certain Kelly would love me anyway, even without a six-pack and sharp V-cuts. Hell, who was I kidding? Coach probably wouldn't want to hear how I had a boyfriend at all. Luckily for him, I was such a coward that he didn't have to. I took a deep breath and gave all non-football-related thoughts a shove to someplace down deep. But I knew no matter how deep I shoved them or how many proverbial anchors I weighed them down with, those thoughts would always float back to the top. The truth was kind of stubborn that way. Later that afternoon, we had several team meetings and an hour-long Q&A session with the media before they finally let us go back to the hotel. As I rode the elevator up to my floor, I was never more glad that we weren't staying in those antiquated, smelly dorms we used the year before. A couple of guys on special teams were kind of chatty on the way up, but I didn't really listen or participate. When we got to my floor, I was too tired to manage more than a fist bump before I got off. Food was my first order of business. I quickly ordered room service, which allowed me to get to the second item on my list, calling Kelly. I held the phone up with my shoulder and listened to the rings as I kicked off my shoes. I redialed a couple times as I undressed, but even by the time I was finished and stood in the middle of the room, butt naked, he still hadn't answered. I hit the end button a few seconds after the, "Hi, this is Dr. Cannon," message started. I stared at the phone for a second and wondered how a few missed calls could make me feel so insecure. I'd been in relationships before, brief, but relationships nonetheless, and I never wanted to get in my car and drive an hour and 15 minutes just to peer in someone's windows and see what that person was doing. But that was then, and I guess this was now. I was thinking about Connor, and Graham, some goody two-shoes veterinarian Kelly had gone out with some time ago, and Tomas, a cute, albeit attitudinal, bartender he'd brought home once, and Robert, whose proposal Kelly had accepted and rejected all in one night. Actually, Robert was probably on a different list, a list of people who wanted Kelly dead. When I asked him about Robert later, Kelly reassured me that their relationship had been over long before he broke it off. In fact, if it weren't for the bedroom stuff, they probably wouldn't have lasted as long as they did. How comforting. I blew out of breath. I had to have some faith in our relationship and trust that he loved me as much as I loved him. Besides, Kelly had never been all that reliable at answering phone calls. Why should that change just because we were in a relationship? I ignored the fact that I knew a perfect place to hide in Kelly's front hedges that would give me a great vantage point to his front windows, and I headed for the bathroom. The tub-shower combo was a little too small, and the shower curtain was flimsy, but after the day I had, it seemed like the height of luxury. Despite what Coach Young thought, training camp was no camp cupcake. I might not be as bruised as I usually was after a game, but the aches and pains were all too real. I sniffed at the bottle of hotel body wash. It wasn't fruity like I feared, and it smelled strongly of aloe, so I went ahead and took my time lathering up. It was my second shower of the night. In the locker room, I had a quick cold shower, pretending the turf scrapes up and down my right and left sides didn't burn like a motherfucker. In private at the hotel, I was free to shower like a prima donna and use eucalyptus and aloe body wash and a honeycomb loofah. Yes, a loofah. I closed my eyes, braced my hands on the tiled wall, and let the water flow over my head. The heat soothed my battered muscles like an actual massage. It wasn't quite as good as Kelly's hands, but it would have to do. Kelly would take some thick, lathering, scented soap and use those deceptively slender hands to rub it on every available surface of skin. Every surface. I could almost feel his hands ghost over my body, down my back and over my butt to slide down my thighs and legs. He liked to take his sweet, slow-ass time to get to the parts I liked most. Every time I tried to rush him, he only started all over again. By the time he finally turned me around, I didn't know whether I wanted to kill him or agree to be his sex slave for all eternity. He would usually give me a look then, and his playful quicksilver eyes showed he knew exactly what he did to me. The last time he did that, I slid a hand in his hair, gripped tightly, and pulled him to his feet. A few seconds later, he was the one with his hands on the wall as I pounded into him from behind. Just like that, spurred on by memory alone, I was rock hard. So I took my dick in hand and stroked with hard, short pulls. I hid my face in my elbow as I worked, faster, harder. No matter how hard I gripped, fucking my fist was nowhere near the slick, tight pull of Kelly's ass. And images of Kelly as he pushed back on my dick and begged me to fuck him harder helped push me over the edge. I came with a soft cry and painted the shower tile with streaks of cum that were washed away almost as quickly as they appeared. Tremors ran through my body and left me shaking like a leaf in a riotous wind. I leaned against the smooth tiled wall and shuddered every now and again as water poured over my shoulders. I knew I should get out, but I wasn't all that confident I could hold myself up on my own. Eventually, hunger forced me out, and I dried off with a fluffy white towel. I put on some boxers and a hotel robe and sighed with satisfaction. Nothing like Hugh Hefnering it around a hotel room. I used the remote to click on the flat screen and put it on mute as I passed, already feeling much better. I checked the time and my jaw nearly fell open. 10:30. Could that be right? I suddenly realized I was in for the night, showered and ready for bed a good half hour before curfew. Fuck, I was old, and this old geezer had no regrets. In fact, the only thing I felt right then was grateful I didn't have a roommate. Some of the younger guys snuck in whatever they wanted, booze, girls, drugs, and the like. Whatever you wanted, you could get. The only thing I wanted was food and for room service to hurry the fuck up. All my activity had burned through my day's calories like wildfire. Almost as though I'd summoned it by just thinking about it, there was a knock on the door. "Coming," I called, but I didn't hurry. Hefner didn't trot. He strolled. When I pulled it open, I was surprised to find a woman in front of a roll cart with a silver cloche. She waggled her fingers. "Surprise." It took a few seconds for my brain to process what I was seeing. "Carly." I looked at her vacantly for a second. "Thought you could use some company." She smiled slyly. "Are you surprised?" "You could say that," I croaked. I stared at her for a few moments, pretty much at a loss for words. Yes, we'd dated a couple years back, but our relationship had been strictly platonic since then. This visit didn't feel platonic. Besides, she knew about Kelly. What exactly was she hoping for? Kelly. My heart stuttered a bit. Despite the fact that I didn't do anything wrong, I could just imagine what he'd think. Guilt made my next words sharper than I intended. "What are you doing here?" "I saw your room service guy in the hallway, and I told him I'd do him a favor." She pushed out her bottom lip a little. "Aren't you happy to see me?" "Of course," I said automatically. It just seemed like the right thing to say. Much nicer than I thought you understood our fake date was exactly that, fake. She stepped forward, an apex predator in a wrap dress and black stilettos, and I stepped back. She stepped forward again, and I stepped back. It was as though we were doing some strange alternative version of the waltz. Blue, she stuck her hand on her hip. What the hell is going on? You tell me, I blurted. I thought we were on the same page. Oh, for God's sake. She tossed a cloud of blonde hair over her shoulder. I've gone along with this gay stuff long enough. You can't actually be serious. I'm bisexual, actually, I hissed back. We talked about this. Do you understand how many guys would kill to be in your shoes right now? I fought a smile. There was the real Carly, right on time. I have an idea. So what, you don't want me anymore? Want her? Her words echoed in my mind, and I briefly wondered how freeing it would be to tell her yes. How much easier it was to be the Blue I used to be. The Blue who had sex with women and only women. She was still hot, and I could appreciate that, but what I had with Kelly was more than just sex. Even if I were still the Blue who only slept with women, I wouldn't be able to be with her. I needed something she couldn't give. The irony of the situation didn't escape me. She was the one I paraded about on my arm, to the point she apparently thought we were an item again. And Kelly? The guy who was special beyond belief? I hid him away in the proverbial closet. I rubbed a hand over my still damp hair. I didn't deserve him. It would serve me right if he were with someone else. Carly, I've always been honest with you. I told you, I'm with... I stuttered and stopped, and I couldn't get out his name. Not like that. I felt like scum as I cleared my throat and started again. You know I'm with someone else. I thought you'd be over that by now. I guess you thought wrong. I marched past her and yanked open the door. I held it open wide. When she didn't move and just looked at me in disbelief, I gestured toward the hallway. Do you need runway lights, or are you good? She narrowed her eyes into tiny slits. You know what? Secrets don't last forever, Blue. Are you threatening me? I wouldn't waste my time, and I certainly don't want to publicize that any boyfriend of mine likes taking it up the... Get the fuck out, I thundered. With pleasure. She stormed past me so fast I almost choked on the perfumed breeze. You weren't that good in bed anyway. Her last parting shot really made me feel better about slamming the door in her face. At least she brought up my dinner before she pissed me off. As I wheeled the cart over to the table by the window, I made a mental note to give room service a piece of my mind about letting someone other than hotel staff handle my food. I sat in a plush-studded chair and uncovered my dinner, a heap of grilled chicken breast, broccoli, and quinoa. I wanted steak and a buttered potato, maybe some of Kelly's mom's pie. But I sighed, dug in, and ate quietly in front of the muted TV. When I finished, I checked the peephole so long and thoroughly it left a circle-shaped mark around my eye. Only when I was sure the coast was clear did I push the room service cart back into the hallway. I brushed my teeth, flicked off the lights, stitched the robe, and got into bed. By the time I'd stretched out on the cream duvet, hands interlocked on my head, my phone rang. Fucking finally. I glanced over at the screen. The screen flashed with Kelly's face, the picture of him I took on vacation one year, somewhere on Lake Tahoe, I think. He had on a backward ball cap, and the sun beat down on his reddened shoulders. He really didn't tan all that well. He was sticking out his tongue because I told him he looked like a lobster who really liked the Mets. Even with my mood a little dark, it made me smile. I swiped a finger across the screen. Hey. Wow, you sound like you've seen the end of the world. I have, I said grimly. There's a woman named Carly there. She has a cloud of blonde hair and wears a lot of Gucci's guilty perfume. Oh. There was a lot of meaning behind that oh as he paused. I could tell that he wanted to ask, but he wasn't going to, so I cleared it up immediately. I sent her away, I said. Oh, okay, that's good. He cleared his throat. Whatever's right for you. I grinned. I let him flounder for another moment or two and then offered a lifeline. Kelly? Yes? Is this you playing it cool? Yes, he sighed. How am I doing? Awful. He chuckled. Can we talk about something else, please? Well, practice sucked, and I'm pretty sure I broke some parts of me that I'll need in the future. Your turn. Was it really that bad? Same old, really, and nothing I want to rehash. I stretched hard enough to make my shoulders hurt, and I winced. Then I relaxed back against the bed. How's your speech coming along? I made some good progress. Then I reread it and thought it sounded like garbage and erased it all. I hope you saved both versions. Tomorrow you'll reread it and it'll seem fine. He made an amused sound. You know me well. That I do. I leaned forward just enough to stuff another pillow behind my back and then settled against the pillow mountain. You want to read it to me so far? He paused. My speech? Yeah. The speech on nuclear physics applications and applied technology. Yes, Kelly, the speech that you're working on, the speech that's important to you, so it's important to me. The speech that you nearly fell asleep on twice, once while you were actually driving? I did not, I said indignantly. You nearly drove us into a guardrail. The key word here being nearly. I jerked the wheel back in time, didn't I? Only because I yelled and hit your arm. I saved us despite being assaulted verbally and physically while driving. You should be thanking me. Thank you, Blue, he said, his tone a little amused. Thank you for nearly driving us off the road and managing to save us 2 seconds before a quick, fiery death off a bridge. You are most welcome. Now, about your speech. No. I'd really like to hear it. Another pregnant pause filled the air. You guys not have cable or something? Kelly. Okay, just make sure you're lying on a flat surface. Hang on, let me pull up the file. I yawned. It's almost like you're going to be telling me a bedtime story. A really complicated, brainy bedtime story. I yawned again, but tried to keep it quiet. Seriously, I haven't even started. So glad to know that just the thought of my speech is a natural sleep aid. Okay, I'm just going to admit right now that I'm probably going to fall asleep, but it's not because you're not interesting. I'm just wiped out. I don't have to read it, you know. We'll talk tomorrow when you're feeling. Don't go yet, I blurted, and he waited in surprised silence. I just want to hear you. I got you, baby. His laugh was soft and understanding, and I knew I didn't have to explain any further. You ready to be enthralled? Ready, Chief, I murmured. Fascinate me. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the esteemed American Society of Physics, it is my honor to welcome you to the 21st International Physics Divisional Conference. He paused. I think I'm going to thank the chair here. Maybe you should thank the entire board. You could even introduce them by name. I fluffed up my pillows some more and burrowed into them. People love that kind of shit. I like it. He was quiet for a few minutes, and all I could hear was the chatter of his keyboard. I loved it when he took my suggestions. I'd always considered myself a pretty smart guy, but it was no secret that Kelly and I were pretty far apart intellectually. But he never made me feel inferior, like some big dumb athlete, and he always valued my opinion. Okay, listen to this, he said after a minute. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank the board of directors for spearheading this conference and choosing me as the keynote speaker. I heard more typing as he paused. Just picture me introducing them right now. I'll have to fill in their names and titles later. Got it. I yawned so widely my jaw popped a little. He chuckled softly. Close your eyes and listen. Mm-hmm. He made a soft sound of approval and started. This conference has historically been devoted to the discussion and furthering of experimental and theoretical achievements in the field of physics applications, as well as detailing the latest developments in technological tools related to applied physics research. I lay there in the semi-darkness, eyes closed, feeling relaxed as I listened to his soothing, familiar voice. He rambled on, using terms I could only vaguely define and concepts it would take years of intense study to understand. 5 minutes in, and I was lost as fuck, but I was sure his brainy colleagues would eat it up with a spoon. When he finally finished, somewhere around the dawn of nuclear science and modern society, he earnestly asked me what I thought so far. I smiled into my pillows. I didn't understand a word past ladies and gentlemen, but I really like it. I guess I should say thanks? I yawned again, and that one brought tears to my eyes. Welcome. Get some rest. I will. Good night, Kel. Thanks for the brainy bedtime story. He laughed. Anytime, Blue. Anytime. Chapter 6. Blue. I overslept a bit the next morning, which meant I didn't have time to get dressed before our ritual team breakfast. I thought briefly about skipping it, but just the thought of Coach's sour face directed at me all damn day had me up and out of bed. I didn't bother to change out of my sleep gear, red and blue checked flannels and a white stretched-out t-shirt. I stuck my sock-clad feet in some Nike sandals and headed for the elevator. I got a little ribbing for my apparel and the severe case of bedhead I hadn't bothered to tame, but the guys had bigger fish to fry. I filled my plate and plopped down in a chair next to Warner to eat and enjoy the show. As a team, we prided ourselves on being a fair organization. From day one, we welcomed our new brothers on the field and let them know they were part of the family. That being said, a little friendly hazing was definitely part of our welcome basket. That included making the fresh meat entertain the room while we enjoyed breakfast. By the time Warner and I left the dining table, the rookie from Arizona State was on a table singing some catchy pop tune. Warner elbowed me as we got on the elevator.
I thought he'd be embarrassed, but the little shit isn't half bad, is he?
Nope, I paused. Probably kind of wrong to make him sing Katy Perry, though.
Baby, he's a firework, he smirked. I might have suggested it, but he's the one who knew all the words.
You mouthed along during the chorus.
Shut your lying face before I put you up on that table.
You wish. I shook my head, thoroughly amused. You know he's got to block for you, right?
Oh, come on, it's all in good fun.
We reached his floor, and he put his arm in the elevator door before it closed, and the doors jumped apart.
See you downstairs in 15?
Give me 20. I have to wrap my knee. He waggled his eyebrows.
Hurry up, though. Now that I know the little shit can carry a tune, we're going to make him do a Beyoncé medley during warm-ups.
I laughed as he moved his arm, and the doors swooshed shut. I'd just finished getting dressed when I heard a knock at the door. It showed how fuzzy my morning mind was that I briefly hoped it might be Kelly. Reality clicked in somewhere around the moment I opened the door and saw my father's scowling face. Of course it wouldn't be Kelly. I practically hyperventilated when he touched my face in a darkened parking lot. Why would he think it was all right to come and visit me? I grimaced as I pictured the justified look on his smug little face, as though he'd been right to keep distance between us all along. My father's scowl got deeper.
You going to let me in or what?
My God, but I lived for the day when I finally lost my temper and said, or what? I enjoyed a beat of silence and pictured slamming the door in his shocked face. My fingers actually itched. But I finally stepped aside with a sigh and he brushed past me. He was right on time for one of his pregame talks, full of advice I didn't want and critiques I never asked for. Luckily, I'd built his annoying presence into my routine right behind the team breakfast. I let the door swing shut behind him and sat on the edge of the bed. Then I pawed through my duffel until I found my athletic tape and started rapping.
Thought I'd come by and see how you're doing.
I'm doing fine, Dad.
I hope you boys are planning on a better season than last year's disaster.
My injury put me on the bench most of last season.
Still your team, isn't it?
My father shook his head in disgust.
You guys had the playoffs in your sights instead of the fucking Sabres. Did you see who they played against? Did you?
We were watching together, I said dryly. He yelled at the screen most of the game. Would have been pretty hard to miss it.
The Titans blew the freaking Tennessee Titans. You guys wipe the floor with them every time you meet, which means you would have had that game in the fucking bag. Then right on to the Super Bowl.
You say that like we wanted to lose.
Bunch of fuck-ups,
he muttered. It was one season.
Every game matters, Blue. Don't you forget that. Your next stop is the Hall of Fame. Do you want to fuck that up, too?
I gritted my teeth as I wrapped my knee with athletic tape, but it had less to do with the phantom injury and more to do with my father's yammering. I thought about telling him I didn't give a fuck about the Hall of Fame, but I didn't want to be responsible for his second stroke. He could never understand where I was coming from. I had enough money and awards to last me a lifetime. I just wanted to play football as long as I could. My phone buzzed in my bag, and I paused in mummifying myself to grab it. I knew even before I checked that she was calling me again. I glanced at the screen just to be sure, and her name glared up at me. Savannah. I only wish I could say I was surprised. She called me like clockwork before every game, like we had anything left to talk about. She usually left me a message wishing me luck. Sometimes she added something in there about wishing we could cultivate a real mother and son relationship. I never answered, and if I checked the message before I went out on the field, that was no one's business but mine. I tossed the phone on the bed next to me and looked around for the tape.
Anyone important?
My father was sitting in the lone chair in the room, and I raised an eyebrow in response. I don't know what world he was living in where he thought I'd tell him about my phone calls. I told him once that she'd reached out to me, and he'd been obsessed with the topic ever since.
Don't tell me then,
he finally grumbled. I wasn't planning on it.
It's not Kelly, is it? Whatever you boys have to talk about can wait until after football camp.
No, it's not Kelly, I said absently as I rooted through the covers on the unmade bed. Help me find my tape. Kelly was yet another topic Randall Montgomery was obsessed with. Why was Kelly so very gay? Why did his father fail him and raise him to be so very gay? And why did I have to talk to Kelly so much if he was going to be so very gay? He stilled.
It's not her, is it?
You want to just save time and wiretap me instead? I shook out a pillow, knowing I was showing my cards by letting him see my irritation, but unable to do anything about it. It wasn't that I couldn't just tell her to get lost, although I was certainly angry enough. But some part of me was pathetic and weak and wasn't sure I was ready for her to fuck off again. I was still looking for answers that wouldn't make a bit of difference. Why did she leave? More importantly, why was she back now? As much as I liked to pretend she didn't matter anymore, she just did. You might be born tabula rasa, but everyone you met along the way had something to write on your wall. Some people wrote lightly in flowing script. Some people pressed a little heavier on that pen. And then there were the people like my mother, the ones who decided to tag your mental canvas with as much graffiti as they could manage. I blinked, suddenly aware of my father's watchful gaze as he turned the roll of tape around in his fingers. I held out my hand and he furrowed his brow. Then he handed over the tape, folded his arms, and watched with a gimlet eye as I proceeded to tape my ankles and knee. So I could get it tight as possible, I saved my right shoulder for the trainers to do at the stadium.
You used to let me do it,
he finally said. I know exactly how tight I need it, I said impatiently. Randall huffed. He was clearly looking for something else to bitch about, and after a moment of charged silence, he found it.
It's about time you got your hair cut, isn't it?
I fought the urge to flip back the jumbled mess of wheat and blonde that fell forward with my downturned face. Sure, it was a little longer than I usually kept it, but a non-committal grunt was the best I could do. I didn't think he wanted to know my boyfriend liked to have something to grip when he fucked me. I could tell my father was nowhere near finished with the Savannah subject, mostly because he resembled a balloon that someone had treated to quite a bit of friction. Sometime around my knee, which I always took pains with, he finally burst.
I can't believe you're even entertaining talking to that woman.
My voice was purposefully calm. It's just a phone call.
She just left, up and left me with 2 kids to bring up on my own, 10 and 12 years old. I didn't know what to do with you boys, but I figured it out.
He pushed out of the chair and began to pace, a study in nervous energy.
Now she wants to pop back into your life, now that you're a success.
Will you relax? This can't be good for your blood pressure.
What's not good for my blood pressure is you communicating with that woman. Some people don't deserve second chances.
I'd heard the rant before. So had my brother, Ian, ad nauseum. My mother took off one cool December day, 2 days before Christmas. My father only spoke of her in stiff tones at breakfast to tell us that she was gone and wouldn't be back. Then he gruffly told us to finish our oatmeal and that we wouldn't leave the table until we did. Ian and I both stared at him in silent shock until he hit the table hard enough to make the dishes rattle.
I said eat!
I stuck my spoon in my bowl almost by reflex and shoveled my oatmeal into my mouth, along with a dumbfounded Ian's portion, too, when our father wasn't looking. I didn't even want to imagine what he'd say if I cried. So every now and again I unobtrusively swiped at the tears that threatened to leak from my blurry eyes. She eventually became the topic we didn't talk about or poke at. The tooth in the back of your mouth that you're pretty sure is a cavity, so you keep food and drink away from it. Savannah Montgomery was a tooth that didn't need filling. It needed extraction. It was drilled into my head growing up that if it weren't for Savannah, selfish fucking Savannah, my father would say, he would have made it in the NFL. With the knowledge of the game I had now, I wasn't sure of that. He was a little too short and a little too small to be a powerful force on the field. Didn't have a good enough arm to be a quarterback and wasn't fast enough to be a receiver. He had the drive, though, and he proceeded to channel it all into selling insurance. He retired long ago, 2 sons in the NFL, and you think I'm going to be schlepping life insurance? Between Ian and me, we made sure he wanted for nothing. But he would never forget that he topped out as regional manager of an insurance company instead of a superstar NFL player. No stadium lights, no jersey, no fans, no Hall of Fame, no glory. In his mind, it was all snatched away because of Savannah. He'd never forgiven her for it. Or us.
Blue, are you listening to me?
I made a non-committal noise and began to shake up a can of Biofreeze. The anti-inflammatory spray helped me ignore the little twinges that came with old injuries. A couple of slow-release painkillers would take care of the rest. I was rebuilding my body in layers, like the fucking Tin Man. Satisfied that he'd reamed me out enough for the mom thing, he moved right along.
You eat a good breakfast?
5 egg whites with spinach and cheese, wheat toast, chicken sausage, and some fruit.
Yep,
I said as I began to spray my knee with long, deliberate strokes.
Are you stretching that leg properly? Can't be too careful.
Yes, stop worrying. I did some light stretching earlier, and we always did more before training really started.
I've been up in the stands watching you practice, and you've really been favoring that knee. I'm surprised Coach Young hasn't said anything about it. That's a good way to get re-injured. Are you working with your trainer? Billy Stocks is the best in the business, you know. It should be your priority to do what she says.
I know that. I winced as I rotated my knee, so I sprayed it some more. I'm the one who's been playing for 5 years, or did you forget?
Don't get smart with me.
He stared at me, his eyes cold and tone icy.
And let's get something real clear. Without me, you wouldn't have made it this far. You wouldn't be anything at all.
I gritted my teeth. Apparently, when you sacrificed your own career for your children's happiness, you got to throw it in their faces for the next millennia. But despite all his faults, he'd been the one to stay. Not like her. Because of that, I finally decided on a terse, yes, sir, instead of ripping his head clean off.
Good boy.
He slapped my face in a friendly manner, but hard enough to sting.
Now we just got to get you to the playoffs, especially since your brother's team is in a rebuilding year.
I bit my tongue to keep from saying anything, but the Wildcats had a lot more trouble than just a couple of rookies on the roster. Their best defensive lineman was traded the year before for a 3rd draft pick who didn't work out, and they hadn't quite recovered from the loss. If being in a rebuilding year meant they needed to start from scratch, then yes, I agreed. Ian was a solid player and put up good stats, but the Wildcats as a unit were mediocre, and mediocre teams didn't win championships or get Super Bowl rings. Ian wore his jealousy like a suit, and it was clear he knew all that. He also had all the codes to my houses, and I didn't want him to murder me in my sleep, so I kept my big yap shut. Sometimes I wasn't even sure if Ian really liked football, or if he was still a little kid inside, trying to get our father's approval. Like you. I ignored the voice inside my head a little grimly. What would Ian and I be doing if our father hadn't been so football-obsessed? I was never much of a hobbyist, but Ian was pretty interested in bugs, if I recall. He had tons of bug cages lining his shelves. When we were growing up, it was pretty much an unspoken rule that you stayed out of Ian's room unless you wanted to be creeped the fuck out. Then our mother left, and the bugs eventually disappeared, and football paraphernalia took its place. He would have made a kick-ass entomologist. Done with my knee, I applied Biofreeze to my shoulder.
The Wildcats are going to be fine if they can build up their special teams.
My father wasn't hearing it.
I don't see it. It's on you this year. Bring home another Super Bowl ring, huh?
I guess. It was the wrong thing to say. His face grew mottled and red.
You guess? Jesus, Blue, I don't even know why I bother.
I didn't either. It wasn't that I didn't love the game anymore. I just had different things on my mind. At the top of the list, why a certain someone wouldn't move in with me and avoided all discussions about the topic as though I were offering him a nice double helping of bubonic plague. Hell, sometimes he even pretended not to hear me. I shook my head. Kelly, not able to hear something. The same man who could understand me perfectly through a mouthful of toothpaste. The same man who could hear a Snickers wrapper crinkle 2 states over. He had a lot in common with Waffles that way. I pictured both of them lifting their heads at the sound of a cellophane candy wrapper and had to bite back a smile. My next thought wiped that smile away completely. He wasn't sure about us. You haven't given him much of a reason to be, have you? My subconscious was right. Bitchy, but right. He said he was willing to give me time, but lately I wasn't so sure. It seemed like he was less and less happy being secretive and closeted about every damn thing, and who could blame him? I couldn't even really give him a definitive timeline. When would I be ready to take all that scrutiny, to have everything change in the blink of an instant, to have sportscasters discuss my love life, players treat me differently, and fans demand refunds for my jerseys? Even if some people did surprise me with their tolerance, I wouldn't be able to get away from all the media attention everywhere I went. Everything I did would be fodder for gossip. I was embarrassed to admit it, but I wasn't ready to be that guy. Worse yet, I couldn't really see myself ever being that guy. I imagined my father's face when he found out that things between me and Kelly weren't exactly platonic, and my stomach went cold. But it wouldn't be fair to Kelly to ask him to wait forever. It was all too easy for my racing imagination to picture him as he moved on to someone else. It would be too hard for us to be just friends after that, and eventually he might even pull away from me completely. I would have to be without him every day, for the rest of my life. It was enough to make my breath come short. The biofreeze can fell from my suddenly clumsy fingers and rolled on the floor until my father stopped it with his foot. I forgot he was even there. I blinked at him as he stooped to pick the can up and muttered something about me fumbling before I was even on the fucking field. I needed to get focused, so I leaned down and laced up my sneakers with quick, efficient movements. My only thoughts should be about football. I stood and shook out what was left of the kinks in my sore muscles. Hopefully my stretching routine would take care of the rest. Then I shouldered my bag and headed out the door. I didn't say goodbye to my father, and I knew he wouldn't expect me to.
Chapter 7. Kelly. Alex Jones, a repeat student from my Intro to Physics class, was my last session of the day. I sat back in my chair and tried not to spin impatiently as I watched him work. He labored over the simple problem of velocity versus time as though he were creating some sort of complex theorem, or at least puzzling out the age-old question of whether the chicken or the egg came first. I understood the need for an open-door policy during office hours, I really did. But sometimes I ran out of patience long before I ran out of hours, just saying. Alex blew some of his long, wispy bangs out of his eyes and scratched out what he'd written a scant second before. His pen hovered over his paper for a moment, and then he scratched out the rest. His paper was starting to look like a mad scientist's manifesto. I sighed as quietly as possible and watched as he started all over again. I had to be patient. It wasn't Alex's fault that Blue was back from football camp. It had already been several days, and we hadn't had time to do much of anything together. I picked Blue up late on Sunday, and after mauling each other for a suitable amount of time behind tinted glass windows, we headed home with grand ideas. Blue promised me things on the way home, horrible, dirty, wonderful things, and got my hopes up. When we got there, he went upstairs to shower, and I impatiently took waffles outside. By the time I bounded upstairs, Blue was sprawled on the bed, sound asleep. I only laughed a little at the fact that he fell asleep with one hand on his dick. Okay, maybe I laughed myself silly and took a picture that I then sent to his phone, but I did cover him up. Then I crawled in bed beside him, and his perpetual warmth lulled me to sleep. Monday was my turn to flake. Since I had to hand in my speech the next morning, I spent most of the night busily typing away on my laptop. I succumbed to a little of Blue's wheedling and took a 30-minute break. According to his undocumented research, a little sex cleared the mind, and the dirtier the sex was, the clearer your mind became. We tested his theory a couple times. Afterward, I was right back on my computer, typing in the near dark. Thank God for backlit keys. I expected us to get together on Tuesday, but Blue had physical therapy in the morning and some interview stuff to do in the afternoon. Wednesday and Thursday were just as busy, and they flew by. It was almost as though someone had hit the gas on our week, so we were on Friday after 5, and I was nowhere near leaving. All of those things added up made it a little less enjoyable to watch Alex puzzle out his chicken-egg situation. "Why don't we try it another way?" I suggested. The look he gave me was equal parts frustration and irritation. He looked as though he wanted to wing his pen at the wall, or at my head. He finally went with his stock answer of, "Whatever," which had the potential to drive me more than a little crazy. You know, sometimes it can help to make the question more personal. I looked at him calculatingly. If I recalled correctly, he was a fast and furious nut. "What kind of car do you drive?" He made a face. "If you think putting my beater in this question is going to make me feel this shit," I rolled my eyes. "All right, what kind of car would Toretto drive?" American muscle, of course. He looked up at the ceiling for a second, but not like he was drawing a blank. More like he was selecting from the many cars in his head. Charger's the obvious answer, so I'm going to go with a Challenger, he finally said. Black on black with a souped-up engine. Got it. I started to draw a car between two vectors. A pink Beetle with flowers it is. He laughed. That looks like a box with two circles anyway. I finished my drawing and read the problem aloud again. Now, you should be able to fill in the velocity and the uniform deceleration and determine the time it takes the car to come to rest. What equation are you going to use? I don't know. Think, Alex. Do you want Toretto flying off a bridge or what? He already did that, he informed me. After a minute of thinking, he finally said, V equals XT. You killed him, I said, shaking my head. Now there won't be a Fast and Furious Part 99 or whatever number they're up to. He blew out a breath. V equals U plus AT? Better. He started to plug the values in the formula, and I stilled his pen. Solve the equation for T first. It'll make things a little easier. 3 seconds, he finally said. Nice. Nice? That took like 6 hours. More like 7 minutes, but I wasn't going to haggle. Doesn't matter how long it takes, as long as you get it. Do you? Do I what? I clucked my tongue impatiently. Do you get it? Yeah, I think so anyway. It always seems easier when you're walking me through it, though. He sighed and rocked back in his chair as though completely drained. After a moment, he raised an eyebrow. Toretto and a pink Beetle, huh? I shrugged. Makes more sense when you relate it to something you like. Not a big deal. That's dope, though. His ears turned a little pink. That you care enough to make up some shit like that for me. It was worth every minute of frustration right then. I half smiled and pretended not to notice that his cheeks matched his ears. Glad I could help. Now one more and you can get out of here. When Alex finally left my office, I checked my phone for the time and groaned. 5 o'clock. I debated driving into traffic or just waiting until 6, and common sense won out. I settled down grumpily and took advantage of the time to grade some quizzes I'd given earlier that week. Halfway through, my office phone rang. I picked up the receiver and tucked it between my shoulder and cheek without missing a beat. Dr. Cannon, I said absently.
So you are alive.
I rolled my eyes. Hello, Mother.
Don't you hello mother me. If I've called you once, I've called you 6 times.
I tried to sound official. Being in a grown-up chair at my office helped. Mother, I'm very busy right now.
I've practically memorized your voicemail at this point.
That's very nice, but I need to get back to,
Hi, this is Dr. Cannon.
Her imitation of me was so perfect it gave me pause.
I'm unable to answer my phone right now, but if you leave me a detailed message, I'll get back to you as soon as possible.
I gave up trying to convince her that I was a grown-up with a real job. Ma, will you cut it out? I'm busy adulting right now, or trying to at least.
I mean, really, sweetheart, it's a phone. It's portable. You keep it on your person, and when people call, you answer. Do you ever even use your phone?
If I never used a phone, we wouldn't be having this lovely conversation.
To make me stoop so low as to call your office phone, it's inexcusable.
She sighed, clearly satisfied with her tongue lashing.
Anyway, dear, how are you doing?
Before you called or after? She ignored that quite handily.
That's fantastic. And how's Blue?
Why do you ask?
Because he's your best friend, and you guys are usually attached at the hip.
She said in her very best no-duh voice.
Anything else you need to know before you answer a simple query?
God, I huffed. When I tell people where I get my smart mouth, they just don't believe such a nice southern woman could be the source. Blue is fine.
I'm gonna need more than that, Kelly.
He finished training camp, and he has another preseason game this week. He's like a big kid right now. I smiled as I thought about his excitement. Even though the vets usually played very little of the preseason games, he was still pretty psyched.
It's been a while since I saw the two of you.
We've been pretty busy.
Too busy for family?
She demanded. Of course not.
I assume you'll be here for Thanksgiving?
My parents and I were separated by several hours of travel, and even though they were amazing people, I was constantly tempted to sacrifice the blood of small animals in thanks for every one of those miles. I can't think of any reason why I wouldn't. Under my breath, I added, and believe me, I tried.
I heard that,
She sniffed.
but I accept your RSVP, and I'll see you for dinner.
I guess you will.
Blue isn't playing this Thanksgiving, is he?
I scrunched my brow. He'd posted his schedule on the fridge, and I had a vague memory of him saying something about the holidays, but I couldn't remember if he'd been pleased or vexed. I'll have to check the schedule.
It'll be so nice to have both of my boys under one roof, for once.
I rolled my eyes. I was coming up for Christmas anyway.
Christmas?
She clicked her tongue.
You mean when you roll into town with one sad pan of brownies and eat your weight in honey-baked ham and pie?
Sad pan? My eyebrows shot up. It certainly wasn't sad when you all were diving into it face first, or when you asked me to send you the Pinterest link to the recipe.
Which you never did,
She said with a sniff. I opened my mouth to retort, but there was a sharp rap at the door. A voice followed it as the person pushed it open a crack.
Dr. Cannon?
Come on in, I called. The door pushed open farther, and I glanced up to find the dean of my department, Carol Wozniak, in my doorway. She gave me a brief but polite smile as she stepped in my office, looking all chic and pressed in tailored pants and a tweed blazer. At some point since I saw her on Monday, she'd cut her brown hair in a razor bob that was flattering for her face. When she tucked several strands behind her ears, she revealed tiny pearl studs in her ears. I cut my mother off as she rhapsodized about her Pinterest pinning spree and all the dishes she'd found for the holidays. I really have to.
They have some gorgeous dishes that will look perfect next to
I got
my centerpiece. And don't get me started on the glasses. I found a perfect tablescape for winter on the Food Network. Have you seen Anna Garten's show by any chance? They call her the
Barefoot Contessa. I finally managed to break in. I know. I really have to go now, Mother. By the time I hung up, the dean was clearly fighting back a smile. Sorry about that.
It's no problem. I have a mother, too.
She waved a hand.
I just came by to let you know the board was extremely impressed with your speech.
Oh, really?
Yes. We really connected with what you were saying and the framework of your ideas. I think certain areas could be tighter, of course.
Sure. The speech was tighter than my skinny jeans after I binged on nachos, and she knew it. I cleared my throat. Anything else?
There were also several points regarding nuclear fusion that I would like to see changed.
I'm always open to change. I was completely closed to change. Fuck change. I want to change to die.
Overall, everything was all very relatable and accessible. Dr. Arlo especially related with the direction you went in regarding applied technology. And your recent paper on the new phase point of oxygen certainly hasn't gone unnoticed.
Well, that's really good news. The placid expression on her face didn't change, and my enthusiasm dimmed a little. Right?
I can't give you a definitive answer at this moment. There are just so many factors to consider. This is a very prestigious conference and would be quite a feather in someone's cap if they were awarded the honor.
I understand. Of course there's a process to be followed. I injected the appropriate amount of gravitas in my voice, but I didn't give a rat's ass about their process. I felt less like a university professor and more like a little kid on the playground, waiting to be picked for football. Me, pick me.
We still have 3 more candidates to interview, and then we'll take a vote. That person would have to get 3 of the 5 votes, after which our final choice would then have to be approved by the chairman of the committee.
I finally had to ask, either that or put on a fresh shirt and reapply my speed stick. Carol, level with me here. Am I the keynote speaker or what?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Her eyes twinkled.
Was I rambling?
Carol?
It's still very unofficial, but you were chosen, yes.
It was hard, but I maintained my composure. I drew on years of sitting in church on hard pews on Sundays with my grandma eyeballing me. That tiny woman had a hard purse filled with hard candies and wasn't afraid to use it across my head. I took in a calm breath. Surely I could wait to do the Macarena until after she left the room. That's wonderful news.
Like I said, this is in no way official, but I just wanted to give you the heads up. So, congratulations.
She smiled.
You're going to be fantastic.
I waited until she left and the door closed behind her to let loose a small whoop, and I shot out of my chair to do a quick shimmy and shake. Even as I worked my hips in ways my hips were too old to work, it started to hit me. I paused mid-twerk. I was going to have to go up in front of the physics elite, the best and brightest from all over the country, and give a speech without stuttering or freezing up or any of those other things I'd absolutely done before with public speaking. I decided to freak out after I got my celebration on, and I was starting to feel like maybe I'd confused the Macarena with another dance entirely when I heard a cough that kind of sounded like a laugh. I spun around to find the dean standing half in and half out of my doorway. We stared at one another for a moment, and then she finally spoke.
I forgot my keys.
I spotted them on the edge of my desk, right near where she'd been standing, and plucked them off the edge quickly. I handed them over with a smile that was a hair too wide. That she did.
Was that Mambo number 5?
Oh, the hell with it. I shrugged. You're messing with my routine, Carol. Close the door. She complied, but I could still hear her laughter through the thin wood. I was going to take the moment like I seemed to be taking a lot of moments lately. Enjoy now, worry later. My good mood lasted even through the residual traffic from the 5 o'clock rush. I stopped at the grocery store on the way home and picked up a few essentials we were out of: milk, bread, and a carton of brown eggs. I had no idea what made them better than white eggs, but Blue insisted on them, so that's what I got. It was only when I got in the car that I realized I didn't get any dinner items, but I wasn't going back in that madhouse. As usual, thinking about food made me hungrier, and by the time I pulled into my garage, I was starved. I came in the side door and tossed my keys and the mail on the hall table as I kicked off my shoes. I could tell Blue had been cleaning, which lifted my mood further. Even without the evidence of the polished wood floors, the smell of pine sol teased my nose. I heard noise in the living room and headed that way. A clean house, and I didn't have to lift a finger? He'd be lucky if I didn't blow him where he stood. Yo, Stepford, I teased. Tell me you cooked too and you don't have to put out tonight. I faltered to a stop as I entered the living room and thanked my lucky stars I hadn't finished that statement, because there were a bunch of guys in various states of repose watching the game on TV and taking up way too much space on my furniture, or at least they had been watching TV. Now they were looking up at me questioningly. I was only able to remember a few of their names for certain, like Warner and Ivanovich, but everyone looked vaguely familiar. Sorry, I said lamely. Wasn't talking to you, any of you. Blue invited us over to watch the game. One of the giants was sitting in my lounger with a plate of hot wings on the footrest, and he sent me a salute. We parked in the back this time. Excellent, I said dryly. The less I had to see of various luxury cars parked all across my driveway and lawn, the better. I squinted at him until I could remember his name. Cute face, dark brown skin, big muscles, and neatly trimmed faux hawk. Dane, maybe? Now, if you could get your hot wing dip off my lounger, that'd be fantastic. We would have saved you some, but we didn't know if you liked them. Wings? I raised my eyebrows. Doesn't everyone with a pulse love wings? Not vegetarians. I'm not. I rolled my eyes. Whatever. Where's Blue? You went upstairs, I think. Warner tried to look around me as I passed the screen too slowly. And were you just teasing him about being your Stepford wife? Of course not. It's an, inside joke. You wouldn't understand. It was lame, but it was the best I could come up with on the fly. He looked at me doubtfully. What kind of joke is that? The inside kind? And can you not put that there? I grabbed the beer he was about to put near some papers I'd been grading the night before. Then I thought better of it and just scooped up the entire stack. I clutched the papers to my chest as I shoved the bottle back at him. Aren't you all a bunch of millionaires? Don't you have your own houses and big-ass flat screens, man caves and media rooms and the like? We thought you might miss us too much, Ivanovich said with a grin. Were we wrong? So very wrong. Possibly the miscalculation of the century. I headed for the kitchen to a chorus of boos, which I ignored. It wasn't the first time. It wouldn't be the last. I was so pleased about being chosen as the keynote speaker of the conference, I didn't mind, even if my living room looked like a pack of life-sized NFL trading cards had exploded. I sat my papers on the kitchen island, headed for the fridge, and zeroed in on the crisper, where I kept my secret stash of junk food. I came up empty and pawed through the crisper more thoroughly, moving around the Ziploc baggies of fruit that Blue insisted we have for convenience. You know, in case of a seedless grape emergency. What kind of maniac throws away cheesecake? I grumbled. The maniac in question came up behind me, briefly pressing against me as he leaned to look in the fridge, too. I went stock still, wondering what the heck he thought he was doing, rubbing up against me like that when we had a house full of people. He smelled good, as though he'd just gotten out of the shower, and I tried not to breathe too deeply, lest he find himself with an armful of horny Kelly. He reached past me, grabbed a bottle of water, and dropped a quick kiss on the back of my neck. "I didn't throw away your cheesecake," he said as he stepped away. "I ate it." Able to finally breathe normally again, I took a deep lungful. I looked at him for a moment, took in his relaxed attire of cargo shorts and a faded tank, and wondered when just rolled out of bed had become my favorite look on the planet. When I realized he was looking at me, eyes crinkled in amusement, I blinked. "I'm sorry, what did you say?" "I was confessing to the theft of your dessert." He reached in the fridge again and pulled out a baggie of washed red seedless grapes. He put the baggie in my hand and folded my fingers around it when I didn't take hold. I remembered what I'd been annoyed about. I let the refrigerator door go and it swung shut. "Who told you could eat my cheesecake?" "It's been gone for a week," he said as he sat on a bar stool pulled up to the kitchen island. "You didn't even notice." "Well, now I'm noticing, and I want it back." I leaned against the refrigerator and pulled open the baggie of grapes so forcefully that it ripped a little. I popped one in my mouth and chewed. They were cold and crisp and sweet. Not bad. "Is this your sneaky way of telling me I'm fat?" "Your body is just fine," he said, giving me a once-over. I grinned slyly when he got stuck somewhere around my ass and he cleared his throat. It's easier for me to eat like I'm supposed to when that stuff isn't even in the house." "There's just one problem with that," I informed him around a mouthful of grapes. "This isn't your house." "Is this your way of kicking me out?" "Yes. You kick me out every other day." He waved off my impromptu eviction with an unconcerned hand. "I'll know when you really mean it." I had to smile. "Okay, maybe I don't mean it, but damn it, Blue, the cheesecake made you tolerable." Like any good fake hubby, I wanted to needle him about his knee. Did he do his exercises and stretches? Did he go to physical therapy? Did he wear his knee brace? But I was resolved not to nag, even if I nearly had to bite my lip off in the process. I could tell from the playful look in his eyes that he knew exactly what I wanted to ask, and he appreciated my restraint. "Kel?" "Yeah?" "Before you actually have a stroke right in front of me, therapy went fine. I did all my stretches and ran 5 miles on an underwater treadmill, some torture Kai calls hydrotherapy. And yes, I remembered to wear my knee brace." If we didn't have a living room full of people, I would have kissed him then. As it was, I just smiled sheepishly. "Thanks. Don't mention it," he teased. I couldn't hold in my good news any longer. "I spoke with Carol today, and she practically assured me the keynote speaker position was mine." "That's amazing," he said warmly. "I knew you'd get it." "You did not." "Well, I knew you deserved it. Doesn't that count for something?" I smiled. "Counts for everything, in fact. I thought I'd let you know ahead of time so we can work something out with your schedule." "When's the date?" I told him, and he glanced at the fridge calendar. Then he shook his head. "Crap. We have a charity event right on the same date. What are the odds?" "Is it mandatory?" "It's the owner's pet project, so I'd say so. The charity function is for the Doll Foundation. They do amazing things for kids in underperforming schools. We have to make an appearance, sign some autographs, and take some pictures." He furrowed his brow. "There's no way I can miss it." "You can't tell me they don't make exceptions. If a spouse or family member has an event, surely they would excuse you just this once." "I'm sure they would." His tone was even, too even, and it was clear to me he was trying to hide his exasperation. "But you're neither of those things." I tried not to react, but it took everything in me, and I wasn't entirely successful. Some of what I was feeling must have shown on my face because he immediately looked stricken. "According to them," he rushed to correct, "because they don't know about you." "Of course," I said flatly. "Jesus, Kelly, you know you're everything to me. You know that, don't you?" I looked down for a moment and tried to get my face under control. It was just an unfortunate slip of the tongue. Simple words that just came out all wrong. There was no need to guilt-trip him, especially when he looked crushed. "I know that," I finally said. "Let's not get mired in semantics. Kel." "I know that," I repeated firmly so he'd know I meant it. and I know that came out wrong. Well, good. It was clear he wanted to press the topic, but I hadn't given him anything to work with. I'm sorry I'm not going to make it. I know you worked hard to get picked, and I know this is important to you. Nah, it's fine. I guess in my head I just saw you being there. I'm sorry. Maybe someone can record it, and I'll watch every minute. His eyes lit up. Or live stream it for me. Yeah, I guess. Maybe Connor can do it for me. Connor? I briefly wondered if there would ever be a time when he didn't say Connor's name in that tone of voice. I sent him a measured look. Now is really not the time. He held up his hands. I was just verifying that you would be going with your best friend and former fuck buddy to a very romantic place, alone. Yes, Blue, the Radisson in Bluebell, Michigan is really the height of romance, like Paris in the goddamn spring. I balled up the empty plastic baggie I'd forgotten I was holding and tossed it on the counter, where it slowly unfurled. Besides, I just asked you if you could go, and you said no. Not because I don't want to go. I just can't swing it. And it's not like I can tell Coach I need to be excused. You know how he is. He didn't want me away with a fucking knee injury, never mind because my best friend has a speech. I'm not just your... That kind of talk wasn't going to get us anywhere good. I said I understood, didn't I? You're acting like you're mad. Well, I'm not. So let's just drop it. Just drop it is not exactly the universal phrase for we're okay. It's actually kind of passive-aggressive of you. The kitchen door swung open and Warner wandered through. What up? Was all he offered over his shoulder as he headed straight for the cabinets. He opened one, briefly examined the contents, and banged it shut noisily. How he managed to elicit such an obnoxious sound from my soft-touch cabinets, I'll never know. He proceeded to repeat the same annoying process to the entire top row. Hey, Keldog, you got any more chips? He threw over his shoulder. Actual chips, not those veggie straw things? Clearly, he didn't understand veggie straws were not made entirely of vegetables. The veggies were mixed up with the bodies of annoying friends and then compressed into straws. We stared at his back as he continued to rifle through the cupboards. He clearly wasn't perturbed that I hadn't answered his query and was oblivious to what he'd interrupted. And why would he be expecting to interrupt us arguing like an old married couple? By the same token, why didn't any of the guys think it was odd for Blue to hang out at my house so much? I guess Ivanovich was right when he told me last year that people only saw what they wanted to see. Guys, the last person on Earth to get a clue finally turned around. He blinked at our stony faces. Hey, did I interrupt something? No, I said shortly. I keep some chips in the lower cupboard, right behind the pots on the left. Blue narrowed his eyes at me as Warner dug for my backup secret stash, and I smiled. Fools. I even had a backup to the backup. There was a bag of Doritos in the fake fireplace he'd never find. Good a place as any. Who needed a fireplace in South Florida anyway? Warner whooped and pulled out a bag of sea salt and vinegar kettle chips. Bro, he said approvingly. Any dip? Check the fridge. I'd never been more glad for the army of marauding football players in my living room, mostly because I was about to say some shit that should probably remain unspoken. My phone rang and I checked the display to find Connor's picture, the one I'd taken of him while we were at a game and he was half buzzed and holding up a blue foam finger. As I left the kitchen, I heard Blue's exasperated voice behind me. Dude, don't use your fingers, use a spoon. What are you, some kind of animal? Even in my darkening mood, I snorted in amusement.
Chapter 8. Blue. It wasn't even a question that I would follow Kelly upstairs. It was just a matter of when. I helped Warner plate his dip and chips like a civilized human being and brought Ivanovich a fresh beer. Then I kicked Warner in the shins when he tried to move Kelly's laptop from the ottoman to the floor so he could prop his feet up. I rescued the laptop and put it on top of a high shelf. It was like I was babysitting a bunch of kids. Big kids who were allowed to have hot wings and beer. I sat quietly on the couch for the next 10 minutes and tried not to look like I was ready to jump out of my skin. By the time I slipped upstairs, he was just hanging up the phone. Who was that? Holly. She's at Schmitty's with Connor and Paige. I think I'm going to meet them there for drinks and share my good news. Right now? I glanced at my watch. I thought I could get rid of the guys and we could... I'm debating on whether I should shower or just go as is. I gritted my teeth. Clearly, I'd given him just enough time to slip firmly into avoidance mode. What time are they expecting you? It's nothing formal. Really, I'm just dropping in. He snapped his fingers. I remember what else I'd been meaning to talk to you about. I forgot to tell you that my mom wants us to come down for Thanksgiving. I checked your schedule, and you're not playing. Maybe we can stay the weekend?
We?
Even as the word flew out of my mouth, I wanted it back. He paused. Is there any reason it shouldn't be we?
No, I shrugged uncomfortably. I just wasn't aware we were telling your parents.
I didn't tell my parents anything. His voice was rife with testiness. It would just be you and me coming for dinner like we usually do. He was right, of course. We'd always gone to his parents' house for Thanksgiving dinner, even when we weren't a couple. It just felt different now that we were together. I couldn't help that. His parents were perceptive as hell, and they'd known me since I was a little kid. Our secret would be toast within 6 minutes of entering the front door. So what? A belligerent voice in my head asked. They love you, and you know they won't care that you're bisexual. That wasn't the only part I was worried about. What would they think of me not being with him publicly? Would they think I was ashamed of him? That I was hiding the most important person in my life? I had a feeling his mother would be less than pleased. She'd be disappointed in me, and unlike my father's disappointment, which I'd had a steady diet of since I was a child, hers meant something. I didn't want to deal with that until I had to. Just forget it, he finally said. Will you give me a sec? I'm trying to think. I have to check with Penny, but I think she booked me for an interview with a magazine. If that's the case, you know I can't blow it off. Despite his unimpressed look, I continued on doggedly. If your parents are willing to push back dinner, I'll try to get there on time. Try? He opened his mouth and closed it, neatly biting back a response acidic enough to dress a kale salad. Knowing Kelly as well as I did, for as long as I have, it was probably something like, don't do me any fucking favors. We really don't do much together, do we? He finally said. What are you talking about? He stared at me for another moment and then shook his head. Nothing. It was just an observation. I furrowed my brow. It kind of sounded like an important observation. Just forget it. I'm making something out of nothing. He blew out of breath. I'm going to shower and get changed into something more comfortable. I think getting out of my work clothes will help me relax and probably make me a little more understanding about, well, everything. I didn't bother to respond to that. Kelly wasn't hell on wheels when he came home from work. Despite all his complaints, he liked his job and genuinely enjoyed teaching a subject he'd clicked with all his life. He usually came home tired but happy, fairly satisfied at how he'd done a job he enjoyed. So the tension wasn't work. The tension was us. Careful not to look my way, he pawed through the dresser, his shoulders tense. By the time he brushed past me with a handful of clothes and a towel draped over his shoulder, my jaw was clenched. I needed Kelly's attention like I needed air. We both knew that. I'd rather he yell in my face than ignore me. When I factored in how pathetic and needy that sounded, I was all but ready to throw something. I silently stewed as I watched him set up his bathroom supplies on the countertop like a small sundries army. You gonna keep ignoring me? I'm not ignoring you. It sure feels like it. He didn't look up. I can't help how you feel. Don't do that. Do what? My irritation grew, and even though I knew I was going to regret it, I couldn't help but push. Don't be all passive-aggressive with me. If you have something to say, just say it. Okay. His silvery gaze leveled me in the mirror, distant and a little cold, and the phrase, "Be careful what you wish for," drifted through my head. He held up a finger. 1. You don't want to come to the conference because you'd have to ask your coach to be excused. He'd ask you for what, and you'd have to tell him why, and he's already suspicious of our relationship. That's not true. Isn't it? 2. Another finger joined the first. I think you're glad you have an obligation on Thanksgiving. You don't want my parents to see us together because they might guess there's something going on. Also wrong. Am I? He demanded. Another digit flew up. 3. You're constantly jealous of Connor because you think he can give me everything you can't. That sent my temper shooting into the stratosphere. I barely recognized the growl that came out of my throat. What the fuck is that supposed to mean? He placidly surveyed me in the mirror as though he couldn't even be bothered to be angry about it. And damn if that didn't make me even angrier. I said that's what you think, not reality.
You're well aware of the fact that if I were with Connor, we certainly wouldn't be in the closet with our relationship. He would come to my conference as my partner, and I'd introduce him exactly as that. We would go to my parents' house on Thanksgiving, and everyone would know that we were a couple. And at your New Year's Eve party, when the ball dropped at midnight, I could kiss him on the mouth instead of giving him a bro hug. Just stop, okay? Frankly, the less I imagined Connor kissing Kelly, the safer Connor would be. That last example went a long way to deflating my anger. I could remember the moment well. The mood of the room was jubilant and celebratory as we counted down in unison. I remember looking at him just then and being amazed at what a difference a year could make. He was wearing those stupid party glasses in the shape of the year and a party hat that listed drunkenly to the side. He had a glass of champagne in one hand and a cheeky grin on his face, the kind that really made his dimples pop. If I had to guess, that grin was probably due to the fact that he'd managed to get liquor, even though I instructed the bartender to cut him off an hour prior. When he locked those laughing silvery eyes on mine, I thought I just might be the luckiest guy in the whole world. I was in love with my best friend, and even better, he loved me back. I leaned forward then as the countdown got to 1, intent on claiming his softly curved mouth. The shouts of Happy New Year brought me crashing back to reality. I remembered we weren't the only people in the universe. In fact, we were in a room full of people, and jerked back at the last second. He looked startled for a second and then sent me a wry grin. Then we shared a quick hug and moved around the room to hug other revelers. It was a lost moment that we couldn't get back. One of many. Why are you bringing all of this up now? My voice was subdued. What exactly are you saying here? I'm saying... He blew out a frustrated sigh. I'm saying it's harder than I thought it would be. Too hard? I couldn't ask the obvious question that hung in the air like an offensive odor. He was free to walk away. If he did, I would tackle him, of course. That was the only sensible thing to do. But he was still free to try. I stalked into the bathroom with purpose as he watched me in the mirror, eyes wide. I wasn't even sure he was breathing anymore as I crowded behind him. I put my hands on either side of the counter and caged him in. I know our relationship is harder now than when we were just friends, but you can't give up on me, all right? Blue, he tried to turn to face me, but I wouldn't let him move. I would never... I love you, and that makes everything worthwhile. I love you, I repeated, just because I could. I kissed him behind his ear, softly, fleetingly. Then I worked my way down his neck with the same light kisses. Do you love me too? That's a dumbass question, he breathed. Are you seriously trying to seduce me again? Yeah, I whispered. How am I doing? He jerked a little when I bit his earlobe. I loved how responsive he was. Not bad, Blue. Not bad at all. I tugged at his jeans. Help me take these off. No, he smacked at my hand. Stop it. I won't take no for an answer. I paused. Wait, that sounds gross and rapey. I will take no for an answer, but please don't tell me no. I could see the struggle on his face as he tried not to laugh. So I went for his zipper, but he smacked me again. They're still out there, he hissed. Sweet Jesus. My hand froze. I'd almost forgotten I had half the goddamned team in the living room. As though to remind me, a cheer sounded and a lot of whooping followed. Someone scored, I said. Well, it ain't gonna be you. I wanted him so bad my dick was like an iron bar in my pants. I didn't give a flying fuck if they were holding the presidential address downstairs. We'll close the door. Because my room has suddenly become soundproofed? He looked flustered. You know, for someone who freaked out kissing me in a pitch-black parking lot, you've certainly done a 180. I made a beeline for the door, shut it quietly, and worked the lock with one hand and my pants with the other. I was only ambidextrous when it counted, on the field, and when it came to sex. By the time I turned around to face him again, I had my pants unzipped and my dick in my hand. He swore softly, eyes trained on my movements as I stroked myself up and down. I slowed down to give him a good show. I rubbed my thumb across the tip of my dick and sent a full-body shiver down my spine. Kelly made a desperate noise and lunged, and suddenly he was all over me. He kissed me hard, even as he pushed me up against the sink.
Before I could adjust to our changed situation, from maybe we're having sex to hell yeah, we're having sex, in the blink of an eye, he started to ride my thigh, and a groan slipped from my throat. His hands were everywhere, in my hair, at my waist, and sliding inside my loose-fit cargos. There was another muted cheer downstairs, and my eyes popped open. I hadn't even realized I'd closed them. My eyes slid to the door as he gripped my ass firmly and bit down on my lip, hard enough to bruise. "You started this, having regrets already?" "No," I said reflexively. "Maybe a little bit." "Fucking liar." His laugh was a soft and husky sound near my ear. He kissed me softly and made sure to flirt with the piercing in his tongue by sliding it softly against my bottom lip. "Luckily for me, I know some surefire ways to get your undivided attention." As he sucked on my tongue, I could only groan in response. How much more undivided did he want? The house could be burning down around our ears, and I'd just suggest we put a damp towel under the door so we'd be able to fuck a little bit longer. I unbuckled his belt and pushed his jeans and close-fitting briefs down to his thighs. I took my time and uncovered that bubble butt slowly just to torture myself. I turned him around almost regretfully. I wouldn't be able to kiss him while I fucked him, but I had to get the full-on view of that ass. He helped me out and leaned down to press both elbows on the bathroom counter. I slid my foot between his and tapped his foot gently so he'd get the picture. "You're a bossy motherfucker," he informed me. Unapologetically insistent, I tapped his foot again, and he huffed out a laugh. He walked his feet out as far as the pants around his thighs would allow, and I groaned. "And you're a sexy motherfucker," I said softly. I pressed him down farther to see that ass stick out more. My dick throbbed when he complied with a soft moan. "Please tell me we have lube in here." "Yeah," his cheeks a little pink, both sets. He gestured at the mirror. I opened the mirror, grabbed the bottle, and almost fumbled it in the process. It was some of Kelly's favorite stuff, thick and silky on my fingers. I kissed the back of his neck as I worked my fingers inside him, and before long I slid into him with a deep groan that bounced off the bathroom tiles. There was nothing better than that. Nothing. He tightened his muscles around me, and I made an unearthly sound. "Fuck," I hissed, my voice echoing off the tiles. "Shh," he said, neatly ignoring the fact that his groan was nearly as loud as mine. "Can't help it," I said. Then I dropped my forehead on his shoulder and picked up the rhythm. My energetic fucking sent him sliding across the counter with every thrust. I was blind with it, drunk with it. "Feels so fucking amazing." I pulled almost all the way out and took my time working my way back in to the sound of his grunts and groans as they blended and mixed with my harsh breathing. After a year and some change of me fucking him every chance I got, I knew exactly how he liked it. Slow, deliberate strokes in the beginning, and a frenzy of hammering at the end that left him a moaning mess of goo I had to hold up. I hit that spot that drove him crazy, and he stiffened and gripped the counter's edge with both hands. I pegged that spot again, and he actually cried out my name. Even though it made me feel about 10 feet tall, I shushed him urgently. I reached over and turned on the faucet high and hoped the water would cover the noise, because I damn sure wasn't stopping. I gripped his hips again and went to work, pounding him so hard and thoroughly it forced him up on his tiptoes. He shook soundlessly as he came and spurted all over the bathroom cabinet. I watched him in the mirror as his expression twisted into a grimace, his eyes closed. He was so unbelievably beautiful to me. I finally understood why people made videos of themselves having sex, because I wanted to pause him like that. Cheeks pink, mouth bruised, pupils blown and unfocused. It was wild and unfettered, open and honest, and all too real. I could have stared at him forever, but sheer need took over my body. I snapped my hips as I picked up speed. My thighs slapped against his ass, and my balls thudded against his. I thrust so hard he slid across the counter a little bit, and I yanked him right back in place. I moved my lips in a silent swear as I came, and my fingers bit into his flesh so hard I left marks. I threaded my fingers through his hair and pulled him back so I could claim his mouth. I pushed into him a few more times, less like a wild, possessed animal and more slowly and easily, riding out the last of my orgasm. I stole my hand to his already softening dick and pumped him slowly, just because I liked touching him. I licked and bit at his lips until he groaned into my mouth. When I finally slipped free, we both sighed. I didn't know if we'd been too noisy, and strangely enough, I didn't care. Maybe my brain had leaked out of my body right along with my orgasm. My legs actually trembled, and I staggered over to the tub and sat down on the edge. Kelly turned off the water and sat down next to me, and suddenly there was nothing but silence in the bathroom. I opened my mouth, and he slapped a hand over it. My eyes flew wide in surprise as he shook his head. I could only blink my disapproval. "Don't," he said. "Don't what?" I muttered around his fingers. "Are you about to say something stupid?" I shifted my eyes guiltily, and he tightened his grip. "Something that will ruin this sex high that I'm on." I had my protest already until he sent me a meaningful cut-the-crap look. I took his hand off my mouth and kissed the inside of his palm. "Probably." "Then let's not and say we did." He was a beautiful mess. Hair everywhere, mouth swollen and bruised, clothes askew. I stared at the red marks near his hips in something like awe and regret. I was sorry I had bruised his skin, but I couldn't deny I liked looking at the marks, the proof of exactly how hot things had gotten. My staring obviously made him uncomfortable, and he scowled at me. "What?" "I'm sorry, I believe I was forbidden to speak." He looked down at himself as though he'd just realized he was still half out of his pants. "I've got to get in the shower." I looked at him, a little startled. "You're still going out?" "Of course I am." His mouth twitched. "Was that your attempt at fucking me into submission? Because it was good, but it wasn't that good." I wanted to laugh and belt him one at the same time. I was jealous, and it wasn't one bit funny. I righted my clothing as he stripped off the rest of his. He turned on the taps in the shower, and I had another few glimpses of his lean-toned body before he pulled the curtain. It made me wish we were at my place, where I had a glass shower enclosure. Just the thought of watching him shower had me hot and bothered all over again. Another cheer went up downstairs, and I jumped a little. Jesus, I forgot they were even down there. Again. Sex with Kelly obviously killed brain cells. I scrubbed my hands down my face, left the bathroom, and closed the door behind me. As I passed by the wall mirror in the bedroom, I took a quick peek to make sure I didn't look like I just had sex good enough to give me jelly knees. Satisfied I looked normal, I headed out the bedroom door and froze. I saw Dane at the top of the stairs. It looked like he was heading down, like he'd already been upstairs. I had to blink twice to make sure I was seeing what I was clearly seeing. My heart beat frantically in my chest. "D?" He paused and half-turned. "Yeah?" "Did you need something?" "Nope, we're ordering pizza. I wanted to know if you guys wanted any." "I could go for some pepperoni and mushrooms." The way my stomach was flip-flopping, I'd be lucky to eat ever again. "Did you already order?" "Nah, Warner is just about to call." He gestured toward the bedroom door. "Does Cannon want anything?" "He's going out." "Maybe he wants a couple slices before he leaves." "I don't know," I said sharply. "How would I know what Kelly wants?" "Dude," he gave me a surprised look. "Chill. We're in his crib eating his food. It's the least we could do." Right. I had to get it together. I ran a hand through my hair and tried not to grip hard and pull. I wanted to yank it out by the roots. It was just that. We'd been going at it pretty fucking hard in there. I was pretty sure at one point we sounded like a couple of wild cats in an alley, and no amount of water running in a goddamn sink could cover that up. Had Dane heard anything? How long had he been out there? How loud had we been? Things I hadn't cared about suddenly were paramount. I forced myself not to shake the answers I wanted out of him like a pair of maracas. If you act like it's a big deal, then so will he. "You coming down?" he asked. I blinked, almost surprised to still find him there. "Yeah, I'll be down in a minute." I stood at the top of the stairs and listened to him charge down, graceful as an elephant. How loud had we been that we hadn't even heard him coming upstairs? The bedroom door opened behind me, and I jumped again. Luckily, Kelly was too busy closing the door behind him to notice I was suddenly jumpier than a spooked cat. I couldn't help but look him up and down, because A, he was hot, and B, he was mine. He had a careless, sexy look going on in some soft, faded jeans and a Nirvana t-shirt that was a hair close to being too tight. He'd fixed his hair, but there was only so much he could do about those kiss-swollen lips and the start of beard burn he had on his creamy-skinned neck. I rubbed a hand absently over my stubble. "Sorry about that." He looked confused for a second until he got my meaning. He briefly stole a hand to his neck. Damned if he didn't look a little shy. I liked it. So did I, although like is probably a bit of a mild term for how I felt about it. He grinned and shoved his phone back in his pocket. I'll be back probably in a couple hours. If the guys are gone before then, you should come down. I glanced at his beard burn again, and then those sexy bee-stung lips. He glanced around and then leaned in and dropped a kiss on my cheek, and my guilt flared anew. We were in his home. He shouldn't have to look around before he kissed his boyfriend. My guilt was briefly surpassed by panic as he passed in front of me, and I grabbed his arm. Kel, he tilted his head questioningly. Yeah, baby, what's wrong? You can't go down there and pass through the living room, mostly because you look freshly fucked and there was no one up here but you and me. You can't go to the bar because you're so fucking hot, even in a pair of faded old jeans, and no one knows you're mine. Nothing, I finally said. He furrowed his brow as he stared at me for a minute, his quicksilver eyes searching my face. Blue, he leaned in and kissed me again. Everything is going to be okay. I sighed and watched as he headed downstairs. One would certainly hope so. I stood for a few moments as the sounds of Kelly's loud goodbye and the guys responding filtered upstairs. I took those extra minutes to gather my thoughts and scrub my hands down my face. By the time I strolled into the living room, I felt halfway normal again. Then I sat on the couch and tried to pay attention to the game. At one point, I glanced casually over at Dane, only to find him looking back at me, his expression thoughtful. My gaze skittered away. Everything was going to be okay. It had to be. Chapter 9. Blue. There were two schools of thought when it came to away games. Some players liked being the underdogs. To come into another team's stadium, their own fucking house, and take the win. It fired them up to not be the favorite, and the boos only gave them fuel to play harder. Then there were the rest of us, who thought away games were a giant pain in the ass and an exercise of patience. As we landed in Houston for our first away game of the season, I had to admit I was definitely in the latter camp. I hadn't minded the travel all that much, and I had nothing better to do and nothing to come home to, but that wasn't the case anymore. The team managers and staff made the experience as smooth as possible. We even went through airport security at the facility, not at the airport. The charter bus we took from the airport to the stadium was well appointed and comfortable. They took care of our gear, our food, and everything else we might need. But there was only so much they could do. It was still a lot of travel, and travel sucked. As the bus pulled into the underground garage, I could see fans and haters alike already there, ready to greet us. It was a fucking madhouse. I pushed my headphones down around my neck. Some of the diehard fans cheered, and most of them were decked out in team gear. They called out things I couldn't decipher as they waved our team flags. Blue and silver fabric flew jauntily through the air, a frenzy of color as they whipped in the breeze. The cheers meshed and commingled with the boos from fans of the Houston Steers, although why they'd chosen to wait in front of our entrance rather than that of the team they obviously worshipped, I had no idea. The noise increased as we ambled off the bus and headed for the visitors' locker room. Some of the players ducked, either too low-key or too focused to court fans. Some, like that media whore Rashad, all but had a fucking photo op. As I passed, he grinned and waved to invite me to join a selfie with a group of fans. I pretended not to notice and kept my head down and my hands in my pockets. I shouldn't be annoyed. I'd been in the public eye so long that all the hoopla should have been old hat by then. But I was only human. I also had something to hide, a secret that had changed me so thoroughly inside that I felt like light should be emanating from me like a goddamned beacon. I was in love. I was in love with a guy, and that was a secret I didn't want any of those paparazzi near. I probably shouldn't even worry. It wasn't as though they saw me as a person. I was a cog in the machine, one part of the Outlaws' offensive line. They wanted me on the field to run the ball and throw my body in front of linebackers who easily had 100 pounds on me. The same people who cheered for us on the way in would leave early if we lost. I eased my face out of the disgruntled lines it had settled into. This is what you signed up for. I knew that. It just seemed less important day by day. A reporter with an ESPN press tag stepped up and stuck a mic in my face. How does it feel to be back, Blue? Does this season feel different than last year's letdown? Do you... I sent him a smile as I stuck my headphones back on and cranked up the music. Nothing else mattered but the game. As I entered the cool of the visitors' locker room, I wondered when my father's voice had taken up permanent residence inside my head. The Houston Steers weren't in a losing kind of mood. Within the first 5 minutes of the game, they turned a simple return into a 75-yard touchdown and made that perfectly clear. They spent most of the first half keeping our quarterback under pressure and hitting hard enough to keep the refs busy. Somehow they kept breaking through our line to get to Vaughn, who got more and more flustered the less time he had to set up in the pocket. Even with all the energy we brought to the field, we were still behind by 7 by the third quarter. Hell, we'd spent most of the game behind, and I didn't see that changing anytime soon. Determined to get some yardage one way or another, Vaughn called a combination play that had me run a seam route. After the ball snapped, I took off down the field. I might as well have saved my energy. Their safety was all over me like a bad rash. Vaughn pulled back and looked for his first read, but a defender had Warner covered. They were double-teaming Diesel, and I had the safety from hell, a guy named Bausch, on my ass. Bausch grabbed at my jersey as we jockeyed for position, and I jerked away. He was too small and short to really cover me, and we both knew it, so he used any method he could to guard me, legal or no. His hand slipped on my face mask as he grabbed me again. I twisted away with a growl and wondered what the hell was wrong with the ref's eyes. Maybe holding had a different definition in Houston. After a few more seconds, Vaughn sent one deep for Warner, and it went right over his head. To his credit, Warner dove after it anyway, rolled out of bounds, and nearly took out a cameraman. "Fuck," I muttered. "More where that came from," Bausch promised as we headed back to our respective huddles. Even though that kind of shit-talking was usual, and weak, my temper flared. I was tempted to push him, penalties be damned, especially since he got away with that bullshit coverage. I stepped forward in his face, and almost just as quickly, Diesel yanked me back. Diesel made sure to get between us and gave Bausch his back, probably to cut off the sight lines between me and that fuckwit. And luckily Diesel was tall enough to make the move effective. "Not now," he said around his mouthguard. "Empty cans make the most noise." I gave him the stink eye. "Seriously?" "Something my grandma used to say," he shrugged. "Do what you want, but if you get ejected, this game is over." I made an irritated noise to indicate I understood as he pushed/walked me away from Bausch, who was still jawing off. The next down, I was pumped and ready. For whatever reason, the Steers coach preferred one-on-one coverage to zone defense, so I had to deal with Bausch again. I gave him a quick stutter step that made him freeze for a split second and gave me enough time to put a little distance between us. I turned just in time to make eye contact with Vaughn, who fired off a bullet my way. It was a perfect throw, and I jumped high and caught the ball securely in my glove. I tucked the ball close to my body even as Bausch tried to tackle me. Tried. He was too small to make that work, and with little effort I spun out of his grip and sprinted downfield. Bausch cursed and took off after me, and with a feeling of satisfaction I turned on the Jets. I had a feeling his coach would rethink having Bausch cover me the next time we got the ball. Probably realizing he was running out of time and opportunity, Bausch leaped forward to close the distance between us and gave me a push just as I reached the 1-yard line, a move that pushed me head first into the end zone. Fine by me. A touchdown was a touchdown, and it didn't have to be pretty. We went for the 2-point conversion instead of the field goal and got that too. Even as I jogged off the field to butt and backslapping, I was well aware we were still behind, and we didn't have much time left. Our defensive line stopped the Steers from scoring, and when they turned the ball over, Weber caught the return and took a knee so we'd start on our 20-yard line. As we headed back onto the field, I felt a new surge of energy. That was the part I loved the most. When the ball was first turned over to our team, it was like a fresh start, another chance to make something happen, and I got swept up in it every time. I had to give him credit. Vaughn was cool under pressure. He tried to move the ball down the field, but the Steers weren't making it easy. Twice a defender broke through our line before Vaughn could set up in the pocket, and he had to scramble, flustered. The second time, he had the presence of mind to run for the first down. Even when he got the yardage we needed for the down, he didn't slide. I don't know whether it was frustration or sheer pig-headedness, but he kept running. A few yards later, he got clobbered and went down like a sack of potatoes. I extended a hand to help him up, and he took it. As I pulled him off the ground, he groaned. "Fuck, it never gets any easier." I made a non-committal noise as I clapped him on the back. "You all right?" "Yeah, I'm good." He winced and rotated his shoulder. "Just a little banged up." I resisted the urge to ask him what the hell he thought he was doing, mostly because the answer was obvious. He was trying to get yardage. There were some teams that you could pull that shit with, but the Steers was not one of them. They hit hard, and they liked to hit dirty, which amped up our defensive line in return. 4 guys had already been carted off the field. The right kind of hit could have fucked up Vaughn's arm, and in quick succession, our season as well. Our second-string quarterback was nowhere near ready to take over. I bit my tongue because I could see the knowledge of all of that in his defensive glare. There was nothing else to do but get back in position. On the next play, he was under pressure again and winged the ball out of bounds to avoid the sack. I knew he was going to get flagged before I even heard the whistle, and we listened as the ref called out a foul for intentional grounding. He'd thrown the ball where there was no receiver even in the vicinity. That call further rallied the Steers, and they made it their goal to make sure we didn't get one more fucking yard. Hell, on the third down, we lost 6 yards. Our last chance to score was for our kicker, Garcia, to nail a 45-yard field goal. We had whittled away the Steers' lead to only 3 points. If he could get the score, the game would be tied, and that would send us into OT. Anyone with eyes could tell Garcia was pretty nervous. He had a tough role to play. We did our damnedest to score, but if we couldn't and had to go for the field goal, we expected him to get it. Period. The situation couldn't get more pressured than that. Hut, hut! They snapped the ball, and I could hardly watch as it sailed toward the goalposts and then into the left goalpost, and it bounced off. 2 referees held up their hands and shook their heads in the no-good motion, and the crowd went wild. Just like that, our undefeated status for the season was over. It was just one game, but it always felt like so much more. We trudged across the field and made nice with the other players, and if our niceties were a little lackluster, no one commented. We played well, but sometimes your best just wasn't enough. That lesson never got any easier. The locker room was nothing but stony silence, and the atmosphere on the plane wasn't much better. That suited my mood just fine. I looked out the window as the airport employees went about their business. Several guys drove carts full of luggage toward the plane, while another loaded the luggage at the bottom. Another guy in a reflective vest sprayed the tarmac with a hose until it gleamed like wet paint. When my eyes ghosted over my face in the glass, my expression was dark and unapproachable. I'd never been a very good loser, and losing in front of a couple million people only made it that much worse. And I could have certainly done without the jeering from the fans, both theirs and ours, about the end of our winning streak. I sighed and tried to think about something else, anything other than the shit show we'd put on. Halfway through the flight, someone dropped into the seat next to me. I lifted my head from the window to scowl at the offender and found Dane settling down in my seat. "You're sitting on my jacket," I said, hoping he'd take the hint. "Sorry, bro." He pulled my jacket out from underneath him, and I made a sound of irritation. I was tempted to tell him to keep it, but it was one of my favorites. I took the jacket and balled it into a pillow for my head. "What's wrong with your old seat?" "McAdams is talking in his sleep." "Tell him to stop." "I did. Come on, just let me sit here. I'm going to be sleeping anyway." "Whatever." He rolled his eyes. "You're worse than Vaughn. He's back there compiling a list of everything he did wrong to discuss with Coach on Monday. He said this was our game to lose." It was. "We could have played better," I said diplomatically. He shrugged, clearly unperturbed. "We'll get them next time. If anybody's going to be upset, it should be Garcia. Don't be such a fucking sore loser, bro." Then he closed his eyes, folded his arms, and settled back in his seat. My scowl returned. I didn't take our losses well, but I was far from a sore loser. If I wanted an example of poor sportsmanship, I had to look no further than my dear boyfriend, who was banned from the game of Scrabble in his mother's home for reasons we all agreed not to talk about. I'll just say someone threw tiles, and leave it at that. So while I admit I was competitive, I wasn't a sore loser. I just felt as though I'd let the team down. A lot of people counted on us to do well. A lot of jobs depended on it, in fact. The reporters who shoved mics in our faces after the game and demanded to know why we lost didn't help. I wanted to snap. "Why do you think? You were watching the fucking game, weren't you?" But that wasn't Media Blue. Media Blue hadn't gotten to be a media darling by telling his critics how hard they should fuck off. Media Blue had to address the points of the game calmly, talk briefly about the faults in our gameplay, and assure the world that we'd go at it stronger and harder the next game. And when that reporter who thought thick eyeglasses and tweed was a good look trotted out my list of injuries and asked if I thought any of that contributed to our loss, I swallowed my ire and assured him that it didn't. I smiled and told him smoothly that we didn't lose or win on the merits of one man, but as a team. I could spout that PC bullshit in my sleep. My phone buzzed, and I glanced at the screen. "You sucked, bro. When are you going to stop sucking so hard?" I grinned at Ian's text and thumbed back a reply quickly. "Like you guys did any better." 1 by 3, motherfucker. God knows you needed it. You think fruit by arrangement does an "I'm sorry you suck" basket? I rolled my eyes, but his text rally did make me feel better. I loved it when Ian won. Call me a sappy big brother, but it made me proud.
Not that I'd ever tell him that. Besides, his text was eons better than the ominous one I'd gotten from my father instructing me to call him immediately. I hadn't, of course. My ass chewing could wait until later. My phone vibrated again a few seconds later. You guys were robbed. You rocked it, bro. Refs missed so many calls it was ridic. Call me later. Will do, I texted back. We gave each other a hard time, but when it came to me and Ian, it was nothing but love. For now. I looked at the phone again and scrolled up through our texts, almost nostalgic about it all. Would he still talk to me if he knew about me and Kelly? We didn't get to see each other all that much because of our busy schedules, but we texted all the time. Would he still send me stupid good morning memes, text me after my games and let me know he'd been watching? I swallowed. He was the only blood relative I had left whom I really gave a damn about. My father was all but a lost cause, and my mother, well, she lost any claim to family when she took off like she did. And our extended family was exactly that, extended. I ran down the list in my head. It didn't take very long. I had an uncle and a grandmother, both of whom had their own problems. I kept Uncle Brian at arm's length, a fact that pained me but was very necessary. He was an addict and a user who showed up every blue moon to ask for money and then disappeared again. I usually gave it to him, feeling equal parts exhausted and guilty. I knew how he was probably going to spend it, but he was still my uncle, the guy who bought me my first football. Somewhere in there, crammed in with the addict, was the guy who tossed that ball around with me in the backyard. I always offered him food and a place to stay, and like clockwork, he always refused both and insisted he needed money. When I gave in, he smiled a gap-toothed, broken smile that belied the fact that he was still on the shy side of middle age. Then there was my grandmother, who was in a nursing home in Boca Raton. She didn't remember who I was, and frankly, even when she did, she didn't like me all that much. Her flighty daughter, Savannah, was always a sore topic for her. In my grandmother's more lucid moments, sometimes she would interrupt our small talk to tell me flatly that I reminded her of Savannah a little too much. That was it. That was the sum total of my family. My phone rang in my hand, and I didn't have to look to know who it was. I swear Kelly had a sixth sense about when I needed to talk, or he had me microchipped. I didn't want or need to know all the details. I glanced over at Dane, whose eyes were firmly shut. A little snore escaped from his lax mouth. My first instinct was to be glad, which frustrated me. I shouldn't need to go into the cone of silence to have a conversation with my boyfriend. That cloak and dagger shit was just one more thing in my life that needed to go. I answered just before the call went to voicemail. "Hey," I said quietly. "Can you hear me?" "Yeah, let me just turn it up a little." There was a little muffled scuffling, and then he came back on the line. "I just wanted to call and see how you're doing." "I assume you saw the game?" "Of course." "Then you know how I'm doing," I said darkly. His heartfelt, "I'm sorry," could have probably healed broken ribs. It defied logic, but I couldn't deny the evidence. A few minutes talking to him was like watching the little streaks of sun break through a sky heavy with storm clouds. I shook my head sadly. A year together, and he'd turned my mental landscape into the worst kind of romantic poetry. "I also saw the interviews afterwards. You handled that jerk Radisson like a pro." He sounded indignant. "Can you believe his nerve asking you if they should have started McAdams instead? What the fuck kind of question is that?" I half smiled. "Yeah, well, part of me wonders if he was right. I'm pretty sure Coach will certainly have something to say about it when we watch game film on Monday." "You're not invincible, Blue, no matter what the team seems to think. You can't win them all." He paused. "I'm almost afraid to ask, but how's Garcia?" I grimaced. That poor fuck. Yeah, he missed a kick at the worst possible moment, but that was just something that happened. Sometimes receivers dropped crucial catches and quarterbacks threw interceptions. As long as you didn't make a habit of it, it was just part of the game. But some of the guys weren't quite as logical about it, or as forgiving. Let's just say he's lucky they didn't make him ride on the wing of the plane and leave it at that. "Bet he's going to get an earful on Monday." "We all are." He made a sympathetic noise. "So Monday morning is going to suck. I'll cheer you up in the afternoon. You going to be home early or late?" I decided not to call him out on absently referring to his house as our home. One of these days, that stubborn fucker would admit he wanted us to live together. Until then, I'd try to be patient and push only when I had to. "You still there?" "Yeah." I squinted as I tried to think about my schedule. "I think Penny has me down for a photo shoot." "For what?"
I scratched my head. I don't remember, and I don't feel like looking at my calendar. Yogurt, maybe? You don't know? Are you just one of those celebrity whores who endorse anything? I sputtered with laughter and then glanced over at Dane to make sure he was still sleeping. Did you just call me a fucking whore? I did. He sounded mischievous. Whore. I don't endorse anything I don't use, you know that. I yawned so hard my jaw popped a little. The rigors of the day were catching up with me. But you can't remember. Well, at some point I must have tried it and liked it. I cut him off because I knew what he was going to say before he even uttered a sound. And don't say that's what he said. He huffed a laugh. As long as one of us does, I can sleep peacefully. I yawned again and he tisked. I'm going to let you get some rest. I'll pick you up from the airport, okay? Sounds good. I knew I should hang up, but I wasn't ready to let him go. I wish I'd called him as soon as I got on the plane. I was feeling better already. He just had a knack of reminding me that the world was bigger than football. I wished we were already home in bed. Nothing sexual, because I was way too tired for that. But I liked being tangled up together, feeling his warm, smooth skin next to mine. I liked to watch him sleep, liked to listen to him breathe. God, what a creeper you've turned out to be. She called me again. I blurted before I even realized I was going to. He didn't ask who I meant. We both knew Savannah wasn't going to give up any time soon. His sigh was barely audible, but I didn't know whether it was directed at me for being obtuse or her for being stubborn. Ignoring things doesn't work. Take it from an expert. Maybe you should see what she wants before she forces the issue. Yeah, maybe. But I wasn't going to, and we both knew that. I'll see you soon, okay? I murmured my agreement and hung up the phone. Was that Kelly? When I glanced over, one of Dane's dark brown eyes was trained on my face, the other still firmly closed. I took a second to run through all the things I'd said and wonder if any of it was incriminating. I couldn't remember. Yes, I finally said when the pause had gone on way too long. It was his turn for a pregnant pause. Oh. Just go back to staring at the window. There's no need to take him up on that oh. Even though everything in me told me not to, I raised an eyebrow. What is that supposed to mean? It means... He let that hang there as he thought better of whatever he was going to say. At some point during training camp, he'd gotten rid of his trademark dreads. His barber gave him what Dane called a warrior haircut, but it was really just a faux hawk. He still reached for his dreads sometimes, especially when he struggled to express himself. I watched as he did that briefly, and then he dropped his hands into his lap. It means you should give people more credit, especially friends who have your back. I stared out the window. Well, that answered any questions I'd had about whether he knew and whether or not he heard Kelly and I having wild bathroom sex. You don't speak for everyone, I finally said. You don't need everyone. And newsflash, you don't have everyone now. Or do you think Rakovic and you are going to be braiding one another's hair next weekend? He leveled me with a stare. I've been in your house, dude, and his. You know me better than to think I'm some homophobic. Shh! I was damn near ready to slap a hand over his mouth, and we both glanced around guiltily. Luckily, no one was paying us a bit of attention. He lowered his voice. You know me better than to think I'm some homophobic asshole. I thought we could be honest with one another. We can, I snapped. Then do it. Right here, right now. Say it. If not for me, then for you. He socked me in the shoulder. For God's sake, Blue, you think holding that shit in is good for you? I glared at him, and he socked me again. Say it. I'm in a relationship. If my tone were any lower or quieter, I was pretty sure it would have dropped off the register for human ears. With who? He prodded. I gritted my teeth. With Kelly. Are you happy now? Pretty much. He socked me again. How do you feel? I'd feel better if you'd stop belting me in the arm. I kind of need that, to catch a fucking football. What's all the hush-hush whispering about up here? Warner popped his head through the hole between our seats, and we nearly jumped a mile. I can't sleep with you assholes whispering. Dane looked at my face and then at Warner's expectant one and then back to mine. He made one more circuit as the silence stretched, and I struggled to come up with something benign. He finally sighed. Blue was telling me that my ex-girl was thirsty as a bounty paper towel, and I'm better off without her. I smiled at him gratefully. Anything about someone's sex life was sure to distract Warner. It kind of helped that it was also true. Dane's ex-girl was, well, I'll just say he was better off without her. You talking about Lisa? Oh, Warner crowed. I'm glad we're finally allowed to talk about that shit. Your girl was straight up. Watch it, Dane growled. Should we go through the rows that had a piece of that? He glanced around. A1, F2, D3. Fuck off, Warner. What the fuck are you guys going on about? Now Diesel was up. He leaned into the aisle across from us as another player turned in the seat in front of us. Are we finally telling Warner off because I really want in on that? Warner wasn't quite done listing Dane's ex-girlfriend's conquest as he scanned the occupants of each row. H2, guy in the emergency exit seat. Dane glared. He's not even on the team. He's an equipment guy. Your point would be? Turned out everyone from row 1 to 18 had an opinion about the thirst level of Dane's ex-girl and was more than willing to share. I looked at the scowl on Dane's face and felt more than a little grateful to him, not just because he threw himself under the bus, but why he did it. It was good to know his words weren't just lip service. He had my back. Between him and Ivanovich and McAdams and anyone else who'd figured me out, I had some staunch support. And I had a feeling I was going to need it.
Chapter 10. Kelly. The great thing about a late-night airport pickup was that some of the usual congestion had died down a bit. I told Blue to meet me at the curb in departures, which cut the traffic even more. By the time I pulled up, there were only a few cars idling here and there. I only saw one cop car, and it looked to be empty. I kissed the curb with his SUV, which was sandwiched in by a taxi and a van, and settled in to wait. Every now and again, I checked my rear view for cops and airport security. I could only hope they didn't make me move on because I didn't have enough gas to make circles around the airport. My earlier nap had made me a half hour later than I anticipated, and I woke up with a choice to make. I only had enough time to either take a shower and get prettified for Blue or pick up a latte. A lot of boyfriends would dress up and make sure their hair was perfect when they went to pick up their man after a lengthy absence. I sipped my latte. Starbucks won that coin toss every time. I dressed hurriedly in some cargo shorts with a hole in the pocket and a t-shirt so old and faded that I couldn't read the logo anymore. Blue, on the other hand, looked particularly fuckable as I spotted him in the rear view emerging from the airport. The franchise always preferred their players to wear a suit and tie to away games, and Blue did suits extremely well. He only bothered to keep a few, but they were all tailored top-quality goodness. I got out of the car and waited a few feet from the idling SUV. He was a little rumpled, and even from a distance he looked disgruntled. I guess that was to be expected, considering their earlier loss, not to mention there were always a few reporters waiting for the players at the airport, and spectators who'd never met an opinion they didn't want to share. He didn't see me at first. He was too busy talking to another big guy in a navy blue suit as they headed down the sidewalk. Whatever they were talking about, it was giving Blue constipation face. As they got closer, I waved, hoping he'd finally see me before we got towed. When he finally looked my way, the smile that came over his face made my heart stutter a little bit. I was almost tempted to look behind me. Surely I'd never done anything to make another human being look at me that way. Like maybe I hadn't created the moon or anything, but I certainly had a hand in hanging it in the sky. It was almost the way our dog looked at me when I decided she should taste the culinary creation she was named after and gave her a couple of bites of fresh Belgian waffle. I taught her about fluffy, sugary goodness, and later she taught me about diarrhea and why dogs shouldn't have confectioner's sugar. As he drew closer, I had no choice but to smile back. My mouth really wouldn't have it any other way. Just when I thought I couldn't love him any more than I already did, he smiled at me a certain way or said something sweet, and that capacity expanded anew. The time he left me the last Pop-Tart, love took a sharp turn toward devotion. He didn't kiss me when he approached. Instead, he showed his love with a fond shoulder bump. At least that's how I interpreted it. We stood and grinned at one another like fools for a few seconds. "Fancy meeting you here," I said. "Of all the airports in the world," he agreed. I almost forgot about the guy who stood slightly behind Blue, currently looking at us both as though we were a particularly interesting experiment that defied every hypothesis. He was as big as he was handsome, like most of Blue's friends, and a sudden smile creased his face. "You guys are adorable." "Adorable?" My eyebrows shot to my hairline. "It's okay," Blue smiled. "He knows." Turned out my eyebrows weren't coming down anytime soon. "So, we're telling people now? Aren't you the same person who was scared to go to dinner at my parents' house? It's not like I planned to tell him. He kind of guessed. And you confirmed it? Well, what would you have me do?" "I just think both of us should agree." I trailed off when I realized his teammate was still staring at us, fascinated as though he'd just caught us doing the electric slide in our underwear, which I've never done, I swear. He smiled guilelessly. "Oh no, don't mind me. It's just weird seeing Blue with someone like this. I've seen him on dates at events and stuff like that, but this?" He shook his head. "This real couple stuff, it's kind of weird." I didn't know what kind of expression crossed on my face, but it made him hurriedly add, "Good weird, though." "It's Dane, right? I tried to put a name to a face I should probably know. Haven't I seen you on my couch at some point?" "Yes, Kelly, this is Dane," Blue said with a roll of his eyes. "Someone you've met at least 3 times. "Well, how should I know? All you guys look alike." My words played back in my mind and I froze. My face got redder and redder as the silence stretched on. Jesus, not like that. "You guys, as in football guys, big and muscular and built." That ran back through my mind and I stuttered again. "Not that I'm perving on you, because I wouldn't. I mean, you're certainly good looking enough to perv over. I just wouldn't." Tell him, Blue." I turned to find Blue's face pink and flushed with barely contained laughter. I turned pleading eyes to Dane. "Put me out of my misery, why don't you? You both know what I meant." Dane threw back his head and laughed so hard I thought he might hurt himself. "Oh, wow. Good luck with your handful, Blue. He kinda needs a filter." "More than a Brita," Blue agreed. He took the key fob from my hand and hit the liftgate button. I glared at his back as he stored his Nike duffel in the cargo area. I hoped he planned to take that smelly thing straight to the incinerator because it wasn't coming in my front door. He was lucky I didn't paint a skull and crossbones on the thing. Whatever they tipped the equipment managers at Christmas, it wasn't nearly enough. "I really don't know which of you I dislike more," I informed them. "You secretly love me," Dane said with a wink. A horn sounded farther on down the row of cars, and Dane waved in that direction. Guess Blue and I weren't the only ones who did pickups and departures. Dane turned back to me and slapped me on the back. Hard. I was lucky my glasses didn't fall off. As it was, they slipped down the slope of my nose a little. "I gotta run," he said. "Guess I'll see you next Saturday." I used my forefinger to inch my glasses back in place. "For what?" He looked at Blue. "You didn't ask him?" "I forgot." Blue shrugged out of his suit jacket and tossed it in the back with his bag. He worked on his tie one-handed. "Ask him now." "It's not a lot of notice," Dane fussed. "It won't hurt to just ask." "Ask me what?" I interjected loudly. "I was going over my schedule with Penny and she mentioned that the camp wanted me to come down next weekend," Blue said. "I thought it was a good idea." A simple visit to Blue's old school 5 years ago had triggered the camp's creation. A firm believer in the benefits of sports and physical activity for kids, he was dismayed to see the state of their athletic department. They barely had any functioning equipment, and their sports programs struggled with cutbacks, which, to be perfectly honest, was the story in many schools. He donated funds and used his endorsement deal with Nike to get a lot of free equipment, but that experience started to make him think. Penny suggested he stop thinking and do something about it, and Camp Bluegrass was born. It was a non-profit, woodsy retreat replete with hiking trails, football fields, a couple of lakes, everything an outdoors type would love. The kids enjoyed nature and played team-building games and did arts and crafts and all that other camp shit kids loved. Blue and some of the other players tossed the ball around and talked to the kids every summer, and I wasn't sure who loved it more, the kids or the guys. "Does Ari know?" I said. His agent usually monopolized every second of Blue's free time and didn't want him doing anything that didn't involve making money. "I thought he had a commercial lined up for you." "I don't know what Ari does and does not know," he said evasively. "But Dane thought it would be nice if you came with us, and I thought it was a great idea." "To football camp?" I raised an eyebrow skeptically. I'm pretty sure I filled my quota of people laughing at me for my lack of athletic prowess in PE. Dane let out a rich laugh that would have been kind of nice if it hadn't been at my expense. I think we've got the football part covered, but it might be nice for the kids to talk to a real... He searched for the right word. I narrowed my eyes as the search got kind of long. A real what? Egghead, he finally said with a pleased smile. Clearly in his world, egghead was a compliment. Thanks ever so much, I said dryly. Blue didn't even have the decency to cover up his guffaw as he closed the tailgate of the SUV. I think I'll put that on my resume. A bachelor's degree, my master's, my doctorate, 6 years of teaching university physics, and a Medal of Honor for being a lifetime egghead. Serve me over easy with chives and a good hollandaise. Now it's my turn to put my foot in it, I guess. You know what I mean. His dark eyes crinkled with amusement. They should talk to someone whose main focus is education and learning. Someone like you, who could show them that learning can be cool. He immediately catapulted back onto my good list for calling me cool. Of course I'll come, I shrugged. I don't know how excited they'll be to hear from me, but I'll give it a go. They'll listen, he said determinedly. The probability of going pro is pretty slim. Less than 2% of college football players make it to the big leagues. Helping them at this camp means more than just gassing them up about a future in the NFL. I'll be there, I said. Happy to do it. Okay. He held out his hand and I looked at his outstretched fist with hesitation. He had hands the size of a Kodiak bear. I hesitantly touched my fist to his and he grinned. Not bad. You get better with practice. My tone was dry enough to make a good crouton. I'll live for the day. So I'll see you guys around 8? In the morning? He ignored my outraged squawk and strode off. I watched as he stopped by a white Lincoln SUV. He kissed the cheek of an older woman with a smart gray and white bob and got in the back. I looked back at Blue. Did he really just get picked up by his mom? Don't mess with Mrs. W., Blue said with a grin. She makes some mean white chocolate macadamia cookies, and she always shares. This was the first I was hearing of such a thing. Maybe we should see if she has some now, or at least put in an order or something. Blue laughed as he got in the driver's seat. Yeah, I don't think so. This has been great and all, but I want to get home. There's something I need to do. Before I even opened the passenger door, he had his seatbelt on and the SUV in gear. You in some kind of hurry? I teased. I thought we might chat with Dane a little while longer, maybe even invite him over for a barbecue. Kelly, he growled. In case I wasn't clear, you're the thing I need to do. Get in the car. You're like a modern-day Humphrey Bogart, I said with a dramatic sigh. But because I also had some things I wanted to do when we got home, I got in the car. I'll agree to all your disgusting demands, but we're stopping for ice cream on the way home. Mint chocolate chip, he said agreeably. Your favorite. That it is, I raised an eyebrow. I'm taking waffles out when we get home, and you'd better not fall asleep with your hand on your dick. You know, like last time. You don't have to take her out, I'll take care of it. I arched an eyebrow at him. I already said you're getting laid. He laughed. I would say don't be an ass, but I think we can both agree that's pretty much your default mode. Why, yada? You've been taking care of her while I was away. It is my turn. That's what people do when they live together. They take on half the load. It could be like this all the time. He sent me a sideways look that was rife with meaning. At my narrowed eyes, he shrugged. Just saying. And I'm just saying you know the way to my weird little heart. Good sex, ice cream, and volunteering to pick up after the dog? I briefly put my hand over his where it rested lightly on the gear shift. I'm glad you're back. So you don't have to walk the dog? That's really taking Lazy to new heights. His amused expression told me he knew exactly what I meant. I missed you, I said, just to be perfectly clear. I know that. I love you. His mouth lifted a little, and he turned the hand resting on the gear shift palm side up. I put my hand in his, and he gripped it tightly. I know that too. Chapter 11. Kelly. I exchanged a Saturday of sleeping in for volunteering at Camp Bluegrass, and I was mostly satisfied with the trade. Mostly. I still didn't understand why camp had to start at the ass crack of dawn, but that, like most other important things in this world, wasn't up to me. The The kids responded well to my speech, even though the Q&A session afterward was mostly questions about my piercings and 2 eager offers to color in my tattoo with magic marker. I set up an activity for them to create their own kaleidoscopes out of Pringles cans. And never you mind where I got all those cans. It wasn't the most physics-based activity in the world, but it was something I thought they'd enjoy without making it seem like school. And they got to keep a cool homemade science toy. Even when we finished, they weren't eager to go outside, and several of them whined and asked me to show them something else. I started to rack my brain for an impromptu activity that a bunch of kids would enjoy that was educational, easy, and safe. But then Blue and some of the other football players arrived, fresh from practice. I turned from a prime cut of ribeye to chopped liver in the blink of an eye, and the kids dashed outside to greet the guys. I cleaned up our workstations to their muted squeals and shouts of joy. A gap-toothed kid named Lewis stuck to me like glue and stayed behind to help. He didn't say all that much, but his quiet, loyal presence kept my grumbles to a minimum. By the time Lewis and I headed outside, the sun-dappled field and bright blue sky were almost too intense after being inside for so long. I urged Lewis to go play and stood on the sidelines of the gigantic field, drinking a high C I filched from the cafeteria. I pulled my shades down from my hair and settled them over my eyes with a smile on my face as I watched the pros toss the football with the kids. Other than their sizes, it was hard to tell the difference. They all acted like a bunch of big kids when there was a ball involved. Eventually, each of the pros took a small team of the kids and headed off to separate areas on the field so they could get some one-on-one attention, or in this case, 1-on-6 attention. My eyes inevitably drew back to Blue. He looked good out there, all laughing and relaxed and happy. With his hair almost white blonde in the light and all that honeyed tan skin, he looked like an extension of the sun. Most of the kids looked up to Blue as though he should be wearing some type of cape, which was equal parts hilarious and endearing. He was good with them, probably because he understood where they were coming from better than most. He knew what it was like to be the product of a broken home and what it was like to grow up without his mother. Hell, he knew what it was like to grow up without both parents. His father was the furthest thing from loving. Sometimes it seemed like he just loved what Blue did. As I looked on, Blue pretended to throw the ball and a few of the kids ran for the fake. A couple of the others jumped on him and they went down in a tangle of limbs, laughing and squealing. He staggered up for a few seconds and then was tackled by a red-haired kid who obviously thought the sincerest form of flattery was trying to kill your hero. They all rolled around and played like puppies. He gamely tried to answer as they peppered him with questions about money and dating Carly Taylor and any number of things that were probably inappropriate to discuss. The red-haired kid seemed particularly interested in Blue's love life. Getting to be that age, I guess.
My brother said you were dating Hannah Larson and Carly Taylor, he declared. Is that true?
Your brother shouldn't believe everything he hears, Blue said glibly as he gave his ginger inquisitor a gentle swat.
How many cars do you have?
What does that have to do with anything?
How about houses?
Blue rolled his eyes. Someone else asked me something. How about a question about football or life? Maybe school? He almost got booed into the parking lot. One of the kids, blonde-haired and covered in freckles, raised his hand. You don't have to raise your hand, Carter, Blue said. Go ahead.
What do you like best about playing?
I've always loved running and catching the ball, trying to make those plays that no one else can make.
'Cause you're the best, right?
Blue smiled. The blonde kid, minus the cute freckles, could have been his mini-me. Not the best, he said, but I try to be my best. Sometimes that's enough. A husky kid with glasses frowned.
But what if your best isn't good enough?
Then you still did your best. You can be your worst enemy and your best cheerleader. Just depends on what you decide to tell yourself.
I'm gonna go pro too,
a boy with a head full of curly hair declared. From the way he'd been sprinting down the field earlier, I didn't doubt it. Running back, if I had to put money on it.
I'm gonna have a lot of money and cars in a big house with a fucking McDonald's in it.
Stop cursing. Blue swatted him on the back of the head. And that's not what football is all about, Mark. If you don't love what you do, you're going to be miserable. And if you're going to play football, you're going to need something healthier than McDonald's. Mark shook his head.
McNuggets every morning, sweet and sour sauce. Barbecue.
The kid with the glasses seemed inspired by the idea.
Or maybe honey mustard.
All the sauces,
Mark allowed. Any sauce you want. It's my McDonald's. Most of the kids seemed pleased with that as they talked over each other and tried to top one another with what they would buy. Eventually, 3 camp counselors in blue polo shirts and khakis herded the kids inside. I held out a hand to help Blue up and he took it. Where are they headed? I asked as I pulled him to his feet. Arts and crafts. At football camp? They have to be well-rounded. His eyes twinkled, all big and blue and mischievous. You should know that, Kel. You want them to wind up like you, all brains, no brawn? Very cute, he laughed. I'd certainly thought so. Come on. He hit my arm. Help me gather the equipment? Shouldn't that be a part of their learning experience, cleaning up after themselves? I followed behind him with a grumble and made him practically drag me, more so because of the all brains, no brawn crack than anything else. We picked up discarded footballs and other equipment across the field and tossed them into several netted bags as we went. You look like you had fun, I observed. I did. I just wish I had more time to come down here. I grabbed a soccer ball and lifted my eyebrow in mute question. Blue shrugged. Don't look at me. I wondered what intrepid soul had decided to say, fuck football, I like soccer, at a football camp. A rebel. I liked that. I put it in the bag with the rest. You ever think about doing this full-time? He sent me a measured look. I already have a full-time job. There was a warning there that I normally would have heeded. That was before he practically moved in with me and threw away all my snacks. Oh, and let's not forget the fucking. He'd given up the right to tell me to mind my business. It's not like the whole world would end if you didn't play football, I said. I can't just quit, he snapped. He jammed another ball in the already full net. I have a contract. People count on me for their jobs, their livelihoods. I realize that, I said evenly. At a certain point, a star athlete wasn't just an athlete anymore. He was a corporation that routinely loaned his name out to products and endorsements. He had a lot of staff to make Britton Montgomery into a brand and a household name. I got all that, but at what point did he finish? When would his obligations be fulfilled? Why are you so afraid to leave it behind? I'm not afraid. I just love football, he said. What else you want me to say? You can still love football and not put yourself out there like that. It's getting more dangerous the more you get hurt. Your physical therapist said, Kai doesn't know everything. Are you really willing to take those kinds of chances? He didn't even hesitate. I am. I growled. If there were a grand prize for giving me answers I didn't want to hear, he'd win it, hands down. So what is it, Blue? Because this is more than just loving football. Is it the fans screaming for you? The adulation? Being a football god under hot lights? We both stopped collecting balls at that point and stood facing one another. I barely kept from poking him in the chest, and he didn't look any happier with me than I was with him as he shook his head. You wouldn't understand. What don't I understand? Is this some any given Sunday shit? Gridiron fucking giants? My voice grew stronger as I gained self-righteous steam. Because you know that's ridiculous. Are you done? His voice was cold, and his eyes, normally warm and soft like a field of cornflowers, were hard chips of blue ice. I love the game because it's part of my life. Part of me. When I'm on the field, I'm not the kid in class who needed extra help and still couldn't pass. Now, don't give me that bullshit. You earned a degree from a good school because you helped me. A lot. And don't say that's not true, because we both know it is. I closed my mouth, mostly because that's exactly what I was going to say. I guess I did help him out with homework quite a bit, helped him study for exams, a lot. But that's just what friends did. Calculus was a special nemesis of his, and those times when I got to tutor him were some of the best times of my life. We would share my desk, chairs pushed together, and I savored having an excuse to be so close. I always pretended not to notice when our arms accidentally touched or when his shoe nudged up against mine. When I told him as much, a half smile played on his mouth. I knew. You did not. You think I didn't notice you blushing every time our elbows touched? I may have only acknowledged it recently, but I've always felt more for you than I should. He made a noise at my dumbfounded expression. I told you that before, when I was in the hospital. I remember. My voice was quiet with introspection. I kind of wished I could review our every college interaction with a microscope and a notepad. I was obsessive like that, but I really had to stay focused. So what? You're upset that I helped you? Of course not. I appreciate everything you did for me, probably more than you'll ever know. I'm not complaining." I didn't point out that it sounded like he was doing exactly that. Then what is this about? "You were always the smart one in school, dragging me along so I wouldn't fail." That's not how I saw it, because you've always seen me as better than I am, Kel. You were the smart one, the witty one, quirky and special. I blinked at him. That was so not how I'd seen things, or how most of the free world had. I was pretty sure his love for me had made those rose-colored glasses pretty damn thick. But if he wanted to think of me as the cool, quirky one instead of the weird kid who really dug science and was the president of the robotics club 3 years running, that was fine by me. "Football was always mine," he said quietly. "It was the one thing that I was good at. When I was on that field, I wasn't the kid who couldn't do anything right at home, anything right but play sports. Throwing a perfect fucking spiral was the only thing that ever made my father happy with me. He'd come out in the backyard with me and we'd throw that football, and just for that little bit of time, everything was okay." He laughed self-deprecatingly. "Hell, I think to keep his attention, I would have thrown a fucking spiral clear to heaven." My heart squeezed a little, and I regretted even bringing it up in the first place. "Your father isn't a real father, Blue." My voice cracked, and I cleared my throat. "You playing football until you're broken and bloody isn't going to make him into one. You think I don't know that? Then why keep going? You have enough money, enough championships, enough fame, because you don't have enough concussions, enough sprains? Can you give me one goddamn reason to keep, because I don't have anything else?" His shout almost made my ears ring. I asked for the truth, and there it was. I bit my lip hard enough to draw blood, hard enough to keep my idiot brain from blurting out something stupid. "You have me." If he didn't see that, then maybe I wasn't important enough. Maybe we weren't important enough. I didn't need him to come out and declare us before the world, but if he couldn't admit what I was to him right there, right then, in the middle of a field with nothing but thick honeyed sunshine and floating gold dust motes between us, I didn't know when he ever would. His eyes widened like he suddenly realized what he'd said, and he swore. He swiped a hand through his hair. "I'm sorry. I didn't. It's fine." I like to think I knew what he meant, but maybe part of me was afraid that little slip of the tongue was really how he felt, that football was all he had. Where did that leave us? I wasn't interested in playing second fiddle to a piece of dried-out old pig skin. His color was still a little high as he avoided my eyes. Clearly his relaxed mood was a thing of the past, and I swallowed a sigh. I was sorry I'd brought any of it up at all. I took one of the footballs from the netted bag and tossed it to him. He caught it almost reflexively. "Come on, hotshot," I called as I jogged backward. "Show me how the overpaid pros do it." He smiled and palmed the ball. It looked tiny in his big hands as he cocked his arm. "Go deep," he instructed. He sent a pass my way that made me stop playfully jogging and start running for real. Getting Kennedy to toss me the ball at the family barbecue and having a ball thrown at me from a professional like it was a speeding, spiraling bullet was like night and fucking day. I almost fell over another net of balls as I tried to make the catch. I windmilled to the sound of Blue's laughter as the ball bounced harmlessly to the ground. It was a second before I could catch my balance. "Who put this here?" I demanded. "You did." He managed through tears of laughter. "Oh, right." I picked up the ball and threw it back his way. Well, threw was a relative term. I kind of lobbed it like a beach ball. It landed a couple yards away, and I stared at it in dismay. My face set him off again, and his shoulders shook from laughter. I glared at him, holding his stomach like it actually ached from hilarity. I wanted to tackle him good, but I eyed his frame, built so solidly and streamlined for athletics. The fucker was built like a Mack truck, and he had a good 6 inches and 70 pounds on me, every bit of it muscle. I was no lightweight, but I had a feeling any sort of tackling wouldn't go well. Not that he would ever hurt me. He would just gently lay me out flat and bury my face in the dirt until I cried uncle, which was something I knew from experience. I shook out my hands. "Okay, I'm ready this time, all warmed up. Give me another." He wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes with his thumbs. "Shit, I'm almost afraid to. How's your life insurance?" "Minimal, and my mom is the beneficiary, so don't get any ideas," I said. "She'll have your nuts in a jar if you hurt me, so keep that in mind when you throw that thing." He smacked the ball twice in those big hands and my eyes widened. He grinned. I don't like sassy fucking receivers, so I'd go long if I were you. We played in the field as the sun went down, whooping like a pair of crazy kids. He threw to me and ran to tackle me, and I was still losing. But it would probably have helped if I could stop laughing. At one point, he lifted me completely off my feet, and we went down in a tangle of limbs. Then he started tickling me as I laughed helplessly. "Uncle!" I finally cried out, breathlessly. "Uncle, you bastard!" He grinned and balanced on his forearms on either side of me. That's what I thought. I lay there sprawled in the grass, in no particular hurry to move. I glanced up at the darkening sky and then my watch. They're probably going to be serving dinner soon. We should go and say our goodbyes. In a minute. In a minute was going to be a bit of a problem for me, and from the look on Blue's face, he knew why. His proximity made it hard to think, that and his heady scent, which went through my nose and seemingly straight to my dick. It was sweat and grass and soap and Blue. He leaned down a little more, almost closing the distance between us, and was dangerously close to burying his face in my neck. I swallowed hard. "You should let me up." "I will." I glanced down at his shorts, only to find him completely hard. I pushed at his shoulders, and he barely moved, his gaze locked on mine and rife with promise. I didn't need to be a genius to know what he was thinking, because I was thinking it too. "Let me up." "I will," he repeated and rocked his hips once. I gasped. "After." "Blue," I said urgently as I felt my body start to respond. "We're in the middle of a fucking field. At a fucking camp for kids." It was like I slapped him in the face as his eyes widened. Whatever madness had possessed us receded, and he sprang back like I was made entirely of fire. We both stood and busied ourselves brushing dirt and grass off our clothing. "I have to check into the hotel tonight," Blue reminded me. "Game tomorrow." I grimaced. I know. Fuck. I'd be glad when football season was over. Coach thinks that having sex before the game is a bad idea. Saps our energy and all that. "Your coach is full of shit," he snorted. "That has nothing to do with the fact you want to get laid, right?" "I think we should conduct our own experiments is all," I said indignantly. "In the name of science." He grabbed the 2 bags of balls we had gathered and slung them over his shoulder as though they weighed nothing at all. "So what's your hypothesis? If we have copious amounts of sex before you have to check in at the hotel, then you'll be able to perform at peak levels of athletic agility and win the game." "Do you have a test subject in mind?" "That I do." I wiggled my eyebrows. "Hello there, test subject." He shook his head and smiled. "I'll be your perverted experiment anytime." Poetry. The man wrote pure poetry, designed for my pervy heart. "Say your goodbyes, test subject," I instructed. "We've got some experimenting to do."
Chapter 12. Blue. After being at Kelly's sexual mercy for several hours, I barely made it to the hotel in time for curfew. But I stripped the comforter off the double bed and fell onto cool, crisp sheets with a smile on my face. I woke up feeling positive and energetic and determined. I zoomed through breakfast and made it back downstairs in time for the early bus to the facility. The bus was pretty empty as I headed down the aisle, earbuds firmly stuck in my ears. And I had my pick of seats. I passed a couple of vets who looked as focused as I was, and the rookie from Arizona State, Carson, I think his name was. He looked pretty nervous, which was normal. If not from the pressure of playing, then from fear of what punishment the vets would come up with next. They stuck him with a room service bill the week before that pretty much equaled his first month's pay. Ivanovich and I split the bill and warned Carson to keep his mouth shut about it. We'd all been rookies once, and that shit sucked. The unfortunate side effect of that move was that Carson seemed to have developed a little case of hero worship I was trying to discourage. I avoided looking at his full head of black curls as I passed, and I pretended I didn't know he wanted me to sit with him. If my memory served me correctly, it was haircut day. When I was a rookie, they shaved the middle of my head like a fucking crop circle. I sat a couple rows back and tried to get in the zone as I reviewed my playbook. I needed time to get in the right frame of mind and put last week's loss firmly in the past. When the bus finally rolled into the underground garage, I wasted no time getting off and headed for one of the practice rooms. Beyond the frosted glass doors, turf spanned the entire floor. The walls were painted to resemble the outside, but fell a little short. The overall effect kind of felt like we walked into a movie set of what a park was supposed to look like. It would have worked, too, if you'd never been to an actual park. 8 performance enhancement specialists milled about, working with people and recommending stretches. As I started to work with one of them, Warner popped his iPhone in the speaker near the door, and God help you if you didn't like hardcore rap. Luckily for him, and me, mostly him, I did. I started with some conditioning sprints as one of the specialists rolled a ball at me while I dodged it. Higher knees, Blue, get 'em up. Sometime around the 20-minute mark, right on time, I could feel my muscles start to warm up and get loose. A couple reps of isolation holds with dumbbells made me feel even better. By the time I headed for the locker room to change, I had my head in the game where it belonged. Most of the guys had arrived on the middle bus, and the air was filled with a sort of amped-up energy that was neither positive nor negative, just pure pregame tension. Yelling, laughter, and joking rang through the room, bawdy, brash, and loud. Some players had learned how to tune out the noise and were engaged in quieter activities, praying, reading, meditating, or sometimes all three. Ivanovich seemed oblivious and lay prone on a bench, towel over his face. I had to grin as I came up and stood beside him. "Stop staring at me," he said without moving an inch. "Wusa." I didn't even say anything. "I could feel your presence. You're interrupting some sacred shit right now." I chuckled. Didn't I know it? Every player had their own pregame ritual they swore by, and I was no different. I had to tie my cleats a certain way, or I was pretty sure the whole game was fucked. "We have group stretch in a few minutes," I said. "You can do that Om shit later." "Why am I not surprised your spiritual side is completely devoid?" I kicked his leg. "Get up, E. It's too late to pray for actual talent. You don't have that kind of time." He huffed a laugh that sent the towel fluttering off his face. "Go fuck yourself, Montgomery." Our old lockers had been pretty rickety, just square wooden structures with our names written on a piece of masking tape above each section. After the renovation, we came back to a lounge that wouldn't be out of place in a hotel lobby, with gleaming mahogany wood partitioning off each locker section, and a little marquee board above each to put our names in. I stared at the block letters that spelled out Montgomery on the electronic board. It would kill me not to suit up. I stared at the block letters. 75. It had been my number since college. I was briefly 64 when I first got to the Outlaws, but 2 years later I was finally able to buy my number off another player. I'd dressed out so often it was hard to count, but every time still felt like the first fucking time. Just seeing my name up there on that board and my jersey hanging up all fresh and clean with my numbers on the back, well, it made me feel a certain way. If I could just bottle that feeling, maybe Kelly would understand. He'd get it. Why all the pain was worth it, why I risked life and limb just to keep playing the game I loved. But it was a high price to pay. Despite what Kelly thought, I understood that. My jaw tightened. It wasn't the right time to think about the argument we had at camp and all the things he said. I stared at my name some more. All the things he said that I didn't want to make sense, things I didn't want to hear, the words resonated in my head and bounced around like a virtual pinball machine. Damn him, anyway. If he could just see it the way I did, maybe he'd stop thinking all that irrelevant shit. Things like, well, my personal health and physical longevity, having a future with me. Stupid shit like that. My shoulders sagged a little. "You okay?" I glanced over my shoulder to find Ivanovich looking at me. He wiped his face with his woosah towel. "Fine," I said. "Why are you in my biz?" He grinned. "I don't want to be anywhere near your biz, but I do need to ask you something." "What up?" "Is Kelly going to be up in the Bucks today?" "I don't know. Since when do you worry about where Kelly's sitting?" "My wife wanted to know." And my look, he shrugged. "Autumn wants to watch out for him." "There's nothing to watch out for." I lowered my voice after a quick look around. No one seemed to care what the hell we were talking about, thank fuck. No one other than you and Dane knows, and we'd like to keep it that way. "Hey, Kelly is the one who made friends with my wife. She likes him. A lot. And now she wants to welcome him into the Outlaws family." I stared at him silently and watched as his expression turned equal parts frustrated and embarrassed. I waited until his cheeks were good and ruddy. "What the fuck are you doing to me right now?" "It was all my wife's idea. When Autumn gets her teeth in something." He glared at me. "If you learn how to say no to that woman, show me how." I gave him one last warning stare and then turned back to my locker. I muttered under my breath as I yanked my shirt over my head, mostly vile threats about Ivanovich. And to think there had been a time when I was relieved that he knew about me and Kelly. Now I was kind of wishing he'd never guessed and I'd never confirmed, but there was no cramming the genie back in that particular bottle. I put on compression tights and a dark blue compression shirt, long-sleeved, because who needed turf elbow? I had just pulled on my pants when my phone buzzed. Even though I knew if Coach caught me answering random calls or texts before the game, he'd probably stuff my phone somewhere I wouldn't like, I leaned over and grabbed it. Kelly's message made me grin. Go out and crush something. I keyed back. Do you even know what I do? I stared at the blinking dots for a second before a reply appeared. Crush things? You need to watch more ESPN. What do I need ESPN for when I have you? My fingers flew over the keys, fat-fingering everything, but my iPhone fixed it all patiently. Are you going to be up in the box? I don't know. I'm running late, and I have to still pick up Connor. I was about to warn him about the autumn welcoming squad when I heard stupid little kissy noises over my shoulder.
"Aw, Blue, you got a sweet message from your girl?"
I glanced up from my phone to see Bjorn giving me a little grin. Like me, his pants were as far as he'd gotten, and his compression shirt was already dark with sweat. His pregame ritual usually involved free weights, jogging, and giving people a hard time. I looked at him with narrowed eyes. Bjorn tried to swipe my phone.
"Is that the bitch from the party? You got some naked pics?"
I pulled it back. None of your fucking business, that's who this is.
"I know it's not Carly Taylor, 'cause I'm the one who's tapping that shit now."
Good for you.
"So it's not gonna be a problem?"
Nope. I tucked my phone back in my bag. I'm happy for you both.
"She said you wouldn't care."
So?
"So I'm trying to understand what kind of fag would turn away a fucking supermodel."
I was constantly surprised that some of these guys found women to tolerate them. Yeah, Bjorn might be well-built, but he had the personality of a braying donkey. Not to mention he cheated on his wife as though he were getting paid for it. I curled my lip. You want to get out of my fucking face?
"Touchy, touchy."
His eyes were cold.
"I don't suppose Kelly's going to be up in the box tonight, is he?"
He better be. I was damn sure catching enough flack for it. I have no idea.
"Maybe that gay shit is catching. You taking it up the ass now, Blue? That why you couldn't get it hard for Carly?"
I narrowed my eyes. Before I forget, how's your chlamydia coming along? I heard getting rid of STDs can be a real motherfucker. Tank made a disgusted noise from the locker next to mine.
"You two want to break it up? Get your fucking heads in the game." "Fuck you, Tank."
Bjorn was clearly in his element. Getting his game face on pretty much meant being a fucking douche to everyone in sight until he'd built up enough rage to take on some defensive lineman. He shadowboxed a little too close to my face, and I rolled my eyes. I could see what he needed, so I gave it to him. I shoved him hard and sent him crashing into his locker. He wanted to get hype? Try that shit on for size. He growled and came back at me, and Ivanovich stepped between us.
"Fuck, what is wrong with you knuckleheads?"
Nothing a few hours on the field won't fix. I ignored Bjorn's trash talking behind me about punk-ass bitches who like to sucker punch and finished putting on my uniform. It was a struggle to make everything as tight as possible, but I managed. The last thing I wanted on the field was someone grabbing loose fabric and costing me a play. Just as I was about finished, Carson stormed out of the equipment room, helmet under his arm and a thunderous expression on his face. His hair was shaved down into a pair of curly horns on either side. Dane strolled out after him with an electric razor in his hand and a grin on his face. I sank my teeth into my lip hard and struggled not to laugh. Jesus. And I thought the crop circle was bad. Despite all my pregame focus talk, I was distraction personified. I barely heard Coach's pregame speech, but judging from the applause, it was something inspirational enough to make Lombardi proud. I listened to group prayer with one ear, too busy running through plays in my head. Then we were done with that warm-up crap and we ran out onto the field. The stadium was rocking with some pumped-up pop hit I couldn't quite put my finger on, some shit Kel would love dancing to in those skinny-ass jeans he wouldn't stop wearing. The crowd was going crazy on all sides up in the stands, and I realized that no matter what I had to go through to get there, I loved this game. I didn't know how many seasons I had left in me, and whatever that number was, it decreased every time Coach Maxwell decided I needed to fuck my receiver duties and use my body like a battering ram. But in that moment, I loved the game in a crazy, indescribable, unbelievable way. And hell to the fucking yes, it was some any given Sunday kind of shit.
"Blue!"
Coach Maxwell screamed.
"Get your ass in gear!"
I looked around to see I was lagging far behind the rest of the team, caught up in my thoughts. I jogged to catch up, and as I passed, he said,
"I see you daydreaming again, and I'll bench your ass. You got that?"
I tried not to smile, but my mouth twitched a little.
We hadn't even started the game, and he was already threatening to bench me. "Get your head in the game," he demanded. I nodded, and he held up a fist for physical confirmation. Coach Maxwell had never met a fist bump he didn't like. Instead of telling him that there was a place that could help him overcome his addiction, Fist Bumps Anonymous, I went ahead and slammed my fist against his. "I got this, Coach." Kelly was just going to have to get used to it. We had plenty of time to do all those things I visualized for our future, retirement and maybe rehabbing some properties and the 2 kids he wasn't sure about, whom I already had tentative names for. I'd played football long before we'd gotten together, and nothing had changed. Football was my life. Is. I shook my head at the strange slip. Football is my life. And I wasn't ready for that to change.
Chapter 13. Kelly. Game day. It was impossible not to get caught up in the energy that surrounded the stadium like an impenetrable force field. Connor and I did a little tailgating and a little chit-chatting, ate barbecue, and drank beer with complete strangers before we made our way into the stadium. The ATS, Atlantic Trade Stadium, was relatively new and renovated, a beautiful creation of glass and steel. They had renovated the building 4 years earlier to the tune of a cool $200 million, and it now had a retractable dome for inclement weather. They might share the building with the local baseball team, but everyone knew it was the Outlaws Stadium. I got caught up in the energy as we went through security and headed down the long hallway that led to the Skybox elevator. I had yet to decide whether the perks of the Skybox were worth putting up with the wags. There was a reason I usually sat on uncomfortable, blistering hot stadium seats. When I joked about it with Blue, he was actually offended, hurt even. Color me surprised. "Our team is like a family, Kelly. Maybe you'd like them a little better if you actually tried." So there I was, trying. I looked longingly at the seats out in the fresh air, but at least I had Connor with me, and the spread of delicious food certainly didn't hurt. Neither did the fully stocked bar, which we immediately migrated to. A friendly bartender fixed us both a drink, and I took a sip as we walked away. "Oh, man," I muttered as I took another long sip and my tongue dallied with the ice cubes. The flirty blonde bartender was obviously a fucking genius. He better get used to my mug, because he was gonna be seeing it a lot. As we sank down into the plush, cushioned seats, Connor reached over and gripped my arm. "I think I've died and gone to football heaven." Guess not everyone shared my disdain for the Skybox. I didn't know you were such a fan. I wasn't when I had to watch the game down there like the peasants. He sent me a mischievous smile. "Now that you're a wag, we'll have to come up here more often." "You want to lower your voice?" I sent him a glare. "And if you call me wag again, you'll be drinking that cocktail with a straw through your wired jaw."
Kelly!
I glanced up to find myself eye to eye with a perfect set of double Ds in a low-cut blouse. I looked up farther to find Ivanovich's wife, Autumn, giving me a warm smile. Her hazel brown eyes were soft and welcoming.
"I haven't seen you in a little while."
She proceeded to acquaint my face with her cleavage as she squashed me in a hug. "I've been a little busy," I finally gasped as I emerged on the other side of perky perfection.
"Oh, God, don't I know about that. Between the kids and the hubby and teaching and the team, I feel like I don't get an extra moment to breathe."
Hearing someone else's schedule sometimes made me feel like a lazy bum, but I murmured in assent as though I too were just too busy to breathe. I'd always vibed with Autumn more than anyone else who sat in the Skybox, probably because we were both teachers, even though I taught at the university level and her preference was the little tykes. Our love of teaching bonded us and always gave us something to talk about. She propped her butt on the seat in front of me as we yammered on about our classes and school and summer plans. One of the other wags came over and stopped to give Autumn a quick hug. She'd obviously decided to double down on being tall and wore strappy high-heeled stilettos. I thought she might be some type of model, and I squinted and tried to place her. Maybe I'd seen her on some Clinique ad. She smelled like expensive flowery perfume. She brushed back a wealth of perfect and loose curls and smiled.
"You're not sitting back here, are you?" "No, I'll be up in a minute."
We both watched the statuesque beauty walk away, and Autumn turned and beamed at me.
"I hate to end our conversation so abruptly. You'll come sit with us?"
She pointed, and I glanced obediently in the direction of her French-tipped finger. Her empty seat was directly in the middle of 4 women whose faces had clearly been carved from the same beautiful stone. From the looks of things, admittance to their club required a handbag that cost more than my car and a chronic case of resting bitch face. I glanced back at Autumn's genuine, friendly smile and tried to hide my abject horror. God, that's so nice of you, but she tugged on my arm while Connor watched us with an amused expression.
I won't take no for an answer.
You're gonna have to, lady. I had no intention of watching the game next to the housewives of Stoneface Mountain. I really need to stay with Connor. It's his first time here, and he doesn't know his way around. Connor twitched an eyebrow, and he went along gamely. Right, I need Kelly to show me the ropes.
What ropes? You sit, you eat, you drink, you cheer.
She squinted at us.
What am I missing?
I'd rather not sit so close to the edge, I said lamely. She sighed.
Is it the other girls? They just look that way, I promise. They're really a bunch of sweethearts.
I'm sure they were. To Autumn. Ivanovich was an important member of the team and one of the highest-paid veterans to boot. She ruled their mothership, and she either didn't know or chose not to acknowledge it. Maybe we can just get together another time, I said a little desperately.
Or maybe I'll just sit with you two. Let me just go get my purse.
But I found myself talking to the traces of her flowery perfume since she was already gone. I sighed. She seems nice, Connor ventured. Shut up. His mouth curved as he took another bite of his hot dog. You're never going to be a good Stepford with that attitude. Before I could contemplate how much trouble I'd get in for snatching his hot dog and winging it across the room, Autumn was back, Louis Vuitton bag in hand. She plopped down on the other side of me and patted my arm.
Now we'll have some quality time to chat.
I smiled weakly. Just what I wanted. By the time the game started, I wasn't even sure why I'd been nervous. Autumn was sweet as always, and it was nice to watch with someone who knew what the hell was going on. I knew the basics pretty well, but the finer points escaped me, even with Autumn's help. She found my ignorance of the game all too amusing, and I enjoyed making her giggle, so it was win-win. It wasn't long before I was cheering as loudly as the rest of them. Before the first quarter was even over, the Puffins quarterback threw an interception that made the entire club box erupt. Everyone cheered. Some even stood and clapped as the offensive line trotted back onto the field. I managed to keep my butt in my seat, but just barely. I wanted Vaughn to turn that interception into a touchdown, damn it. They snapped the ball, and Vaughn scanned the field for open receivers and came up empty. Just when it looked like he would be sacked, he fired off the ball. A receiver with Williams on his jersey caught the pass and ran a few yards before he went down in a tackle. I rolled the name over in my mind for a minute, and then I connected the dots. Dane, I exclaimed. I know that guy. Connor rolled his eyes, but I cheered extra loudly anyway. Of course I was rooting for the Outlaws as a whole, but it was different when you personally knew the players. It was hard to connect a football giant down there on the field with the man I'd shoot out of my recliner. I was so busy cheering that I almost forgot to be nervous. Almost. I hated the fact that the quarterback always seemed to look for his tight end in clutch plays, when it was do or die for the first down. And time again, Vaughn sought out Blue on the field to make something happen when the play seemed dead. And Blue was so determined to get yardage that there was no move too risky, no catch too high, no tackle too hard to take. I tensed as Vaughn drilled a ball directly at Blue, and I crumpled my discarded cocktail napkin into a tight ball. Blue caught it one-handed and tucked it securely against his body in one smooth motion as he took off. He cut a swath through the mass of bodies, going left and then right, using openings I guess only he could see. Some overzealous guy tackled him 16 yards later, but the Outlaws got the down. A repeat of that same play a moment later wasn't quite so lucky, and the guy got crushed under 2 defensive players. On the third down, Vaughn finally passed the ball to someone else, thank fuck, and I let out a breath I hadn't even been aware I was holding. Connor stilled my hands with one of his, and when I looked down, I had a lapful of shredded napkin. Sorry, I said. It's okay. He gathered the pile of paper snow as I sat there like a messy toddler. I glanced over, and Autumn was watching me sympathetically. Nerves, I said lightly.
I'm sure.
She bumped my shoulder with hers.
But we still have more to go, so maybe you should, I don't know, breathe.
I followed her advice. She had to know what she was talking about. She had plenty of years to worry about her guy down there in the crush of bodies and helmets. In the second quarter, they were pretty much even, with the Outlaws putting up 2 touchdowns and the Puffins hitting back with 2 touchdowns of their own. I don't know who the fuck named that team the Puffins. They were nothing like those cute, fluffy birds. They were absolute animals who were constantly penalized for excessive roughness. I indignantly said as much to Autumn after their second penalty for late tackling. She nodded, eyes glued to the action below.
They play a very physical game.
I scowled. Physical? They're the most penalized team in the league. That got her attention. Connor and Autumn both stared at me long enough to be insulting. I know things, I insisted. As the staring continued, I slouched and held up my phone. Well, I Google things, anyway. They're practically...
Shh!
Autumn flapped her hand at me.
I think they're going for the blitz.
Geez, you'd think we were here to watch football or something. I sat back with a quiet harumph. That was the last time I'd try to talk to her about anything. By halftime, I'd forgotten my vow of silence, and I was pestering her again. The Outlaws were up by 3, but she warned me that sometimes halftime had a way of putting a fire under the asses of the team that was behind. She was midway through a lecture about how halftime could destroy momentum and detailing examples to prove that theory when we were interrupted. I needed no further proof that God still loved me. One of the wags came over, a woman with satiny brown skin and dark doe eyes with long lashes. She looked at us curiously, clearly wondering why their queen bee was wasting her time with a perceived nobody like me.
Autumn, I was hoping you'd get a minute so I could run some ideas past you for the upcoming charity dinner.
Autumn winged her blonde brows together.
I'm kind of in the middle of something.
It's fine, I said quickly. I certainly enjoyed her company, but the last thing I wanted was any scrutiny. We'll talk another time. She turned narrow eyes on me that were as invasive as an MRI, and then she turned to the other woman.
Kimberly, can you give us a minute? Of course.
The moment Kimberly walked away, Autumn gave me the squinty eyes again.
That's the second time you've promised me that. Do you really mean it?
Of course I do.
Another time like when?
She demanded. I didn't blame her for being suspicious. She'd offered to meet with me many times, and I'd always come up with a good reason why I couldn't. Friday?
Oh, that's not so good for me. We usually meet on Fridays. The Bonnies, you know.
I looked at her blankly. The Bonnies?
Our WAGS club. We do charity events and things like that for the community. We call ourselves the Bonnies, after Bonnie and Clyde.
At my blank look, she huffed a breath.
Because they're the Outlaws?
Got it, I said, before she drew me a diagram. Clever, she brightened.
Maybe you can come to one of our meetings.
I stared at her like she'd lost her ever-loving mind. Why, on God's green earth, would I do something crazy like that? I tried to think of another location where I'd be more out of place, but I came up blank. A bunch of girlfriends and wives of the players and me? And then it hit me. God, I was such an idiot. She knew. She fucking knew. Ivanovich was a lying son of a bitch when he said he was capable of keeping a secret from his wife. I narrowed my eyes and she smiled at me innocently. Why are you doing this? I hissed. I've been here a number of times and you've never shown this much interest before.
Things are different now.
Why?
You know why,
she said stubbornly. I looked at her and she looked at me with her hazel eyes as wide as they were determined. Clearly she was trying to wait me out, but I just stared at her coolly. When you had been interrogated by the best, you didn't give in that easily. If I didn't crack when my mother did it, I wasn't going to crack when... She swiftly poked me in the forehead. Ah! I yelled at her unexpected attack. At the people turning to look at us, I smiled sheepishly. I pumped my fist. Hey, go Outlaws! Connor spluttered his drink all over his jersey. Served him right. I rubbed at my injured forehead and cast her a baleful eye. What the hell was that for? I muttered.
I'm trying to be your ally here, and you're not making it easy,
she hissed.
Now stop pretending you don't know what I'm talking about.
I'm protecting him, I said.
That's fine, but when you guys are ready, you have a friend on the team. And you have a friend up here.
Jesus? I guessed.
In the skybox, Kelly,
she said with exasperation, and then she thumped me again.
How has no one killed you yet?
I have dibs, Connor said quickly. No one is killing me, I hissed. Now will you get over there before your mean girl squad gets suspicious?
Mean Girls?
She gasped like I'd electrocuted her. Seeing I was kidding, she got ready to thump me again. I'm sorry, Jesus. Instead of thumping me, she leaned in and kissed my cheek and then twisted my ear. I barely held in a yelp.
You will become my friend, Kelly Cannon, because Blue is important to Evan, and Evan is important to me. So you might as well stop fighting it.
But,
No buts.
she paused.
That will make a fabulous gay joke when I know you better.
When she finally let my ear slide free of her talon, I rubbed it dramatically. She waggled her fingers and headed for the front of the box where her Bonnies eagerly waited. Indignant, I turned to Connor.
Can you believe this?
He shrugged.
I kind of like her. Who can I date so we can be honorary Bonnies together?
I stared at him. I think I might hate you a little bit. Even more than that week when you wouldn't stop singing Despacito.
It's a good song. You don't know Spanish.
I know enough. He scowled.
I think I like you better when you drink.
The feeling is entirely mutual. I gave him the stink eye as he headed off to the bar. When he came back with a couple of fresh mojitos, I gracefully accepted one of them. We clinked glasses and drank fitfully, ending the shortest grudge in history. We spent the rest of the game drinking, eating delicious canapes, and cheering the team on. Blue scored twice and added a 6th and 7th touchdown of the season to his stats, and I struggled to cheer the appropriate amount and not jump up and down like a lunatic. There would be plenty of time for that later when I did a reenactment for him with a Nerf football in my bedroom. I didn't know how I'd top the last time when I spiked the football and did the chicken dance, but I was fairly confident I would come up with something. The Outlaws won 28-17, and Connor and I practically cheered ourselves hoarse. It was a fantastic way to spend a Sunday. After the game, we headed out to the parking lot, Connor's arms slung over my shoulders, our pockets full of smuggled snacks. I'd only had a few drinks, but Connor had thrown back at least 4 amaretto sours, a mojito, and a couple of craft beers. He didn't seem drunk, but his coordination wasn't all there. I grinned as he tripped on seemingly nothing at all. "Fuck you, Cannon," he said as though he could read my mind. "I'll get you home safely," I promised, "but not laughing at you is asking too much."
Why are we going to the parking lot anyway?
He scowled.
Why can't we meet Blue in the locker room? I wanted to see some naked gladiators up close.
"It's not that kind of locker room, Con," I said, which was a bit of a lie. The guys didn't walk around buck naked all the time, but they weren't shy either. It was nothing for some of them to give interviews with a towel wrapped around their bottom half and nothing else. I wouldn't even venture outside to get the mail that way. Besides, I thought it might be awkward. I lost my chance to see naked men to make Blue comfortable? "Yes, horn dog," he shrugged.
"I am what I am. I can't believe he asked you not to meet him anymore.
He didn't ask, I just don't. Things are different now. You guys are making things different now." He shook his head and winced. "It's like you started dating and went backward. It would be easier to argue with the bastard if he weren't right. I just don't want to say the wrong thing or embarrass him."
Is that what he said?
When I glanced over at Connor, his expression matched the outrage in his voice.
That you embarrass him?
Of course not. It's kind of hard to explain. Somewhere along the line, I guess I just became wary of how close we seemed to other people. Last year, before we'd even crossed over the lines of friendship, Ivanovich warned me about how close Blue and I seemed. It wasn't long before I realized he was right. When you were in a relationship, especially with someone you'd known practically forever, it was easy to give off a couple vibe. You knew what the other was thinking and finished each other's sentences. You called each other by endearments without even realizing. You touched without thinking about it. I couldn't count the number of times I'd looked up from watching TV on the sofa and found Blue's hands in my hair. And since he was still engrossed in the program or game film or whatever he was watching, it was clear he didn't even know he was doing it. The closer we became, the more worried I was that people would notice. All it would take was one ill-timed baby to turn things upside down. Try explaining any of that to Connor and his cross face. "Stop looking at me like that and watch where you're stepping," I muttered. "I don't think I'll be able to lever your fat ass off the ground."
"I wouldn't be throwing around the term fat ass."
He looked meaningfully at my posterior.
"Fat ass?"
"As I was telling Blue, I have started exercising. Your mouth doesn't count. Shut your evil little face, O'Rourke." We hip-bumped our way to the car until he proved he did indeed have a bigger ass than mine. Halfway there, my phone buzzed in my pocket for the second time since we left the stadium. I checked to see if it was blue and sighed when I saw the name on the screen. Autumn. Good gravy. In possession of my number for 2 goddamned hours, and she already texted me 2 pictures and an invitation to a charity dinner. I stuck my phone back in my pocket. I didn't know what part of the phrase secret relationship she was having trouble with. As far as the team was concerned, Blue and I were just best friends. That's all we could be. I furrowed my brow. For now. That's all we could be for now. I didn't know why it was so important to amend that line of thought, but it made all the difference. I wasn't going to throw in the towel on the best thing that ever happened to me, and whatever mind games I had to play to make things easier, I would play. I looked askance at Connor's flushed face. He was a little tipsy, certainly, but he was probably still capable of good advice. Can I ask you a question? Dear God, yes. I'm glad you finally asked. He whacked me on the back companionably. Your classes are boring as fuck. Not that, you idiot. I had to get him back for that crack before we got down to business, and there was only one real way to do it with any expediency. By the by, Robert Frost is overrated. His gasp could have been heard clear to Japan. You said you loved my thesis. I say a lot of things. Before he could get started on a litany of all things Frost, I hurried on. Do you believe in true love? Like being the perfect match for someone else? Of course I do. And I think you found it. I'm surprised you'd even question it. I know he's mine. I hesitated before saying the rest, not because I needed to figure out what to say, but because I almost felt disloyal saying it. I know Blue is it for me, Con. But am I it for him? He furrowed his brow. What are you saying? What if I'm just not worth all the trouble, all the upheaval? Last year he offered to come out, but I could tell he didn't really want to, and he hasn't really mentioned it since. I was holding on to my key fob so tightly I was surprised it didn't leave a Lincoln-shaped impression in my palm. Maybe I'm just not important enough. He's scared, Connor said quietly. You know that. But if all the secrecy has gotten to be too much for you, then you need to tell him. It's not just the secrecy, it's putting our lives on hold for God knows how long, and then who knows what will happen after the fallout. I don't know, I said with a big exhale. Maybe I'm just thinking too much. In my head too much. You know what? Connor propped himself up against the SUV, his studded jeans resting against the door. I resisted the urge to chide him about scratches and asked, What? I think Blue's not the only one who's scared. And now you're throwing up. He scrunched up his face in a way that could only be described as adorable as he searched for the word. Roadblocks to make sure you guys fail before you even really begin. Which reminded me, if you throw up in my car, I'll kick your ass. At his indignant expression, I shrugged. Needed to be said. He glared. It would have been more effective if his gray-green eyes weren't a little unfocused. Drunk philosophizing aside, he was kinda right. We seemed to be the biggest obstacles in our own way, and things were hard enough without me overanalyzing every damn move. I'll take your words under consideration, I said. Now can we go? The traffic is going to be bad enough without us waiting for the entire stadium to leave. Okay, he said beatifically. But I'm right though, aren't I? Yeah, you're right, I sighed. Now get your drunk ass in the car.
Chapter 14. Blue. With the success of Sunday's game, we were on a bit of a high. Coach was mildly pleased, which was as good as a hug. The team arranged for a celebratory breakfast on Monday, but I didn't partake and had my usual chicken sausage, eggs, and bran muffin combo. Celebration was a bit premature in my book. I was just determined to use our momentum to get back on the right track. Playoffs, playoffs, playoffs. That's all that mattered. It was our turn to play on Thursday the following week, and I took the early bus again so I could put in some time with my trainer. As I walked down the hallway, earbuds firmly planted in my ears, I tried to get pumped. I was going to make some big plays and run the ball, and I was going to show them why I was more than just an old knee injury. I was focused. I was determined. I was about to be derailed in a major way. There were always a few people near the locker room door, watching the players come and go, but I recognized her immediately. It was no hard feat. All these years later, and she still looked pretty much the same as the last time I saw her, right before she kissed me on the forehead and left. She told me to close my eyes and go to sleep. Have good dreams, monkey, and I'll see you in the morning. I stood stock still, as though someone had iced over my extremities. My first thought was that Kelly had been right, and he so loved to be fucking right. I'd been ignoring her all this time, and she chose to force the issue in a big way, the biggest of ways. My mother smiled a little, her face pale and pinched. She nervously fingered the strap of her purse.
Mountain.
I guess that would make you Muhammad. I almost didn't recognize the sound of my own voice. Didn't know I could sound that cold or bitter. How did you get back here?
I told them I was your mother.
She lifted a shoulder, obviously aware of how hypocritical that was. I was so close-mouthed about my private life, no one would know my mother was not a welcome guest. A couple of the trainers passed, and I nodded at their greetings and struggled to keep a lid on my anger. God, it was so vintage fucking Savannah. When and where she wanted, and to fuck with everyone else. I took her by the arm and hustled her into one of the training rooms nearby. Thank fuck it was actually empty for once. I'd hate to send someone flying into the hall by the scruff of his jersey. I let go of her arm as soon as humanly possible and stepped back a few paces. Okay, forget the how. Why are you here?
You wouldn't take my calls.
There's a reason for that. She swallowed.
I just wanted a chance to explain.
Explain what? Jesus, I don't answer your calls and you think that means I want to see you? Would it kill you to let me come to terms with things before you force this reunion or whatever the fuck this is on me?
I wanted to wait, but we didn't seem any closer to talking than when I started reaching out to you a year ago.
And you think being here before my game is the right time? Time. The word echoed off the empty training room like I was in a canyon. And I realized I might have yelled it. A little. Maybe a lot. Fuck. I rubbed my temples. That was probably going to bite me in the ass. Sure enough, only a minute passed and Diesel popped his head in the door, closely followed by one of the trainers, a short, stocky guy named Matt. Both of their faces were creased in concern. Diesel glanced around the room, presumably for the physical altercation that had made me yell like a crazy person. Everything all right in here, Blue? The trainer asked. Yes, I said, still massaging my temples. I couldn't quite fake a smile. Of course, thank you. They didn't seem convinced and looked uneasily at us both. I'm right out here if you need anything, Diesel said. Thank you, I said again, striving for calm when it felt like my world was imploding. Diesel and Matt left and the door swung shut, leaving us alone once again. I stalked away from her, not trusting myself to be that close. I wasn't showing her that I was okay without her, that I'd turned out all right, that I was worth sticking around for, even if she didn't know it. Oh, God. I suddenly had the sick realization that my father's expectations weren't the only things that drove me. Maybe I was still secretly trying to show Mommy I was worth keeping. Fuck, you're a disaster, Blue. She was still beautiful. Still had the same blonde hair and blue eyes I saw every day in the mirror. And she was still dainty and petite, only emphasized by the fact that she wore an oversized outlaw shirt over her jeans. That made me even angrier. How dare she just show up looking the same, like nothing had changed, like no time had passed, like she was my supportive mother wearing outlaw's gear, like she hadn't left me with a cold, emotionally stunted man who didn't care what I did as long as I played football. I think you should leave. I furrowed my brow as I wondered who on earth had said exactly what I was trying to work up the courage to say, only calmly and devoid of anger. We both looked at the doorway at the same time. Kelly stood there, the very face of righteous indignation. Like Savannah, he was dressed in jeans and my jersey, and his cheeks were more than a little pink under the streaks of silver and blue face paint. I felt relieved and embarrassed all at the same time. I didn't need anyone to fight my battles for me. You are so fucking weak. No wonder she left you.
This is between Britain and me, she said, looking at him with confusion. Well, it looks like he doesn't want to talk to you. He tilted his head, and his jaw jutted out stubbornly. I'd never been so grateful for that pugnacious attitude he could get sometimes. Most of the times he was easygoing, but when he got stubborn, there wasn't a force in the world that could move him. I realized in short order that Diesel must have gotten him from the skybox. I laughed shortly, and even I could hear that it sounded a little hysterical. My God, everyone knew exactly what Kelly was to me, and I was just fooling myself. Who are you again? She asked, gripping her purse strap. Everyone except her. It was never clearer that she had no idea who the fuck I was and what was important to me.
She was looking at person number one, the motherfucking MVP in my life, and she didn't even know his name. "Get her out of here," I said to the floor. He did. I heard him talking to her in an easy, cajoling tone as he led her out of the room. I hoped he got her guest pass. I hoped he ripped it up in a million pieces. God, if my father saw me like this, he'd call me the biggest fucking loser. Maybe he'd be right. But then Kelly was back, crouching in front of me, his gray eyes almost silvery with concern, and nothing else mattered. "Blue, are you?" That was as far as he got before I lunged. I kissed him then, kissed him like I might never get enough. I bit at his soft, full lips even as he muttered for me to slow down. I fucked his mouth with my tongue, just grateful to have any part of me inside him. He submitted to the onslaught with a soft moan that made my dick jerk in my jockstrap. He rubbed my back soothingly, trying to calm me down. I pulled him up by his jersey, no, my jersey, which turned me on even more, and tugged him close until he almost straddled my lap. It wasn't enough. I wanted to feel him against me naked, wanted to rut against him like a wild animal, wanted to yank down his pants and bend him over and fuck him right there in the training room and not give a flying fuck who was watching. A door slammed somewhere nearby and I almost jumped out of my skin. We looked at each other at the same moment, and his drowsy, sex-addled, beautiful gray eyes went wide. I pushed him off me in one smooth motion as though we were covered in fire ants, and, unprepared for my assault, he landed back on his ass. He yelped and grabbed his elbow.
Fuck, Blue?
"Oh my God!" I stared at him in bewildered shock.
"I'm so sorry."
He glared at me on the floor, mindlessly rubbing his elbow. He knew I wasn't talking about not knowing my own strength. I stood and reached out for him, but he scrambled up on his own and moved a few feet away. He jammed his fingers into his hair and stood it up on end, and it fell back into place. He stared at me the whole time, and I stared at the silver ring on his thumb because I couldn't look him in the eyes. He exhaled strongly and finally said, "It's fine." But we both knew it wasn't. "Kelly, you should go. You need to get ready, right?" "Yeah." I stood there awkwardly, wanting more than anything to touch him again, but I knew he would move away before I could. I was pretty sure my world would never be right again if he wouldn't let me touch him, kiss him, at home, in private where no one could see us. Shame twisted my gut because I had treated the most precious thing in my world like something I was ashamed of. I was fucking things up, and I didn't know how to stop. Instead of doing anything even remotely useful, I babbled out another mindless apology. He cut me off. "Don't." He took a deep breath, and his voice was calmer. "Don't apologize to me again." I stared at the floor. I didn't mean to react that way. She just got me so off balance. "I know. I didn't expect to see her here." "I know that, too." I clenched my hands into fists. "Fucking Savannah, why'd she even come back?" "I can't answer that," Kelly said, shaking his head. "Maybe she just wants to get back in your life. She loves you." "Everyone's mother is not like your mother, Kel." "Granted, but I saw her face, Blue. She looked devastated." He waited a beat and then repeated firmly, "She loves you." Well, can you blame me for not recognizing it? I don't know what it's like to be loved like you're supposed to be loved. I worked my jaw as I tried not to splatter my emotions all over his feet. "Some of that is her fault. Your mother is supposed to love you with all of her heart, her everything. I've never known what it's like to be someone's everything." He smiled faintly. "Yeah, you have." He stared at me hard until I got what he was saying. Until I got it. I blinked at him for a minute, too caught off guard to respond, and then the moment passed, and things were awkward and quiet between us. So I understood when he ruffled my hair and walked out. I understood when he didn't look back. But it was kind of selfish to take all the air in the room with him. One would think confronting my long-lost mother and having an argument with my partner would have an effect on my game. One would be abso-fucking-lutely right. For once, the crowd didn't draw me in. Vaughn and I completely lost our rhythm, and he hesitated to pass to me more than once. That was a lesson you learned quickly with the Outlaws. Vaughn didn't pass to guys who didn't make plays, and today that guy was me. And when I missed my route on a simple play and couldn't shake my coverage, I glanced back just in time to see Vaughn go down in a sack. On the next down, Vaughn faked like he was going to pass and handed me the ball. I saw the gap in the line of players and cut my way through the middle. It was a flawless play and one we did often, but I didn't even have a second to revel in pulling it off.
One minute I was zigzagging my way through players, and the next I was laid out, really laid out, with no idea of how I got there or who put me down. Sound rushed back all at once, and it was all too loud. I blinked at the swirl of colors in front of me until they merged into an actual image that didn't look like a kaleidoscope. Hershaw's gold and black jersey and his hand outstretched toward me. He'd pancaked me after a 17-yard return, and I hadn't even seen him coming. I knew better. As a receiver, you learned early on to keep your head on a swivel and constantly monitor your peripheral to avoid getting blindsided. Case in point, I gripped Hershaw's hand and let him pull me to my feet. "You all right?" "Have you always had two noses like that?" I shook my head, still dazed. "Yeah, thanks." I watched him trot off. He was still blurry to me, and I wondered briefly if maybe I spoke too soon. I'd be lucky if I wasn't concussed, and wouldn't Kelly just love that? The old-fashioned thought of him waking me every hour, on the hour, with a sweet smile and CTE stats made me groan. Coach's face was red and shiny as he yelled something on the sidelines, and I heard a whistle for the timeout. On the sidelines, Coach sent me straight to medical, which was in a blue pop-up tent behind the bench. A couple of the team medics checked me out, peppered me with idiotic questions, and examined my head to make sure I was still good to go. I answered gamely, even though I wanted to tell them to fuck off. When one of them flashed a penlight in my eyes, I reached the end of my patience. I waved her off. "I'm fine, Jesus." "That's what we're trying to determine," she said firmly, looming with her stupid little light. She tried to shine it in my eyes again. I leaned back and she thinned her mouth. "Blue, this isn't optional. We need to check you out. You know the routine." "Well, that's enough, don't you think?" "I can do it here, or we can have Dr. Green do it off-field, but I can pretty much guarantee he's going to want an MRI. Up to you." I rolled my eyes and let her continue with her poking and prodding. When she was finally satisfied, I crammed my helmet back on and hit the field. And if I felt a little nauseated as I ran, that was none of her nosy business. It didn't help things that I had acquired a fucking shadow named Tennessee Tucker. He was a 300-pound, 6-foot linebacker with a face only his mother could love, and even then only because she had to. I had a feeling his coach had told him not to even let me get a whiff of pigskin, and he was following that order to the letter. As though to add punctuation to that thought, on the next play he plowed into me the moment my gloves touched the ball and it popped out of my hand. Shit. After an obligatory moment of shock that I had actually dropped it, there was a sudden mad scramble as everyone tried to get the ball. It flew out of their defensive lineman's hand, and suddenly we were in an impromptu game of frigging hot potato. Even in the madness, I could hear Coach screaming. It was hard to hear him in the melee, but it sounded a little something like, "Get the fucking ball, god damn it." I dove on and embraced myself for the pile-on, which came almost immediately. I could still hear bodies hitting even as the whistle sounded. In game film, no one wanted to be the guy who looked like he didn't care enough to scramble for the ball. I gritted my teeth. The almost rib-cracking pressure was nothing less than I deserved for being such a fucking butterfingers. I had to get my head in the game. When they finally got the fuck off me, I staggered to my feet and flipped the ball to the ref. Dane whacked me on the back. "Nice recovery, Blue." "Thanks." I tried to breathe more evenly to ease the ache in my ribs. "If you find my spleen, just leave it in my locker." "Will do," he grinned, his mouthpiece half in and half out as he talked around it. "I'll put it in there right next to your game." "Fuck you, Williams." Even though Coach was probably yelling at Vaughn to throw on the next down, Vaughn called an audible and handed the ball off to me. With my last mistake fresh in my mind, I finally did what I was supposed to do and plowed through the line. I dragged a player with me for the last 3 yards before he brought me down, face first. I got up and picked a couple of clods of grass out of my face mask. The play wasn't pretty, more of a show of brute force than anything else, but the only thing that mattered was getting that ball down the field. Even though it was a short yardage gain, I felt the momentum shift. But 3rd and down, it shifted right back as a pass flew over my head. Coach called a timeout, and suddenly I was face to face with Vaughn's frustration. "We're going for the quick handoff." "No," I winced as I held my side. Fuck, I might need more than athletic tape this time. "I want to run the go route." He looked torn as he treated me to an icy stare, and his Slavic features pulled down in a ferocious scowl. "You're gonna catch it this time." That pass was fucking high, and you know it. "Get me the ball," I snarled. He nodded. "You want it, you got it." It sounded more like a threat than a promise. Then he clarified things. "If this goes to shit, it's on your head, not mine." Fine by me. The way the media told it, things were on my head anyway, whether we won or lost. On the next play, I exploded off the line like a shot.
It didn't seem to matter. Tucker was on me like a bad rash every fucking step of the way. I finally stopped worrying about the pass. I knew it would be long. I knew it would be beautiful, and all I had to do was make my mark. If I ran the route and did what I was supposed to do, the ball would be there as soon as I opened my hands. Vaughn was just good like that. I needed to trust him, and more importantly, trust myself. In the end zone, I pivoted on my heel and snapped in the other direction. At the last second, I reached up, and unbelievably, I still hadn't managed to shake Tucker. His black gloves came up with my white ones like I'd suddenly become some strange four-handed creature. For a moment, things were so tense it felt as though the stadium went completely silent. I was almost surprised when I felt the slap of the ball in my gloved hand. I brought it down and had a second of pleasure. Then I braced for impact, and Tucker hit me like a fucking freight train and knocked the breath clean from my body, and we went down together in a pile of limbs. Jesus, he was heavy as fuck. The whistle blew, and suddenly I could hear again. The crowd was going crazy. Blue and silver pennants and flags and anything else they could wave created a colorful blur. I still couldn't breathe, but I didn't panic while I waited for the nausea to pass. I could still feel the comforting weight of the ball in my hand, and we were in the end zone. Everything else was secondary. I blinked, and when I saw a gloved hand outstretched, I grabbed it. Tucker hauled me to my feet and knocked our helmets together. Then he trotted off. I appreciated the camaraderie, but fuck, I was pretty sure the bastard finally broke my ribs.
Yeah, baby, that's the way you do that shit.
Warner ran past me with his arms outstretched and did an over-exaggerated dab in the end zone. Crazy motherfucker. They double-teamed me for the rest of the game. I didn't score again, but the damage was already done. We took the win, 31-25. I looked up at the box by road, even though I couldn't distinguish anyone up there. I wondered if Kelly was cheering for me. Wondered if he realized none of this meant anything if he weren't. I shook hands and made good sportsmanlike conversation with the other teams as we crossed the field, but my heart wasn't in it. I was too busy wondering if Kelly would ever get tired of being on the circus ride that was my life, and what I'd do when he finally decided to get off.
Chapter 15. Kelly. The ride home was quiet. Blue and I were unfailingly polite to each other, falling all over ourselves, not to speak about anything that had happened before the game. I knew he hadn't meant to practically maul me in the training room and then freak out. He hadn't meant any of the harsh things he said afterward. And it kind of paled in comparison to some of the things I'd said in some of our previous arguments. I had a tongue like a viper when I wanted to. I glanced guiltily at Blue. Compared to me, he was a rank amateur when it came to hurting someone's feelings. It was something he wasn't good at and always tried not to do. I knew all that, but I was kind of stuck in that place where you knew you were being a big baby, but you didn't quite know how to quit. We stopped at Applebee's for dinner and ate in front of the TV, which went a long way to redeeming the evening. Thank God for curbside and cable. They should write that on my tombstone. Around the time I knew Blue would turn the TV to ESPN highlights, I started to gather all our refuse from the coffee table. He paused with one finger poised over the remote. "We can watch something else," he said quietly. "No, go ahead. This trash is really bothering me." "It's my turn. Let me get it." Well, there goes my excuse for leaving the room. Thanks. I scratched at an itchy patch on my neck. Maybe I'll just see if Waffles has to go out before bed. I didn't wait for acknowledgement. We both knew I was just trying to escape the awkwardness, mostly because I didn't volunteer to go on walks. It just wasn't natural, but I grabbed her leash off the side table and made a beeline for the front door. I called Waffles as I passed her bed, and she gamely scrambled up to follow. From the beginning, she always liked me a little better than Blue on surface level. I was shorter, smaller, and my voice wasn't quite as deep. As time passed, I think she grew to love me a little more on a deeper level. I liked to cuddle, gave her table scraps when Blue wasn't looking, and I didn't make her exercise. But I was seriously losing some ground with this let's go for a walk business. Even as I clipped her D-ring on the retractable leash, I could feel her suspicious gaze on my face. I knew exactly what she was thinking.
"Papa, where are we going? The TV and snacks are the other way."
I opened the door, stepped out into the muggy night air, and tugged her along after me. We headed down the sidewalk, moseying more than walking. When I glanced down at her little fox face, she was looking right back at me, clearly unimpressed. I tried to kick things up into something brisker and more purposeful. I didn't know what the hell I was thinking. I was huffing and puffing before we even got 3 blocks. On block 5, I realized that maybe my relationship dilemma would reach a more natural conclusion after all. Obviously, I was going to die early, and Waffles, my legacy, was going to eat me for sustenance until she was found. I dug deep as we turned around and took a circuitous route so Waffles could sniff some new territory. The new circuit took me through some unpaved, bumpy sidewalk and past a couple of sketchy houses. When we passed particularly close to the wood-slatted gate of a corner house, we were suddenly treated to a barrage of barking that scared the hell out of me and Waffles both. The barking was rapidly joined by gate shaking as something big threw its body against the rickety supports. We shared a quick dog-human glance of understanding and got the hell out of Dodge. As we ran down the block, I breathlessly promised her we'd never do that again. We slowed to a walk on the next block. Waffles shot me a glare every now and again, and I pressed my hand to the definitive stitch in my side. I glared back and realized my version of getting huffy had a good chance of getting us killed. It wasn't like I really had all that much experience being huffy in a relationship. I like to keep things as easy and low-key as possible. I wasn't high maintenance, and I didn't enjoy the company of people who needed maintaining. But I was in uncharted relationship territory, and I wasn't sure how to keep our ship from getting stuck on the rocks. Guess all the secrecy and hiding was getting to us both. Watching the game in the skybox, my stomach a jumbled mess of nerves hadn't made things better. I didn't know how all the partners and spouses and mothers and fathers could possibly enjoy watching their loved one risking life and limb on the field for a game. I bit my lip guiltily and guided Waffles around a recycling bin that someone had left too far out on the sidewalk. Calling it just a game wasn't fair, especially when I knew all that went into it: the practice, the conditioning, the learning and memorizing of plays, and even the use of natural athletic ability on the field to make those plays happen. Blue played against the best in the business, and he did it well. But any one of those hits could be life-changing, maybe even life-ending. Broken body parts, concussions, and paralysis floated through my head in an endless litany. If I closed my eyes, I could still see that hit in the third quarter, the one that really rang his bell, as the announcer put it. If that was code for almost took his head off, then yes, I agreed. I didn't want to make football into the enemy, but damn it, 99% of our problems would be solved if he'd retire. He could come out, and even though there would be backlash, the fervor would die down soon enough. There would be no crazy NFL schedule controlling our lives, no secrecy about us being together, and above all, no more wondering if his next play would be his last. I rounded the final corner, and when my condo came into view, Blue was sitting on the stoop. He was barefoot in a pair of blue-checked pajama pants and a soft, worn black shirt, and when I drew near, he held out a bottle of water. I took it wordlessly and sat next to him, our shoulders barely brushing as we watched Waffles sniff my tiny front yard. I turned the bottle round and round in my hands for a minute and wondered if I should even bother to break the silence. "Kelly," he finally said quietly, "what do you want me to do?" "I can't tell you what to do." "I'm asking. I don't want to be the reason you're unhappy, and I definitely don't want to be the reason I'm unhappy. So tell me how to fix whatever's going wrong between us." It was on the edge of my tongue to say, "We're fine," but I knew that wasn't fair. I swallowed and forced myself to be uncomfortable with my feelings for a minute and give his request the thought it deserved. I finally had to go with, "I don't know," because I really didn't. Things are just a little confusing right now. "That's not good enough." I stared at him for a moment, simultaneously glad we were talking about things and wishing we'd never brought the topic up. "Blue, where do you even see us in 10 years down the road?" "I see us retired," he said promptly. "I know we'll still be pretty young, but that's perfect, isn't it? Most people would love to retire when they still have the energy to do something with all that time. What else? Maybe we could keep a residence down here, but we could spend some time at the house my grandparents left me. The one in Oklahoma? I haven't really done anything with the property except pay people to maintain it." "Blue, it's a nice house," he said hurriedly. "But we could renovate it if you wanted. There's a lot of beautiful land, too. We could have a few horses. More dogs, even. I'm assuming this is when the kids you were talking about come in? Why not? I thought we could adopt one or two." I hadn't blinked since he started. I should have known that well-organized Blue would have everything all worked out. "I see you've thought about this." "Not much, Blue." "I haven't." At my disbelieving snort, he went on. All right. Sometimes when I'm working with Kai, my mind might wander. Hydrotherapy is hard work, but it's boring as hell. What are our kids' names? Color bloomed in his cheeks. I tried to catch his eye, but he made a dedicated effort not to make eye contact. Emma and Kelly? Blue? It's just a starting point, he said, exasperation personified. Someone has to start thinking about these things. It was a double-edged sword, our situation. If I told him I wanted him to come out, he would. Part of me wanted to get it over with, and part of me wasn't sure I wanted him to ever come out at all. Just the thought of the media circus sent a shiver down my spine. Before we were in a relationship, I thought I knew what Blue's life was like, how public it was. Turned out I had no fucking idea. There was always someone stopping him on the street or asking him to sign something. Reporters were in his face and people were in his business, asking him questions about everything from autographs to draft picks for their fantasy football leagues. Wouldn't the press just love hearing their all-American hero admit that in his spare time he liked to play video games, run, try new healthy recipes, and, oh yeah, fuck his boyfriend? I hated all the secrecy, but I loved Blue more. Maybe I didn't want him to go through all that. Emma and Kelly Jr. faded away like smoke. I appreciate you thinking about our future, but I don't know about your plan. Growing old with you, Kel. When I glanced over at him, his eyes were steady on mine and so unbelievably blue. The details may change here and there, but that's the entire plan. He could tie me up in knots with just a look. One of those intense, you're the only one I see kind of looks that was so vintage Blue. When he added words, especially words like that, I was pretty much a pat of butter in a pair of hot hands. I rubbed my thumb across his blushing cheek. It was even sweeter that he was embarrassed. I don't know how you'd do me in with just a few words. If you ever turn into my enemy, I'm going to be in real trouble. He pulled away, his smile a little tight. I stared at him for a minute, and then I remembered. Right. We're outside on the stoop, and anyone could be watching. I let my hand fall. I'm going to take a shower. I stood and swiped at the dust and dirt that had adhered to the seat of my jeans. Then I did my best to avoid Blue's searching gaze as I reeled Waffles in with the retractable leash. You could use one too, dog. I scooped her up in my arms and gave an over-exaggerated groan as she tried to lick my face. She was a little too big for all that carrying nonsense, but she didn't seem to mind and let me cart her around like a baby when the mood struck me. Blue's hand on my arm stilled me, and for a moment we stared at one another, speaking a multitude of things without ever saying a word. And then he leaned in and kissed me, so softly and sweetly that I kept my eyes closed for a few seconds, even after the kiss was over. It wasn't a sexual kiss or even a particularly lusty one. It was a kiss of promise, ownership even. I finally opened my eyes and I could see it written all over his expression. I belong to you and you belong to me, and that's all that really matters. Waffles broke the moment by taking advantage of my tilted face and licking me again. Blue? Yeah? She's kinda heavy. Oh. He looked down at his hand, which was still restraining me, and let it drop. I just wanted to kiss you, and if I want to kiss you on my own front stoop, then I will. And I don't care who's watching. There's only one problem with that, I said with a sweet smile. I keep trying to tell you. This isn't your front stoop, and you don't actually live here. He laughed at my sass as I brushed past him and headed in the house. Yeah, but I will, he called after me. One of these days. We'll see about that. I was still amused even as I let in water and put an unamused Waffles in the tub. I avoided her judgmental stare as long as I could. When I kneeled by the tub and started to lather up her fur, I finally had to face her disapproving brown eyes. I'm probably going to cave, I admitted. It was hard for a dog that looked like a drowned rat to pull off a no-duh expression, but she managed it quite handily. She was probably right. It was just a matter of time. Chapter 16. Kelly. I glared at my watch for the 60th time in as many minutes as the security line snaking through the airport moved forward an inch, now a millimeter maybe. I offered my wrist up for Connor so he could glare at the time too, but he just shook his head at me, clearly amused. Amused! How the bastard held on to amusement in the place where patients came to die was beyond me. We'll make it, he said. 16 minutes. We had a long flight ahead of us into Detroit, and then we planned to head straight to the rental car office. Then we had an hour-and-a-half drive to Bluebell, where we would check into the Radisson. It wasn't the most complicated itinerary in the world, but I wanted to be early in case there was a glitch somewhere along the way. I should have known the glitch would appear before we even left the damned airport. Connor didn't seem to share my concerns. "Even if we miss the flight, the conference doesn't start until tomorrow," he said. "You'll be there in plenty of time to give your nerd speech." "If I wanted to be there tomorrow, I would have booked a flight for when?" He pinched his nostrils as though I were just too annoying to contemplate. "Tomorrow. Exactly. We're not missing it, all right? They're expediting people on certain flights." Everything that went through my mind was too unpleasant to say. I was pretty sure the words expedite and airport had no business being in the same sentence. I settled on repeating the most critical part of the information. 16 minutes. He rolled his eyes and went back to texting. I understood the ramped-up security measures at the airport. It was for our protection and all that jazz, but almost missing a flight after arriving at the airport 3 hours early was a bit much. I kicked my suitcase forward as the line moved another millimeter. As long as I was on something with wings in the next, I checked my watch again, 14 minutes, I would have no reason to set something on fire. After the x-ray scanner and a pat-down that was frankly a little too thorough, we grabbed our stuff and repacked our laptops. When Connor sat to put on his speakers, I yanked him up by the arm. No time! Fast forward to us rushing through the airport, shoes in hand, carry-ons flapping awkwardly against our sides as we ran, and I was pretty much done with travel. I had a new respect for Blue, who traveled all the time during football season and never complained. Although being escorted onto the tarmac by TSA and security as a celebrity athlete was a lot different than being herded like cattle. Even with our mad dash for the plane, we barely made it. One other harried-looking guy got on a few seconds after us, and they shut the door while we were still making our way down the aisle. "Told you we'd make it," I huffed to Connor. "I must have missed that," he said dryly. I reached up to store my suitcase overhead, found my compartment was full, and sighed. Of course it was. Why would someone put his luggage in the seat compartment he was actually sitting in? That would be far too simple. Connor reached over, wordlessly took my bag, and proceeded to heft it into the compartment 3 seats ahead of us. "Hey, can you grab my iPad?" I asked, and he nodded, clearly still a little breathless. I flopped down in my seat. I don't know why I bothered to pull out all my electronics. I usually fell asleep 2 minutes after we reached cruising altitude. Planes were as good as a sleeping pill for me, especially night flights. Maybe it was the other sleeping passengers or the low lights. When I glanced over at Connor, he was buckling himself in tightly, as though we were going into orbit. He'd unearthed a pair of Bose headphones from his carry-on, and they were draped around his neck. I gave him a poke. "Where's my iPad?" "In your bag where it belongs, Rip Van Winkle." He held out a neck pillow, and I took it with a scowl. "I got you this instead. $50 says you don't even make it out of Florida awake." I stared down at the pillow roll. It gave me pause to realize someone else knew my habits pretty damn well. But I knew a lot about Connor's habits, too. I knew he wouldn't start listening to his music until we were airborne. He probably had a piece of gum somewhere on his person for popping his ears. He would eventually request a Sprite with extra ice, and he'd listen to his iPhone for a while and catch up on his Scrabble requests. He looked at me questioningly. "What?" I looked away, chewed gently on the inside of my cheek, and worried a millimeter of flesh between my teeth. Not enough to bruise, just deep enough to keep me quiet. Things would have been so much easier if I could have fallen for you. Easier wasn't always better. Maybe that was how you knew you'd made the right decision, even when it was hard, even when it made you angry, disappointed. If you'd make that choice again every day and twice on Sundays, then maybe you could at least know you made the right one. I realized Connor was still patiently waiting for my answer, and I shook my head. "Nothing. Thanks for coming, by the way. I know this isn't the most exciting way to spend your vacation days." "Don't be silly." He gave me a little half smile. "Why else would I be here? Booze, so far as I can tell. I promised to comp your drinks." "Just making sure you didn't forget, an oral agreement is legal and binding." He secured his travel pillow around his neck and leaned back, eyes drifting shut. "Wake me if something exciting happens." "No problem." I messed up the front of his carefully styled hair with a quick, fond tousle. "I'll wake you just as we're flying into the side of a mountain like a lawn dart. Ass." No use in sweet-talking me now. The alarm shook me out of a fantastic dream the next morning. I didn't even know what the dream was about. I only knew it was pleasant and, judging from the state of my dick, sexual. I shut the alarm off with a groan and rolled over in bed. An unfamiliar bed. It was a lot softer than mine, and I blinked and took in my surroundings for a few confusing seconds before I remembered where I was and what I was supposed to do later that day. My stomach fluttered. I waited for the nerves to set in and gave myself a good minute for the possibility of a freakout, but my stomach settled fairly quickly. I was pleasantly surprised when I inventoried my emotions and only found a slight bit of anticipation. Maybe I was evolving after all. I smiled at the thought, because no, I freaking wasn't, and headed for the bathroom. I fannied about in the shower for a while and took advantage of the seemingly endless hot water. Eventually, I forced myself out and into a terry cloth robe. I had managed a quick shave and brushed my teeth when there was a sharp knock at the door. "Coming!" I called, my cheeks full of mouthwash. I spat out in the sink and rinsed my mouth, and the knock came again. I hustled for the door as I swiped at my face with a washcloth. "Coming, coming, coming! I'm not even dressed yet!" I opened the door and blinked. I expected to see Connor, but instead I was greeted with a profusion of color, flowers, and lots of them. My brow creased in confusion as the blossoms shifted to reveal a bellhop with a decidedly bored expression. "These are for you," he said needlessly. "Are you sure? Are you Dr. Kelly Cannon?" "Yeah." "Then these are for you." He stuck them in my face again and I sneezed. I finally took the cut crystal vase, but I only had a moment to sniff them before he held up his iPad and pointed. "Sign here, please." I did as he requested and signed with my finger on a screen already smudged with fingerprints. When he took the iPad back, I snapped my fingers. "I don't have cash on me. Tip has been taken care of." If he sounded any more bored, he might have fallen down dead. "Have a good one." I latched the door, looked down at the flowers, and sniffed them again. Then I pulled out the card that was stuck on a little plastic prong and read the inscription underneath a picture of a teddy bear. "I wanted to wish you luck, but I know you don't need it. Just wanted you to know I'm thinking of you. Love, Blue." And yes, I know that rhymes. Big sap. Took me a moment to realize I was smiling. I'd never gotten flowers before. A potted plant or two from my mother with careful instructions on how to keep it alive, but never flowers. I set them on the desk and had a brief moment to enjoy them before there was another knock at the door. And so it began. By 7:30, I received breakfast from room service in the form of heart-shaped pancakes, a bunch of balloons, and a hand-tailored suit. I shook my head as I hung the suit on the closet rack next to the one I brought with me. There was no contest. My old suit practically curled into my garment bag in shame. I ran a hand down the sleeve of the new one, a deep navy blue with a subtle pinstripe pattern, and absently felt the fine material. My stomach wobbled. There they were, the nerves, and right on time. I sat on the little bench in front of the bathroom and took a deep breath. My phone buzzed on the counter, and I grabbed it, knowing it was Blue before I looked at the screen. "I wanted to make sure you were up." I texted him back quickly. "You mean the parade of delivery men weren't supposed to wake me?" The text dots appeared, disappeared, and then reappeared again. "Too much?" "Overboard, thy name is Blue." LOL. I sent him a winking emoticon. It was very thoughtful. Thank you. I decided not to tell him that all his thoughtful gestures had sent me into a tizzy of nervousness and put the phone back on the counter with a clatter. I gripped my stomach and tried to think positive thoughts. Right then, all I could think was that I was extremely sorry I'd eaten all 3 pancakes under that cloche, and the bacon. It was a monumental, horrible occasion. I'd never been sorry for eating bacon. I glanced at my phone again. I hadn't penciled in enough time to stall and freak out, so it was time to get a grip. I got dressed, and each layer felt more constricting than the last, even though the fit was perfect. As I tied my blue and black striped tie in the mirror, I could honestly say I looked nothing like I felt. On the inside, I was a mold of half-set jello. On the outside, the tailored perfection of my new suit made me look put together, capable. I lifted my chin. I was capable. It wasn't just the suit. I was Dr. Kelly Cannon, and I had earned the right to be the keynote speaker. The board loved my speech, and everyone else was going to as well. I was confident and accomplished and ready. I sniffed. So there, nerves, back off. The power of positive thinking was absolute and utter bullshit. I raced for the toilet and emptied my cookies. By the time I brushed my teeth thoroughly and headed out the door, Connor was in the hall, hand poised to knock. "Good morning." He lifted his brows. "You look like death warmed over." "Thank you," I pretended to preen, "but you might want to ease up a little on the flattery." He laughed. "Hey, everyone can't look as good as I do." He did a quick spin. "You like? Bought it just for your stupid nerd fest." I gave him the once-over. He'd gone with black slacks and a dark green button-down that made his eyes look less hazel and more green, which I was sure he was absolutely aware of. The black sport coat he paired it with made his shoulders look broader than usual, and I had to agree, he did look pretty damn good. "You look less horrible than usual," I told him. He grinned. "Looks like there's a hater on the 12th floor. I just want your head to be able to fit through the door and not float off into the stratosphere like an overinflated balloon." "Don't you worry about my head," he said with a poke to my side. "As pleasant as bantering with you is, we should probably get downstairs. You ready?" "Of course." He looked me up and down. "Where's your speech?" I snapped my fingers. "Right, of course." "One sec," I said as I swiped the keycard and hustled back into the room. I had an electronic copy, of course, but I thought it would be better to print it out, just in case. I even used larger font and a brighter paper to help me keep my place. I spotted the papers on the second bed and grabbed them. Then I dropped them. I grabbed them again, even though they were hopelessly out of order, and made a neat stack. I headed back outside and waved the stack of papers at Connor. "Ready? Where's your badge?" They issued ID badges in the welcome packet that we all had to wear. I glanced down at my front as though I expected to see it hanging there, even though I knew I'd left it on the table. "Right." I went back in and grabbed the badge. As I was walking toward the door, Connor called out, "Your phone?" "Got it," I called when I certainly did not. By the time I headed back outside, I was extra thankful I'd set my alarm early. Clearly, I needed an extra 15 minutes to spin around in circles like a dog chasing his tail. I left my keycard in the room on my last jaunt back inside, but I kept quiet about it. Hopefully, they could just issue me another. My fingers shook as I tried to clip my badge on, and Connor took it from me and gave me a meaningful look as he secured it to my jacket. If I had to guess, that look probably meant, "Calm the fuck down." "Now I'm ready," I said brightly. From the doubtful look on his face, I knew I wasn't fooling anybody, but I had to try. We headed for the elevator in silence. When we got there, I pushed the button 4 times and tapped my foot nervously. "Kel?" I glanced over at Connor. His eyes were dark with concern. "Are you sure you're going to be able to do this?" The elevator in the middle made a ding noise and the doors whooshed open. As we got on, I grumbled, "Oh, it's a little late for that, isn't it?" "Is it? You're asking me if I'm sure I want to get married while I'm wearing a $5,000 wedding dress," I informed him. I pushed the lobby button 4 times. He rubbed my shoulder and winced. "Jesus, you're wound tighter than a spring." Understatement. I was a slinky at the top of a flight of stairs. As we descended to the lobby, he gave me a shoulder rub until the tension of my muscles actually hurt his hand. The doors opened, and as we stepped off, he grimaced and flexed his injured digits. "Good grief! I'm going to get you some coffee and some ice for my hand." "I don't need any coffee," I muttered as he headed for the banquet room, which was in the opposite direction from the conference hall. "I need cocaine." He heard me anyway. "I'm assuming if they're out of blow, you want French vanilla?" "Yes," I said resignedly. Then I headed down the hallway toward the conference room. I didn't even know what I was so worried about. There would probably be 50 people or so. If the early hour didn't turn them away, certainly the topic would. Most people use these conferences as a chance to expense a sort of pseudo-vacation on their employer's dime. They weren't really going to turn out in droves to hear what I had to say. What was I even worried about? But when I reached the conference hall and peeked in the doors, it looked like over 100 people in there, and we didn't even start for another 45 minutes. I glanced at the fire safety sign a little maniacally. Surely the room was at capacity. Maybe someone should call the fire marshal and check. Carol waved across the room, and I waved back weakly. She started to cut a path through the room in my direction, but I pretended not to notice and quickly let the doors close. I speed-walked down the hall with purpose until I turned the corner. Then I sat on an upholstered bench next to a large potted plant and fastened my gaze on my sheaf of papers and pretended to go over my speech. When Connor finally strolled down the hallway with a cup of coffee in each hand, I smiled weakly and wiped the sweat gathering at my hairline. "There you are," he said. He held out one of the coffee cups and the smell wafted under my nose. "Fresh coffee. They only had hazelnut creamer. I hope that's okay." My stomach roiled, and I stood quickly and headed for the bathroom before I lost what was left of my special heart-shaped pancakes right on their polished hardwood floors. I rushed down the corridor, turned a corner, and bumped into Carol, who smiled pleasantly.
"Dr. Cannon, do you have a minute? I'd like to discuss the running order of the conference with you."
"Of course," I managed. "Just give me a few minutes."
"I'll be in the room next to conference room B."
I wasn't going back to conference room B, ever. Conference room B was the Bermuda Triangle to me. "I'll see you in 10. By the time I hit the bathroom door with the flat of my hand, I was hyperventilating just a bit. A guy at the sink gave me a concerned look as I staggered up to the sink next to him and rested my hands on the porcelain edge. "Hey, buddy, you okay?" "Yes," I said definitively. He shrugged and pulled off a few paper towels from the dispenser. I listened with half an ear as he went about his business, wiped his hands, and threw the paper towels in the trash. By the time he left, I was breathing a little slower, and I wormed a finger between my damp neck and my collar. I was okay. A mature adult, and I just needed a moment to gather myself. Then I locked myself in a stall and sat on the toilet. The hotel men's room was pretty fancy and had the kind of doors that almost went to the floor. It was a good feature if you ever wanted to hide in a bathroom stall for all of eternity, but it had a long way to go for privacy. The bathroom door opened and footsteps led to my stall. Again, I didn't know if Connor was getting tired of checking on me, but I was certainly tired of seeing his shoes. He cleared his throat, and I wondered if he knew he had a tendency to balance on his left foot when he was worried. "Kel, I'm starting to get a little, concerned here." I quickly picked at a few hairs and pieces of fluff on my trouser leg. I was a failure, but there was no need to be a linty failure. "About what?" "Your mental stability, for one," he sighed. You are aware that the conference starts in 15 minutes. "I am." "I told Carol that you were having some digestive problems. She looked pretty worried." The guilt deepened. "Tell her I have explosive diarrhea," Connor spluttered. I'm not telling her." "You don't, do you?" "Yes, you do not." I made an exasperated noise. "Ugh, then why'd you ask?" Because this is ridiculous," he exploded. "Now you come out of there right this minute." "I can't do that." "Kelly, I'm sorry, but I live here now." "I'm going outside," he said with a huff. "You know, where the adults are, and I'd better see you out there in the next 10 minutes. His ringing footsteps against the tiles sounded like a threat. "Good luck with that," I called out, to no response, and I realized he'd already left and missed my rejoinder. I blew out a frustrated breath. Even in a dire situation, I hated it when he got the last word. It wasn't long before Connor was back, and he sounded awfully smug. "This time, I've got it." I looked suspiciously at his shiny shoes. "You don't got it." "Oh, but I do. I'm going to tell Carol that you'll be out in a few minutes." "You tell her whatever you want." The door of the bathroom swung shut, and since I was tired of him walking out on my responses, I shouted the rest. "Because I'm not coming out!" I covered my eyes with my hands. I just might get fired when it was all said and done. Maybe I could hand off my speech to someone else. Carol or Dr. Arlo could give it just as well as I could. The Q&A session afterward would probably have to be canceled, but at least they wouldn't be left in the lurch. Hell, at that point, I didn't care if the bellhop did it, as long as someone else had to get up in front of those hundreds of people. Measured steps approached my stall, but I didn't bother to open my eyes. If it was someone who had to use the bathroom, he was free to use any of the other 4 stalls. If it was security or the cops, well, they knew how to use dynamite, didn't they? There was a brief tap at my door. I uncovered my eyes and saw a pair of expensive-looking wingtip shoes. "Occupied," I croaked. "Maybe forever." I heard a soft chuckle. "I guess we could move in here, but I don't think they're going to let us bring waffles." "Blue?" "Maybe. You'll have to open the door to find out." I didn't need to find out. I knew his voice as well as I knew my own. "Oh, my God!" He paused. Is that a good oh my god or bad? I let out my breath in a silent rush. Good, I finally said. Okay then. He came a little closer to my stall, so close his feet were a little under my door. I quietly slid one of my shoes next to his and gave his shoe a hello tap with mine. I heard his amused puff of breath. So, the hotel seems nice? I nodded, even though he couldn't see me. Everything was beautifully appointed, but not pretentious. It certainly is. A lot of amenities, nice staff. Connor and I were thinking about using the indoor pool. Yeah, maybe I'll join you. There's also a nice restaurant on the bottom floor. I think I saw it. His tone was as conversational as my own. Mexican? Tapas, small plates, and communal tables. Good pricing? A little expensive, but they have a huge selection. Mm-hmm. Hey, Kel. Yeah? You think maybe we could do this face to face? I don't think so. I could hear the amusement and exasperation in his voice. Yeah? And why's that? Because you're gonna make me come out, I said darkly. Not necessarily. Oh, yes, necessarily. I narrowed my eyes at the door. He was gonna say things about having courage and being brave and doing things that scare you and all that shit that really belonged on an inspirational pillow and not in real life. Before you knew it, I'd be on my way to conference room B and the humiliation that waited within. Are you gonna open the door or do I have to take it off the hinges? His voice suddenly sounded muffled, and I could tell he was examining the hinges and actually considering it. Hang on, I growled. Despite my shame at being found cowering in a bathroom stall like a little kid, and my absolute certainty that he was going to get me to come out, I knew I had to open it. I stood on wobbly legs and unlatched the stall door. I was still a little stunned to see him standing there, all polished and put together in a beautifully tailored gray suit. It was clear he'd gone through some effort, and I stared at his silk pink check tie. I loved seeing him all dressed up. In his day-to-day life, he wore suits every now and again for special events he couldn't get out of, but his usual mode of dress was athletic gear. And while he did sportswear very well, his toned and defined body did wonderful things for suits. Wonderful, unspeakable things. I swallowed. Even in the middle of a crisis, my fertile mind could whip up a creative fantasy. I saw the front, and I wanted to get a good look at the back. Wanted to see if his incredible ass looked just as incredible in those fitted pants. Since I very well couldn't ask him to lift his jacket and turn around without seeming like a horrible perv, I focused on other things, mostly greeting him properly, warmly. What the hell are you doing here? Nice greeting that is. He crowded me backward in the stall like the pushy bastard he was and pulled the door behind him. It was a tight fit, and I had to grab onto his lapels so I didn't have to straddle the toilet. What do you think I'm doing here? I think you're supposed to be at the charity event. Another thought occurred to me, and my eyes widened. Are you going to get in trouble? Probably, he said with a cheeky grin. They've probably realized I'm gone by now. Blue, it'll be fine. I skipped out early, but I wrote a nice check. Frankly, I'm sure they can use that more than me standing around for a few hours anyway. I knew it wasn't quite that simple. When the team owner requested the players to be at an event, he expected them to show up. He expected them to shake hands and schmooze and let all his wealthy friends take pictures with them. I didn't doubt there would be some sort of piper to pay, just as I knew Blue wouldn't tell me about it. I searched his eyes for any judgment or blame and found only concern. I tried to smile, but it wobbled a little, so I let it drop completely. He leaned forward and kissed the tip of my nose, and I briefly closed my eyes. You okay? Was all he asked. Yeah, now I am. He got what I was saying, and I didn't have to get all sappy about it. He wrapped his arms around me. Then it's worth all the trouble. No one hugged me like Blue did. No one. Like he could fix every problem I ever had just by holding me together. Human duct tape for my soul. How'd you even get here? My voice was muffled in his jacket, but he understood me. I asked my buddy Ryan to do me a favor. He has a small Cessna, and he'll use any excuse to fly it. As long as I reimburse him for gas, we're all good. I also told him if we make the playoffs, I'll give him tickets for seats so good he'll be able to punt the football himself. So we're square. But what about your team? You're my team, he said, effectively silencing my sputters. Then he pressed a kiss in my hair and held me away from him so I could see his eyes, so I could see he meant every word. This is important. What were all those gifts about then? I asked. A fake out? No, I actually arranged for those yesterday, but then I realized that all that was just stuff, and our relationship has never been about stuff. He was right. It was about faith and love and trust and everything that made us, us. We had our problems just like everybody else, but in the end, we had each other's backs every time it mattered. You're damn right. Our relationship has never been about stuff. I kissed him soundly. It's about sex. Kelly, he scolded, but his lips twitched and I could tell he wanted to smile. I'm serious. So am I. He rubbed his hands briskly up and down my arms. If you're fine enough to work that sassy mouth, then you're fine enough to get out there. I knew it! I glared at him and he rolled his eyes in return. Yes, my evil plan is to get you out of this bathroom like any good villain. I have a 60-page manifesto that I will now read aloud. Ha ha. I wrinkled my nose. You're so cute. He absolutely was not. You do this kind of thing every day, Kel, and you don't even realize how amazing it is. When you get up there in front of all those students, this is just like lecturing a class, and I know you're gonna rock it. I guess. That's just the enthusiasm I was looking for. I had to laugh. That's the best you're getting out of me. All right. He blew out a breath and appeared to be thinking hard. How about this? When you finish, I'll be naked in your bed, and you can have your wicked way with me. That kind of motivation I could get on board with. I looked him up and down appreciatively. I had plans for that tie. Maybe even bending him over and fucking him in that suit. My mind raced even as my cock filled. Maybe I could even use that tie to bind his hands to the headboard. But I deflated a little when I remembered the headboard was upholstered panel. A chair then! There was a nice desk chair in the room that would do the trick. I rebounded nicely with another freak-tastic vision. I'd bind his hands behind him as he sat in the chair and ride him until he was a quivering, shivery mess. Then I'd finish him off in my mouth. Are you ready to give that speech now? I stared at him dumbly for a second as his sky-blue eyes sparkled with amusement. It was clear he realized exactly where my thoughts had drifted, but I wasn't embarrassed. The way he looked, combined with that offer of carte blanche, he was lucky we weren't standing in a puddle of drool. The suit stays on, I croaked. He looked like he was barely holding back laughter. I can certainly do that. Okay. Yeah, that works, I nodded. Now, out of my way. I have a speech to give. He shrugged as though he couldn't care less. Whatever you want. God, I love it when you say that. Enjoy it because you won't be hearing it again. Not even with your dick in my mouth as I torture your ass with my fingers for as long as I want? I smiled enigmatically and his gaze turned suspicious. We'll see, was all I said. We'll certainly see about that. When we finally emerged from the bathroom, the first thing I saw was Connor leaning against the wall, busily texting on his phone. He sent me a smug look. I told Kennedy that you finally manned up, he said cheerfully. She was threatening to kick your ass. Thank you, I said with a glare. Not sure why you apprised her of the situation at all, but thank you. Hey, I didn't know what we were going to have to do to get you out of there, he said, clearly unapologetic that he'd spread word of my cowardice all up and down the East Coast. He made a horrible Paul Revere, that was for sure. A little farther down the hall, I spotted Dr. Arlo talking with a stressed-looking Carol. She widened her eyes when she saw me and rushed over to grab my arm. Sorry about that, Carol,
It doesn't matter. Connor told me about your situation.
The
explosive diarrhea,
she said in a confidential whisper that was a hair too loud. Blue turned his guffaw into a cough, and Dr. Arlo's ears went a little red. Carol pulled at my jacket.
Come now, we're only a few minutes behind schedule.
She hustled me along down the hallway, and I managed to give Connor a dirty look behind her back as we ran/walked to the conference room. It wasn't easy, but I was pretty sure I was able to send him a message with my facial expressions alone. He waggled his eyebrows in return.
Maybe next time you don't hide in a bathroom and you can control the narrative.
I could already hear my introduction as Carol pushed me through the doors, and there was no time to balk. I kept my eyes trained on the front as I headed up to the podium, but when I finally turned to face the room, there was no avoiding the people. Lots of people. The 100 I saw before my freak-out had doubled, maybe tripled. I arranged my speech on the podium for easy access and pushed on it a little too hard. Apparently the podium was made of papier-mâché and it listed forward. I grabbed it back just in time and the mic squealed. The audience tittered as I resettled the podium. I wouldn't even be able to grip the flimsy damn thing for support. A bead of sweat slid down my spine in slow motion. I gazed out at the audience, and Blue's encouragement drifted helpfully through my mind. You do this kind of thing every day, and you don't even realize how amazing it is. This is just like lecturing a class. A huge class, but still. The room was slightly darkened, but not so much that I couldn't make out people. My eyes landed on Connor and Blue in the back row. They both gave me encouraging looks and pulled horrible faces that startled a laugh out of me. I rubbed my face. When I glanced back in their direction, they were still making faces at me. I swallowed down another inappropriate laugh and scratched my temple with my middle finger. Their silliness gave me the jolt I needed. And I finally began. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the esteemed American Society of Physics, it is my honor to welcome you to the 21st International Physics Divisional Conference. After the success of my speech and a 15-minute Q&A session, I was able to enjoy the rest of the lectures for the day. I checked the schedule, and much to my delight, there were 4 lecturers left and another 5 the next day. The last day of the conference would be a meet and greet and a luncheon. Blue made it through 3 of the lectures, which was 3 more than I expected. I got another key card from the desk and sent him up to the room with the promise that I wouldn't be more than an hour. Carol corralled me after the last lecture of the day, and that hour turned into 2. Then I had a few celebratory drinks with Connor that stretched 2 hours into 3, but I knew Blue wouldn't mind. If I knew him like I thought I did, he was probably already asleep. By the time I finally got back to the room, Blue was in bed, sitting up against the headboard, his iPad on his lap. He'd ditched the suit for a low-slung pair of soft-looking blue-checked sleep pants, and his hair was mussed like it always was when he woke up. Some sports highlights show was on the TV on low, and I briefly wondered what he would do if he couldn't find ESPN. Run screaming into the night, I suspected. I was very, very glad he was up. It would probably be rude to wake him with my dick, not that manners had ever stopped me before. He'd been riling me up all day with soft little touches when no one was looking and sending me dirty texts even when we were sitting a few feet away from one another. Giving me a hard-on in the middle of Dr. Arlo's speech about conductivity? Unforgivable. From the saucy grin he sent me, he remembered my discomfort and wasn't one bit sorry. Hello, dear. Don't you hello, dear me. I shrugged out of my suit jacket and draped it over the other bed. Then I started to work off my tie. Why aren't you in your suit? I had plans, you know. You took too long. No kinky suit sex for you. That sucks. Luckily for you, so do I. His gaze was glued to me as I tossed my tie and began to unbutton my shirt, my movements quick and concise. Hey, could you remove that a little slower? Give me something to work with? Damn. I rolled my eyes, but indulged him as I slowly peeled the garment off. The shirt got stuck at my wrists, and I struggled for a few seconds before I had to concede defeat. I slunk over to him and held out my restricted hands. Not a word, I warned, or I'll hurt you. He didn't look worried. Oh yeah? Mortal Kombat finish him style. Even though his lips were pressed tight and his eyes sparkled, he somberly unfastened my cuff buttons and freed my hands. I went back to my impromptu strip show and took off my belt. I channeled my inner stripper and whipped it over my head. The belt curled in a circle and slapped my shoulder, and I yelped and dropped the belt like a hot potato. Blue covered his mouth with his hands as I rubbed the injured spot. When he got his laughter under control, he finally asked, like a decent fucking person, Are you okay? Yes, I said with a scowl. Clearly my Magic Mike vibe was totally ruined. Judging from the tenting of his pants, Blue didn't seem to mind. I hooked my thumbs into my belt loops. The show must go on. Maybe we should get some insurance before you continue. Maybe you should show me how it's done, funny guy. He didn't hesitate. He tucked his thumbs in his pants, briefly lifted up to get them over his hips, and kicked them off. His cock bounced against his stomach as he sat back down, and he closed his hand over it with a soft groan. I watched avidly as he slowly stroked up and down, firmly, authoritatively. He knew what he liked, and he didn't mind me watching. On the 5th stroke, he paused at the head, smeared his thumb through the liquid, rubbed it around the head, and used the rest to slick his way back down. It took me a couple of seconds to realize I was still staring at him, mouth slightly open, hands paused at my zipper. I yanked off my pants and tossed them on the floor. My boxers followed shortly after. Then I kneeled on the end of the bed and started to stroke myself, matching his rhythm until my breath came hard and short in my chest. harsh in my own ears. So, he gazed over me in a lazy appraisal. How do you want it? It was a simple question, but he might as well have asked me to interpret an ancient scroll. My focus was hazy, blurred. I wondered how we went from teasing arousal to gotta have you now so fucking quickly. The implications of his question certainly didn't help. However way you want it, I can give it to you. Now, I answered simply. I crawled up the bed and over his splayed thighs. I pushed him back, followed him down, and pressed my body into his. He shifted to accommodate me, eyebrows raised, and his breathing wasn't all that steady either. I guess that answers the question of who's getting fucked. That okay with you? It was a rhetorical question. Not only was I already lubing up his hole, but we both knew he wanted it, maybe even needed it. He equally hated and loved giving up control, but I tried not to let him overthink it. He lived in a world where people expected him to be aggressive and in charge. Begging someone to fuck me now certainly didn't belong in that world. I slid a finger inside of him and a groan escaped his tightly compressed lips. I need you to get lower, I commanded, and open up for me. Let me see that pretty hole. He glared at me even as he slid down farther on the bed and spread his thighs more. I slipped my fingers in and he practically melted under my touch, canting his hips up every time I pulled out. I loved all his reactions, the way he bit his lip when I hit his spot, the way his cheeks got all pink and flushed. He grabbed my wrist and I paused, just checking to make sure he was with me. Don't stop, he ground out. Wasn't planning on it. He ignored my wicked look and I chuckled. I'd fuck him any way I could get him, but I loved to make him beg first. I nuzzled at his throat. You all right with this? Yes. He leaned back and bared his throat so I could get better access. You want a notarized statement? I just want to make sure we're on the same page. Fuck, Kel. You want me to say it? His voice was equal parts frustrated and aroused. I've been thinking about riding your dick since I first saw you in that fucking suit. Yeah? I crooked my fingers inside of him and he bucked up with a curse. Is that so? Even when I knew he was ready, I held back. Even when he was breathing hard and pink-cheeked with arousal. Even when he was moving his hips to meet the thrust of my fingers. And when I ducked my head and took his dick in my mouth, he finally cried out a soft, broken please that I couldn't ignore. Sliding inside him was like coming home, and we both sighed with the pleasure of it. I took a moment to just stare at his face, his dilated gaze intent on mine. After all this time, I was still blown away that he trusted me enough to do this, to share this with him. It made me feel unspeakably tender, and it was a moment before I could continue. I brushed his nose with mine, and he wrinkled his. Really? Are we truly that sappy yet? Yes, I said firmly and took his mouth with mine. Long after we finished, and sweat was cooling on our skin, I lay sprawled on top of him. He idly carted his hand through my hair as we watched the muted TV. Or maybe it watched us. I couldn't really say what was on or how long I'd been staring at it. Do we have to go back? I asked, not expecting an answer. And you said I'd make a horrible father, Blue chuckled. We have to go back if, for nothing else, Waffle's sake. She loves the boarding place. I huffed an amused puff of air across his skin that made him shiver. We can get her and come back. He didn't answer my nonsense and stroked my hair lightly. I was almost asleep when he said, My bye week is coming soon. I think a week of vacation is just what we need. I disagreed, but I didn't say anything as I listened to his steady heartbeat. This was all we needed. His hand drifted down to my neck, and I leaned into his touch like a lazy cat. He ran those clever hands down my back, just a light, knowing touch that knew all the right places to linger. A groan escaped my mouth, and just like that, I was ready all over again. He gripped my ass firmly. Guess I wasn't the only one. The heady feeling of want strummed through my body, wild and insatiable, greedy. His voice was a soft whisper near my ear. My turn. He stilled me when I started to slide off and arrange my legs the way he wanted them, one on either side of his upraised knees. I brought my hands down next to his face as I leaned forward. When he started to play with my hole with clever, dexterous fingers, I closed my eyes with a sigh of pleasure. Think it'll always be like this? As long as it's you and me? He kissed his way down my neck and made sure to pay careful attention to my secret spot, right behind my ear. You can pretty much count on it. Chapter 17. Kelly. The day we left for the lake house was sunny and bright, as though even Mother Nature approved of our vacation choice. We were headed 4 or 5 hours up the Panhandle, slightly past the Central Florida area, which made our vacation a mini road trip too. For once, Blue didn't have on a stitch of Outlaws or Nike gear. He came out of the front door in some khaki shorts, a pale blue polo shirt, and white Vans. He had a pair of aviators firmly over his eyes and a Dodgers ball cap on his head. If he looked any readier for vacation, he'd be on a travel brochure. I wasn't much better in my plaid shorts and white V-neck tee with a pair of black thong sandals. As he passed me with his luggage, I snagged the ball cap off his head and put it on mine. He stuck out his tongue, but let me make off with it. Working as a seamless unit, we efficiently loaded his SUV. Blue had volunteered his vehicle for the trip, mostly because he was a sucker who didn't care about mileage, so I knew we'd be comfortable. The big black Navigator had all the bells and whistles to make a long road trip bearable. I'd already informed him that I'd probably spend some time in the back seat, making use of the TVs and the headrests. I secured Waffle's harness to a dog seat belt, and she, disinterested in our shenanigans, promptly curled up in the seat. She tucked her nose under her tail and closed her eyes, and I shook my head fondly. She might just be the only dog on earth who had no interest in hanging her head out a car window. I let down a few windows while Blue finished loading our luggage in the back. "You're not going to donate this car when you get the MVP truck this year, are you?" "Why do you ask?" "Because you did it 2 times before." He'd won twice over the years, and both times he donated his old car to a local charity. "I think you should donate the one you win, and we should keep this one." He raised an eyebrow. "You've already got me in the Super Bowl and winning MVP? Way to support your man, baby." I shrugged. "Think big. That should be on a t-shirt." "Pretty sure it already is." "Then I should buy that shirt," I declared. He closed the trunk with a chuckle. "Get your ass in the car, Kelly." After a short rock-paper-scissors battle for who would drive first, he won. We were off. When he picked the lake house to spend his bye week, I mocked him at first. It wasn't exactly exotic or exciting, but secretly I was kind of glad. When you only had 1 week of vacation in a busy season, the last thing you wanted to do was spend half that week traveling. Airports, customs, and security lines were not exactly my idea of relaxing. The lake house was a perfect compromise. It was less than a day away, far enough to seem like a getaway, but close enough that we didn't have to waste half the trip getting there. I was more than a little excited, giddy even. It was going to be just the 2 of us. No football for him, no teaching for me, no NFL, no conferences, no quizzes to grade. Just me and Blue in a house by the lake. I didn't know what we'd do with ourselves. I planned to put sunscreen on every inch of his body. I was also going to convince him to wear the tiny swimsuit I'd bought and snuck into my suitcase. And of course there would be blowjobs, handjobs, and sex on the dock. Let's just say I'd had worse vacations. I relaxed as he drove, made idle chatter, and stared out the window. The farther we got, the farther apart the exits became. Before long, the constant signs for rest stops and restaurants also thinned out, and the scenery gave way to mostly trees. I played card DJ for a while until Blue threatened to take away my privileges for playing too much alternative music. In response to that, I put on It's Been a While by Stained. At his heartfelt groan, I sent him an affronted look. This is one of my favorite songs. It's got a nice beat and everything, but it's kind of grim. A little depressing, don't you think? No, I don't think. This is the soundtrack to suicide, Kel. I belted him in the arm and he pretended it hurt. I have a soft spot for this song and I associate it with my first tattoo. I was in a grungy little shop with some white dude with dreads who free-handed a diving bird on my arm. "You don't have a diving bird on your arm?" He glanced over at me a couple times as though he wanted to examine my arm thoroughly. "I've explored every inch of your body and I've never seen a diving bird. It's hidden in this clockwork piece." I looked down at my arm with a small smile. I had some other guy fix all the little random tattoos and incorporate them into this piece. That bird with the outstretched wings is now the dial on one of the watches. "I'm going to want to look at that," he said darkly, as though affronted that he didn't know something about me. "So you're in a grungy tattoo parlor, and he's freehanding this tattoo, and I'm thinking, man, this isn't as bad as I thought it would be. The feeling wavered between a sharp buzz and dull pain, and then even the pain started to feel kind of good. Then that song came over the speakers, and I thought, fuck, this just might be the coolest thing I've ever done. Maybe I should get another this week. Something in homage to you, of course. Or the Outlaws. Blue caught the tattoo bug earlier this year when a tattoo parlor opened up across from our favorite bar. After a month of hemming and hawing, he finally decided to get a small tattoo of the Outlaw logo on his upper arm. I warned him that tattoos could be addictive, but he laughed me off. It took 2 weeks for him to want another. His jersey number. And his blank canvas slowly became art. He still had a long way to go before he caught up with my clockwork sleeve. Good to know I rank right up there with your precious football team. He laughed, and I smiled. Sometimes I couldn't get over how easy it was when it was just the two of us. He glanced at my expression and then turned his gaze back to the road. What? Nothing. You just look relaxed. I am. I've got you and an entire week of vacation. Hell, I'm not sure there's even going to be enough time to do all the things I want to do. Yeah, like what? I want to take the boat out, of course. Paddle boating? Maybe we could even use the wave runners. He snapped his fingers. Oh, and let's not forget some of those gorgeous hiking trails. I slid him a sideways look. That itinerary was a little more outdoorsy than I was looking forward to. Of course, there'll still be time for other things, I hinted. Of course. He sent me a wide-eyed look that was 2 parts mischief and 1 part innocence. I thought we'd go swimming, too. Naked things, Blue, I clarified. I want to do naked things. He laughed. You just want me for my body, don't you? Pretty much. And damn you for making me say it aloud, I said indignantly. I put on some 3 Doors Down, but when he looked tortured, I relented and put on something country. Some singer sang to us about a truck and a dog and a cheating wife as I trailed my fingers out the window and the wind blew over my hand. I had some good alternative music memories, but damn if those country songs weren't getting some play too. We made a pit stop for gas and went by 4 restaurants before we saw one with outdoor seating. The place was nothing special, but they had food and let us bring waffles on the patio, which was good enough for us. The waitress came over to greet us and take our orders before we even got settled. She made kissy noises and baby-talked waffles while we looked at our menus, and waffles luxuriated in the attention. She wagged her tail madly as she tried to get closer to the waitress, but I'd put the open loop of her leash around my chair leg, so she could only go so far.
Oh, she's so darling. I wish I weren't working so I could pet her.
Our waitress, Anne, according to her name tag, clucked her tongue.
So have you guys decided? What can I get y'all? Our special today is the deep-fried macaroni and cheese bacon burger.
That was pretty much all of my favorite things smashed between a bun. That's what I want. That exact thing.
Milkshake?
Marry me? She grinned.
Strawberry chocolate or vanilla, hun?
Strawberry. Super thick. Large. I folded my menu happily and handed it to her, and she put it under her arm. When I glanced over at Blue, he gave me the stink eye. I expelled an annoyed breath. Small, I mean.
We only make them in large, sweetie.
No, really. Marry me? Anne laughed and turned to Blue.
What about you, handsome?
Turkey club on whole wheat, he said. He gave her his folded menu. A side of fries and ice water. And can you add another water and a side salad to his order?
Will do.
When she walked away, I jostled his foot with mine. You put a serious cramp in my enjoyment of food. When we weren't together, you let me eat what I wanted. I still cared, he retorted. I just didn't have any right to tell you what to eat, at the time. You still don't, I beg to differ. He reached down and ruffled Waffle's ears. Your future is tied with mine now. It's the same reason I let you give me a 30-minute lecture on the relationship between football and concussions in the shower last night, which, just so you know, was not good times. You're lucky it wasn't an hour. I had more to say before you squirted me with shampoo. My point is that you get a say in what I do, and I get a say in what you do. What? I squawked. How is that fair? I'm planning on living a very long time, but there's no point if you're not going to be there. He shrugged. So you choose for both of us. Death by bacon, or do we try to live past 40? I shut my complaining mouth. There really wasn't much to say to that. You're lucky I love you. That I am. I slid my sandal over to fondly kick his shoe. I didn't care if he was a food drill sergeant. He was all mine. I'm glad we're here. So am I. And just imagine, he drawled, if we lived together, we could do this kind of thing all the time. I started to smile until I saw the seriousness lurking in his expression. It boded an uncomfortable discussion that I wasn't entirely ready to have. He cocked an eyebrow as discomfort crept over my expression. I pushed out of my chair and mumbled, "Bathroom." And I didn't look back as I headed inside, but I could feel Blue's mocking gaze on my back. By the time I returned, there were two guys standing by our table talking animatedly with Blue, and I held in a sigh. No offense to all of Blue's hard work, but I could live without all the NFL fandemonium spilling over into our real lives. I plopped back down in my seat and nodded through Blue's cursory introductions. Their names went in and out of my ears, and they certainly didn't bother to remember mine. I might as well have been a stick for all the attention his fanboys paid me. By the time I finished my plate and half of Blue's fries, another guy drifted up with a shirt for Blue to sign. Blue obliged, still chatting pleasantly with the others. They were total dude bros who seemed to have an opinion on every team in the freaking league. I scowled at Blue's full plate. He'd barely eaten anything because he was so busy giving out experiences to fans who didn't seem to realize he was a real fucking person. I stood up again and went to go pay the check. Anne rang me up on an old register that made a sound suspiciously like a cough when the money drawer kicked open.
Can I get you something else, hon?
She handed me back my change and receipt. A turkey club on whole wheat? At least I could get Blue something to go, something that hadn't been talked over by, I glanced at the table, 5 strangers. By the time Anne handed me my bag, they were all taking turns crowding around the table to take selfies. I milled about in the gift shop and looked at the kitschy knickknacks I had no particular use for. I wound up near a wall of candy, where I spent an inordinate amount of time picking out uniquely flavored peppermint sticks for my father and a couple of cutesy jars of preserves for my mother. Then I got a whole bunch of old-school hard candy that I wasn't even sure I liked, to keep my tongue company for the rest of the ride. When I was done paying, I glanced back in the dining area, and Blue still wasn't done. I went back over to get waffles and then headed for the car. As I let her explore the grassy area in front of the restaurant and then decorate it with urine, I battled with my irritation. I understood that he was one of the football greats, and most of the time I dealt with that just fine. But it was supposed to be our week, our time. I put up with a lot, and I'd earned it. I planned to guard it jealously. Since I'd forgotten the keys and wasn't about to go back in there, I put my packages on the hood of the SUV. Then I leaned my butt against the car and unwrapped a large ball of peppermint as Waffles watched me raptly. I don't know what I really expected. Blue was recognized everywhere. Had I really expected we'd get to hold hands and walk down the street because we weren't in our hometown? I stuck the candy in my mouth and shoved the wrapper in my pocket. I wasn't even sure why I needed that so much. Who cared if we couldn't go together in public? He was still mine, and I was still his. No amount of PDA was going to change that. Maybe if I kept saying it to myself, I'd start to believe it. I saw him coming as he crossed the tiny parking lot and made sure to fix my face, as my mother used to call it. My face fell naturally into scowling lines, and I couldn't even count how many times my mother told me to fix my face when I was a kid. I became adept at faking a pleasant expression. That skill came in handy as I smiled at Blue. "You ready?" "Sorry about that," he apologized. "But I can't just tell them to get lost because I'm busy with my boyfriend." "Of course." He looked at my face searchingly. Then he furrowed his brow. "I said I'm sorry. I heard you. But people don't understand that you might be busy or having an off day. This is the first time and maybe only time they'll ever meet you, and then they carry that impression with them from then on. A couple wrong words, and Blue Montgomery is a big jerk who doesn't have the time for fans. I understand." I bumped his shoulder. "You don't have to explain anything to me." "Then why are you so mad?" "What? Don't be absurd." "Am I? Being absurd? You only start using words like that when you're lying." He frowned. "Not to mention the rest of your face is smiling, but your eyes aren't." Fuck, why did he know me so well? I sighed. I'm not mad at you, if that helps. I don't know, I'm selfish. I want you to myself for a little while. You have all the parts of me that matter." He smiled, and the corners of his eyes crinkled in that way that made my stomach go weak. His eyes were soft and understanding and so very blue. "And I think that's kind of sweet, actually." "Oh, shut up." "It is. You're such a fucking sap," he teased. I blushed even as I laughed. "Shut up, Blue. I promise you the rest of the week is going to be just the two of us, and God help the person who tries to interfere with that." We stood looking at each other like the biggest dopes ever created. "You know, if we weren't in public, I'd kiss you right now." I smiled. "If we weren't in public, I'd blow you right now." His smile dropped. God, you always have the best ideas. I laughed and hit him on the arm. Let's go get out of here before your fanboys hit the parking lot. I don't want to be here all night. And put waffles in the car, will you? I've got to put these in back. What's all that? He asked as he complied. Eyes trained on the bags, I took off the hood and trotted past him. Souvenirs, Blue, I said snootily, trying not to blush. You've heard of the concept? He managed not to laugh that I'd gotten caught up in the gift shop tourist trap from hell and bought $60 worth of crap I didn't need. We'd only gone a few miles before he reached over and unzipped my fly. Blue, I said, jaw dropping a little. What do you think you're doing? Someone promised someone a blowjob. How he managed to be so skilled with one hand, I had no idea. I gasped a little as he pulled my dick out of my pants with no ado. You can't make promises like that and renege. I'm not reneging. I just don't want to die. You're driving. Although, from the competent way he was driving with one hand and fisting me with the other, I couldn't deny he had skills. He slid his thumb over the crest of my dick, and I couldn't hold in the moan that escaped. Mad skills. Besides, shouldn't I be unzipping your pants for that to happen? He made an exasperated noise. Oh, that would be my preference over all these questions, yes. Wow, being a smart-ass really was contagious. He was such a nice, sweet Southern boy before we got together. I hated to reward such sassy behavior, but I couldn't stop thinking about having him in my mouth. I unzipped his fly, pulled him out, and smiled as breath softly hissed out of his mouth. I stroked him up and down a little, just enjoying the power of it all and how he bucked in my hands. He gritted out a curse and dropped his hand from my dick so he could grip the steering wheel with both hands. Wow! His grip was a little tight, to say the least. You're taking white-knuckling to a whole new level. I'm good, he managed. You have to focus on the road, I warned. He nodded jerkily. Of course. You can't watch. Blue really, really liked to watch. I won't. I used my other hand to cup his balls, and he groaned helplessly. He said only one word. Please. He didn't have to beg, but he did it so prettily that I pretended to contemplate a little longer. If I could say no to Blue, we would have had bacon with a side of bacon for lunch, and we wouldn't have Geico for insurance just because he liked the gecko on the commercials. But I digress. I finally lowered my head and licked a stripe up and down his dick, just enough to make him curse my very existence aloud. I playfully licked him again and then took just the head of his dick in my mouth. I happened to glance up just in time to see his eyes slam shut, and I pulled off with an audible pop. Eyes Blue! His eyes popped back open, and a trickle of sweat rolled down his forehead. I'm watching, just don't stop. I went down on him again and stroked the base of his dick with one hand and alternatively sucked and licked the top. He started to thrust in my mouth, and I urged him on, one hand across his thigh, just in case. When I chanced to look up, he was looking down at me, his face taut with tension, and I enjoyed that connection for a brief second before I remembered where the hell we were. I pulled back so quickly I hit my head on the steering wheel. At the next stop, you pull over, I growled. I'll finish you off then. My eyes were open. Yeah, but you were looking at me the whole time. It's not like I ran us off the road, and that's proof that miracles do exist. I sat back in my seat and wiped my mouth. Then I glanced at the next road sign and saw the emblems for a couple of eateries and gas stations. See you in 13.6 miles. He groaned and hit the gas. When he finally pulled into a spot at the rest stop, he had barely put the car in park before he turned to me. He said one word, and it was rife with meaning. Please. I sank my mouth down over him, and he groaned loudly. I rolled my tongue over him, enjoying the feel of him in my mouth and the taste of him on my tongue. I knew it would be impossible to reach his ass, which was a little frustrating, but that was okay. When we got up to the lake house, I was going to play with him until he was a shaking, sweating, babbling wreck. I brought a plug and a strand of anal beads that looked like smooth river stones, and they were going to look fantastic in Blue's ass. In the meantime, I would settle for getting him off without us both winding up in the slammer. He came hard, swearing up a storm, gripping my hair tightly and keeping my face in his pubes. Since it was impossible for me to move, I worked my throat around him and wished there were a way to make it last. Eventually, his death grip changed to more of a caress, and he stroked my hair. He slid his hand down my cheek and then away as I slowly pulled off. Wow, he said softly. Wow. I sat up and wiped my mouth. That's all you have to say? Pretty much. He let out a shaky breath. The drive up to the lake house is never going to be the same. Not without your lips wrapped around my dick. That's going to make for some awkward family road trips. He slanted a look my way, his eyes full of mischief. I'm going to return the favor when we get there, and we'll see if you're still so mouthy. I would be. I was born that way. I was also born smart, so I certainly wasn't going to turn down a challenge like that. We made the rest of the drive in quiet and companionable silence, his arm draped over the back of my seat, his fingers tangled in my hair. I sang along softly to the radio and rested one hand on his thigh. I thought he'd forgotten his challenge until he pulled into the garage and put the car in park. As I got out of the car and stretched, he pushed me back against the polished metal and splayed a hand on my stomach to keep me in place. A breathless and urgent blue was all I managed before my pants were around my ankles. He blew me right there, on his knees on the hard floor of the garage, my back pressed against the truck. He was a pro at it by then and knew all of my buttons and, more importantly, how to push them. When he took me all the way down to the root, I groaned, and my hips bucked up almost automatically. He cradled my sensitive, swollen balls, and another ripple of want mixed with need rippled through my body. It felt like every one of my nerve endings was being caressed by the warmth of his mouth. Some kind of heaven and some kind of intense, fiery hell. He finally pulled back, breathing hard, and I let him, even though I had his hair twisted in my fingers in a death grip. Sweet motherfucking Christ, I love it when you do that. I know you do, he said with a chuckle, his voice a little raspy. You like this too. He sucked on his finger briefly to wet it and speared my ass with it. Then he took me back in his mouth, and just that easily I came apart. He helped me down to the ground and stroked my back under my shirt as I babbled that I loved him, loved his mouth, and above all, loved the way he gave a fucking blowjob. He leaned back against the car with me on his lap and continued to stroke me like a treasured pet. And speaking of which, I looked over to find Waffles giving us both the stink eye.
Shame,
her eyes said.
Shame on you. Shame on your entire family.
We should probably take her out and set up her food and water bowls, I murmured, making no move to do any of those things. Okay, he said agreeably, but then I have more plans for you. What kind of plans? He tucked a few hairs behind my ear, and they immediately slipped free again. I'm going to take you upstairs, give you a massage, and then fuck you till you can't stand up. Like I said, I'd had worse vacations.
Chapter 18. Blue. The lake house wasn't quite as rustic as the name implied. I wasn't even sure the word house technically applied. It was a modern glass and blonde wood work of art nestled among the trees. The back of the house opened to a wide view, a coveted waterfront view of the glassy, shimmering surface of Lake Chippewa. We might only be 5 hours from home, but it seemed like an entirely different world. I wished I could take credit for it, but it was mostly my assistant Penny's brainchild. We made a slight mention of wanting a vacation house, and she ran with the idea, found the place, and badgered me until I bought it. Then she did a fantastic job of annoying me to death for 2 months with paint samples and fabric swatches and all manner of decorating craziness. When I came home and found my office full of throw pillows, I had to draw the line. I told her to just make it look nice, but not too nice, and leave me out of it. She stared at me for a good minute and then stomped out. Swatches fell out of her stuffed binder like beautiful confetti as she walked. The result of Penny's carte blanche was an updated and tasteful decor that still managed to be comfortable. She decided on a palette of warm browns and tans with oversized leather furniture that invited you to sit, relax, put up your feet. Nothing prissy or unapproachable about it. She even paid homage to the Outlaws with the team logo embossed in the middle of the glossy wood floor. The star of the open-concept living room was the white-stacked stone fireplace, where Penny had placed pictures of my family that I hadn't even known I had. A framed photo of my father and me on draft day, with me in a suit with an outlaw's cap on my head and his arms slung around my shoulders, my brother and me in front of his girlfriend's white Christmas tree, and a photo of me in my high school uniform at a game, kneeling and looking up as though in prayer. And front and center were 2 framed photos of Kelly and me. The first pictured the 2 of us with Goofy at grad night at Disneyland, laughing hysterically for some reason I couldn't remember. The other photo was from only a few years ago at a 4th of July celebration. We were older, all the gangly limbs and awkward youth long gone, but we still looked the same. I touched my finger to the glass. Clearly Penny knew who Kelly was to me. Those pictures said it all. She might as well have written "still together after all these years" underneath them. A glint of gold caught my eye, and I moved to the display case Penny had mounted for my awards. She had truly outdone herself. So if there were a few too many throw pillows on the couch, I knew better than to complain. I might get my Heisman Trophy right across the forehead. Kelly came in the front door with several bags tucked under his arms and my duffel on his shoulder. I frowned. "Is that your laptop bag?" We both agreed. I know, no work, but..." "That thing isn't coming in the bedroom." "Shh." He clutched his laptop to his chest. "Don't call him a thing. He'll hear you." "Good. That way I won't have to lock him up in the safe." "You wouldn't dare." "Try me." He snorted, and it was clear he thought I was joking. Whatever he saw in my expression made his smile drop. He hustled out of sight with his precious laptop, and I chuckled. He didn't want to share me with fans? Well, I didn't want to share him with a Pentium processor. I poked around a bit to reorient myself at the house and make sure we didn't need anything before we settled in. I'd been financially successful for a number of years, but it was still a surprise to acknowledge certain things as mine. The lake house was definitely one of them. It was one of my first big purchases, something I knew I could afford but still wasn't sure I should buy. My father warned me against the extravagance and told me I'd be upside down in a mortgage I couldn't afford once I bombed out of the NFL. His doubts only pushed me over the edge to finally buy the damn thing, almost to say, "Screw you, I know I'm going to make it." He derided my purchase even after I signed the papers, even after it became clear that I was not going to bomb out. That being said, he certainly made sure to vacation at the house at least 3 times a year, usually with some of his loud cigar-smoking buddies in tow, and they constantly forgot to use ashtrays, and wouldn't know a coaster if it hit them right between their bushy eyebrows. Luckily, I didn't have to see the mess they made. Penny made sure to get a cleaning crew in to make sure everything was ready for our arrival. She also suggested using a delivery service to stock the fridge with groceries, and I gratefully agreed. One less thing to worry about. When I glanced in the pantry, it was also stocked with essentials. Penny claimed all we had to do was bring ourselves and our luggage, and I could see she was true to her word. That girl was worth her weight in gold. I proceeded to set up a water bowl and a food dish for Waffles and lugged in her dog bed from the car. A cloud of fur flew up in my face as I settled the bed near the fireplace, and I made a face. We'd probably just leave that one there and get another one for home. I wasn't lugging that fur-covered cushion anywhere else. I watched Waffles for a minute as she gave the living room the once-over, a half-smile playing on my face. Her process seemed to involve sniffing every item and sneezing every once in a while. She ended up at her dog bed, and she sniffed it thoroughly and then decided she liked the couch better. She hopped up on it and curled up in the corner. "We're at the lake, dog," I informed her. "This is no time for sleep. We have fresh air, fun, sun." She yawned, clearly not impressed. "On TV, those big labs just jump right in the lake and start paddling. It's so cute." "Then you should have gotten a lab," her bored gaze seemed to say. "We're going for a walk later," I informed her. "Just you wait all the way up the trail and back." She thumped her tail twice and curled into a tighter ball. "You can be in a ball all you want. I'll roll you up the hill if I have to." The front door slammed, but I didn't look up. "This dog is defective, you know. I think we must have left her activity chip at the shelter." The deep voice that answered in no way sounded like Kelly. "What dog?" My head snapped up to find my brother, a slight smile on his sun-tanned face. He was in ragged cutoffs and a tank top and looked windswept, his dirty blonde hair falling in his eyes. Even if the string of fish in his hand weren't a giveaway to what he'd been doing, he smelled like the creek. "Ian, the fuck are you doing here?" "Nice greeting for your brother." He passed me, and the creek smell got stronger. I watched, still a little flummoxed, as he dropped the fish in the sink. He turned and wiped his hands on his shorts and left damp handprints. "What? Aren't you glad to see me?" I finally realized I'd been staring at him with my mouth hanging open, and I snapped it shut so fast I was surprised there wasn't an audible click. "Of course I am." I went around the island and gave him a big hug that involved a lot of backslapping, but then I drew back with a wrinkled nose. "I'd be happier if you didn't smell like that. Did you fish with a pole or just dive in after them?" He laughed. "I'll take a shower, Your Highness." "Good. You're not cleaning those things in here." "Oh, come on," he said with a groan. "You're going to make me sit out on the back porch?" "Pretty much." I shook my head, still a little surprised he was there. Guess that was the downside of parking in the garage. He must have parked in the winding front driveway. "What made you decide to come up?" "I came up last week with Dad and some of his buddies. Figured I'd spend my bye week up here."
He grinned. Looks like great minds think alike.
I stared at him blankly and tried to process quickly and not look as shell-shocked as I felt. I didn't know his schedule offhand, but I knew we didn't have our bye week at the same damn time. When are you headed back, then? It's called a bye week, Ian, not a bye month.
Will you relax? You sound like Dad. Tomorrow morning I'll head back. I'll be back in plenty of time for practice.
Good. That'll be good. My voice was a little fast, and he squinted at me.
You all right, bro?
As good as someone who'd snuck away for a perfect sex week with his secret boyfriend could be. I tried not to look fidgety or guilty. It wasn't strange to be up here with my best friend. We'd certainly come up here before during off-season. There was no need to make a big deal about it. A door upstairs opened and closed, and I could hear Kelly's sandals slapping against the wood floor as he came down the stairs. Ian sent me a wolfish grin.
Oh, so it's like that. Is that Carly?
It's not like that, I mocked. And no, that's not.
Hannah?
He raised an eyebrow.
She's hot, but goddamn, she's a lot of work. Is that really how you want to spend your vacation?
Ian, I've hidden my computer someplace where you'll never get your mitts on it. Kelly hit the bottom stair. Now, I believe you promised me some pretty enticing things, something about a massage. Hey, there you are. I spoke so loudly that everyone jumped. Kelly fumbled the small bottle he'd been carrying, and it hit the floor with a small thump and went rolling. I wondered where you got to. Kelly scowled at me. From his position on the stairs, I doubted if he could see Ian yet, and his next words confirmed it. I went upstairs to unpack, and why on earth are you talking so I cut him off again a little desperately. Look who's here, my brother, Ian. You remember Ian? I had to give him credit for quick recovery. After a barely imperceptible moment of silence, he cleared his throat. Of course I remember Ian. He came down the last step to look at my brother. What's up? Didn't expect to see you here.
Obviously.
His gaze lasered through us both. He might look like a big lug, but there was nothing slow or bumbling about him.
I didn't know you guys were still doing the whole Kelly and Blue thing.
Kelly's brows slanted downward. What would that be exactly?
That's just how it was growing up. Everywhere you see Blue, you see Kelly, and vice versa.
His blue eyes were cold and measured as he gazed at us both.
I would have thought you guys had grown out of that by now.
Well, shit. If he wanted to get on Kelly's nerves, he just bought an express pass. Last time I checked, you didn't have to grow out of friendship, Kelly said coolly. But maybe you'd have to actually have friends to know that.
Certain kinds of friends I don't need.
Certain kinds of friends like me? Friends who are loyal, supportive? Kelly demanded. Or friends who are gay, 'cause you're really going to need to be specific.
You know what I mean.
Ian furrowed his eyebrows. No, I don't. And you've never had a problem with me before, so why don't you spell out this sudden animosity for me? Kelly was right, and we all knew it. Maybe we hadn't hung out with Ian all the time. He was younger and had his own crowd. But there was never any animosity between them. He treated Kelly like he treated all my friends, nice enough with a tad of disinterest. We watched games together, went out to eat every once in a while, went to bars together when he had visited me at college. The kind of awkward tension in the air had never existed between us before. I saw the moment Ian realized he was going to stop being so vague and just speak his piece. He stuck out his already pugnacious jaw even farther.
There have been rumors, you know, about the two of you.
His words practically froze my lungs and my chest. It was a moment before I could even pretend to breathe naturally. I expected the rumors. Several people knew about us already, and when several people knew a secret, it was only a matter of time before a lot of people knew that secret. One person told one person, and then that person told someone else, and the further away from the origin the next person was, the less important it became to keep the secret. I knew all that. That didn't make it any easier to hear. I headed for the refrigerator. I wasn't all that thirsty, but I really needed something to do with my hands. Does anyone else want something to drink? No, Kelly said.
No,
Ian said shortly. Okay, then. I blew out of breath. I stared in the refrigerator as though looking for inspiration, but it wasn't a soda, coconut water, or juice kind of situation. I checked the freezer, and God bless her alcoholic heart, Penny had stuck a bottle of Absolute in there. Oh man, she had just made the best argument in the history of man for getting a raise without even speaking a word. I pulled out the bottle and went to the frosted glass cupboards for a tumbler.
It's not true, is it?
When I closed the cupboard, I could see Ian's blurry reflection in the frosted glass.
I defended you, you know, with my words and my fist.
I found a mug that was way too big and poured the chilled alcohol way too high. I took a cold, bracing sip and finally settled on a terse, "I never asked you to." "Maybe you should have. Maybe you should take a second and realize what that means if the nature of your relationship has changed," he finished. I turned to face him. I realized that was my chance, and there was only one thing to say. If I couldn't admit it to my brother right there in my own kitchen, when would I ever be ready? I could see the turbulence in his eyes. He wasn't going to be okay with it. He wasn't. Selfishly, I wanted to keep my brother, even if it was only for a little while longer. The Ian who had a big smile when I walked in the door. The Ian who gave me hugs and delighted in finding something to tease me about. The Ian who, even though he wouldn't admit it, still looked up to me as his big brother. It had always been the Montgomery boys against the world, and I wasn't ready for that to change. I wasn't ready. Kelly finally broke the silence. "Of course it's not true." Maybe it was just my guilty conscience, but I thought I could hear the discontent coloring his voice. "You know your brother, Ian?" "I certainly thought I did." "Let's just drop it, okay?" I couldn't look at either of them. I knew that, even though it was for different things, both of them would look disappointed. I gestured at the giant farmhouse sink full of fish. "You should clean those. They're starting to stink up the whole damn house." "Fine." We watched as he went to the drawer and searched through it for a few minutes, the jangle of silverware loud in the quiet kitchen. Then he went to the sink and grabbed his fish. "Maybe we can grill these for dinner. There's certainly enough for all of us." At least he wasn't leaving. Yet. I breathed out a quiet exhale. "Thanks. We're probably going to go on a quick hike. I want to show Kelly the peak before sunset." Ian glanced at the windows. "Then I guess you'd better hustle." On his way past the island, Ian looked down and froze. After a second, he bent down and picked up something small. "Hey, Kelly?" "Yeah?" He put the bottle of massage oil on the island, and it made a small click against the pristine white quartz. "You dropped this." Kelly and I stared at the offending bottle as Ian headed outside with his string of fish. There really didn't seem to be anything left to say. "You're a dead man, Montgomery." I pretended not to hear Kelly's murderous mutter as Waffles and I jogged ahead along the trail. It wasn't particularly steep, but it certainly wasn't easy terrain. For the first half hour, I kept telling him the view at the peak was worth it, but the last glare he sent me spoke volumes, and I decided to let him see for himself. There was also an access point for the lake, and it would be a great place to cool off before we headed back. I glanced once more at his flushed, irritated face and kept my trap shut. I certainly wasn't going to get back in his good graces by telling him that he was awfully cute when he was mad. He didn't really hate exercise as much as he claimed. He just needed someone to push him a little to get going. I liked to think he appreciated my motivating speech and me jogging backward in front of him at some points. And so what if he threatened to push me in the lake several times? "Uncle, goddammit, Uncle." When I glanced back, Kelly had both hands on his waist as he tried to catch his breath. Waffles circled around his legs, her tail whipping back and forth. "Blue, I don't know what kind of view you're hoping for at the end of this trail, but it can't be worth this. Nothing is worth this. If Jason were behind me right now, hockey mask and all, I'd wave him over and say, 'Make it quick.'" I pulled my water flask out of the mini pack I'd brought and held it out to him. "You need water, Kel." "You got any oxygen in there?" I opened the flask and tilted up his chin, but stopped before I raised the bottle to his lips. Just looking at his upturned face sent a strange kick to my chest, and I brushed back a couple of damp hairs from his flushed face. His eyes crinkled in amusement. "You gonna make me beg?" "Yes," I said meaningfully, "but not for this." He groaned. "Why did you make me come up here? I'm not going to have any energy left for the good stuff." "I'll do all the work," I promised. "Now drink." When he finished, I gave Waffles her share in my cupped hand. Then I drank my fill and then put the flask back. I gave him a few more minutes before I suggested we get a move on. He shook his head. "Let's go back. I've seen all I need to see." "You did not," I said stubbornly. "I did. Great trail, rocks, dust, dirt, branches that grabbed me as I walked past." He waved a hand expansively. "All of it was truly lovely. Even the mosquitoes who seem to think my pasty legs are fair game." I glanced down at said legs, which were far from pasty. But from the look of several irritated patches of skin, he was right about the mosquito thing. "I told you to put on mosquito repellent." "And I told you I'm not lathering up with bug spray. Now back to the bat cave, Jeeves. I'm ready for sustenance."
You've got your butlers mixed up, and we're not leaving until you see my special spot. When he opened his mouth, I pointed a warning finger. And if you say, that's what he said, so help me God, he scowled. It's like you were born to spoil my fun. I glanced at my watch and made a quick decision. I crouched down in front of him and gestured at my back. He just blinked at me, so I clarified. Get on. The look he sent me should have turned me to stone. Are you kidding me? I bit my lip to hide a laugh that would clearly not be appreciated. I'm serious. I'll give you a ride to the end. It's only another 1.5 miles. I'm not your kid, and I don't do piggyback rides. We're not going to make it in time for the sunset if we don't pick up the pace, I explained in a way I thought was more than patient. Judging from his dark expression, he didn't agree. I can get us there fairly quickly, and we can take our time getting back. On second thought, we probably shouldn't linger, since bobcats and other dangerous wildlife were pretty common. I figured it wasn't prudent to mention that. I'm not letting you carry me, Blue. Okay, I said reasonably. So you're ready to jog? He stared at me for a moment and then sighed. This is embarrassing. I know, I soothed. We won't tell anyone. Could you get a little lower? This is as low as it gets, dollface. Now get on. With a put-upon sigh, he got on my back and linked his arms around my neck. I stood slowly and made sure he had a good grip without choking me to death. Then I set off at an even jog. And because I was a good boyfriend, I even managed to ignore his muttering near my ear. I just considered his weight extra cardio for my workout, which was always a good thing. I also enjoyed the feeling of his lean-toned legs firmly grasping my middle and his entire body rubbing up against mine, which led to the discovery that jogging a trail with a semi was not advisable. When I finally emerged from the thickness of the trees, the trail gave way to beige sand shot through with green shoots. Much to my regret, I had no reason to hold him anymore, and Kelly slid down my back. He walked a few steps away, hands on his hips. Waffle sprawled on the dock, face stretched in a doggy grin, her tongue lolling out. Even though our walk was clearly the most activity she'd had in her entire life, she looked pretty pleased with herself. The lake stretched out in front of us, shimmering like glass. The sky was a color palette no artist could hope to replicate. Oranges and blues and streaks of pink. As the sun sank over the lake, a triumphant phoenix that would eventually rise from its ashes. I glanced over at Kelly. So? It's beautiful, he said grudgingly. Completely worth it. I'll take my apology in written form, thanks. I smiled smugly as he sent me a sour look. He could be as grouchy as he wanted, but I hadn't missed the tiny catch of breath he gave when he saw the sunset. I swear it's impossible for me to be near water without thinking of Savannah, I said. Any water sport was pretty much her favorite outdoor thing to do, you know? I remember. When I risked a glance his way, his mouth was tilted up at the corners. Not quite a smile, but almost. She used to take us swimming sometimes. You remember the mason jars? I do. God, she was so obsessed with those things, storing things in them, making drinks and dressings in them. I shook my head. She used to say it was the last vestige of the southerner in her that made her unable to stop hoarding mason jars. He chuckled quietly. Her and my mother both. I jammed my hands in my pockets. We used to do this thing where we'd write down a wish and stick it in the mini mason jars. You know, the ones you put jam in. Then we'd set it floating in the ocean. I bit my lip. I haven't thought about that in a long time. I'm not sure why I'm thinking about it now. What did you wish for? Stupid stuff. I made a face. Kid stuff. Toys and crap that I wanted. Things I wanted the universe to do to my brother. Kelly laughed, and I grinned in return. He knew exactly what I meant. Anyone with siblings would know, too. We loved hard, we fought hard, and it was only natural to want Poseidon to seek vengeance for us. When he spoke again, his voice was quiet. It's okay to miss her, you know. I don't. I'm just saying, it would be okay if... I know it's okay, Kelly. My voice came out a little sharper than I intended, and I tempered it. I just don't. We both recognized the lie, but whatever he saw in my expression made him nod. He would drop the subject, but I wasn't naive to think he wouldn't bring it up again. It was ironic that the king of avoidance wanted me to talk to my mother to get closure, but I wasn't sure she had anything to say that I wanted to hear. Kelly squinted at the shimmering surface of the lake. That water looks pretty tempting. Do you think it's safe to swim in? I hope so, because we have. I shrugged. During the summer, people do all kinds of water sports here. Good deal. He pulled his shirt over his head and tossed it on the sand. You coming in?
He didn't wait for my response and headed down the gentle slope for the water. He barely took the time to kick off his sneakers as he walked right in and slugged through the water until he was mid-thigh. Then he reached down and grabbed big handfuls of water to run over his head and body. I wolf whistled at the show, and he made sure to send me the middle finger before he dove and disappeared. I followed a little slower, tossed off my shirt, stripped down to my briefs, and dove off the end of the dock. I had a second to wish I'd acclimated my skin to the cold water, but then it sluiced over my head and silenced the sounds of nature. If I hadn't been holding my breath, the cold would have stolen it clean away. It was cold and quiet. The clinging grasp of water reeds rasped around my legs as I kicked toward the blur of light above my head. I broke the surface, and Kelly popped up with a splutter a scant second later. He laughed and wicked his dark, wet hair out of his face with both hands.
Fuck, it's so cold in here.
I thought that's what you wanted. I sent a splash of water his way. It caught him right in the face, and he sputtered again and swiped at his eyes.
Bastard.
You're the one who loves me, I said lazily. What does that say about you?
Says I've got questionable taste.
He disappeared underwater for a minute, and I had only a second to think of a sassy rejoinder before he pulled me under with him. I let myself be pulled and pressed against him. The cold water took even the thought of an erection out of my mind, but I still enjoyed the feeling of his body against mine. He pressed cold lips to my face and got me right on the nose. Bubbles surfaced between our faces as I tried not to laugh. We came up for air, and I gasped a laugh.
Your aim could be better. I think I'll take good care of your glasses.
He grinned.
It was dark down there, and that was a butterfly kiss, you animal.
I'm pretty sure butterfly kisses are with your eyelashes, and they're so disgustingly cute that they're outlawed anywhere near my face.
That's pretty sappy. Cute, but sappy.
He grimaced.
So what the hell is kissing with noses, then?
I'm not sure. I'll come up with something better, I promised.
I have no doubt,
he murmured, and we went under again. And that time we forewent the butterfly kisses and decided to go French instead. It was almost dark when we finally got out. We lay on the dock for a while and air-dried to the sound of crickets ramping up. I wished we had more time to wait, and I didn't analyze how much of that was because I was having a good time and how much of that was related to an angry Ian in my house. Ian had seen the bottle of oil, and he wasn't stupid. I always knew I'd have to tell him. I just didn't know that day would come so soon. I sighed. It wasn't going to get any better with me hiding out here all night either. When I glanced over at Kelly to suggest we head back, the casual words dried up in my mouth. He stared out at the lake with an unreadable expression on his face. Everything okay? He glanced over at me, and his face creased into a smile.
Yeah, why wouldn't it be?
I finally addressed the elephant that had been following us the entire time. Maybe because my asshole brother showed up and destroyed our vacation?
He didn't destroy anything,
he said, looking back out at the lake.
Maybe it was for the best that we not get sucked up into a make-believe vacation. Makes it that much harder to face real life.
I tried not to take it personally, but his words felt like a solid punch to the gut.
And real life with me is so hard?
He firmed his jaw.
Don't put words into my mouth.
I broke off when I heard the annoyance in my own voice. Jesus. I stared unseeingly at the lake. Before we started dating, I could have counted the number of times we'd argued on one fucking hand. Now it barely took a few words, and I was ready to take it to the mat. Maybe it was because relationships were hard. Maybe it was because we were both scared and trying to figure out our changed dynamic. I could feel Kelly's gaze on me, all watchful and tense, as though he were ready to defend himself. He didn't need to. I tempered my tone and tried again. I'm just trying to figure out what you're saying.
I'm saying your family had to know sometime, and we might as well deal with the fallout now.
The fallout. Something large, hopefully just a fish, splashed near the dock as I considered that word. As dramatic as it seemed, fallout was probably accurate. It sounds stupid now, but I think some part of me was hoping he might be okay with everything. I mean, Ivanovich and Dane surprised me. Why not Ian?
That's not stupid,
he said, brows pulled together in concern.
And things aren't over either.
So you think it's going to get better? I barked a humorless laugh. Since when is your glass half full?
Not everyone has wonderful kooky parents like mine who stand behind me no matter what. Or a sister who always has my back even if she might put a kick me sign on it first.
He sighed. But there are many different ways to support someone. Someone's first reaction is not always a good look. Yeah, maybe. Whatever happens, we'll deal with it. We? He nodded. Of course, we're a team, Blue. Isn't that what you told me? His smile turned impish. I'm no outlaw, but I make a pretty good teammate. I'll say. Super Bowl status, I teased. And I should know. Looking down at my finger made me a little contemplative, even though the ring wasn't there. Super Bowl rings were huge, diamonds on top of diamonds, with world champions emblazoned on the top and bottom and the Outlaws logo in the middle, so I never wore them. But I never forgot about them. Locked away in my safe. It made me wonder if I'd ever get another. When I looked up, Kelly was smiling at me. You're going to do it, he said. And I'm going to be right there when you do. One would think that after so many years as best friends, I wouldn't be surprised anymore when he read my mind and knew me so well. I love you, I said. He smiled impishly. I like you. I chuckled. That's okay. I know a lot of ways to make you say you love me, and most of those involve us wearing less clothing. Why, Blue, I didn't know you were such a perv. He waggled his eyebrows. My evening has certainly taken a turn for the better. That it has. I heard a buzz in our pile of stuff and rifled through it until I found my phone. I glanced at the screen to find a text from Ian. Dinner in 30. You guys nearby? We better get back, Kelly groaned. Do we have to? Ian said dinner would be ready in 30 minutes. We've got just enough time to make it. Who is he, Julia Child? I wasn't aware we were having formal dinners at a precise time. Despite his grumbling, he got up with a long stretch. Then he pulled his shirt over his head and started to put on his shoes. As I stepped into my sneakers, I texted Ian back to let him know we'd be back soon. Another text popped up, but from Penny this time. Having fun? You know it. Details? You wish. You have no idea how much. I laughed, and Kelly looked at me questioningly. I shook my head. It's just Penny. He smiled and went back tying his sneakers, and I texted her back quickly, even with my big thumbs in my way. Thankfully, autocorrect did 90% of the work. Did you just feel like bothering me, or is there something you want? Do you have any pics for me yet? I rolled my eyes, but I couldn't be too annoyed with her. It was part of her job. She manned all my social media outlets, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, and handled all the correspondence with fans. She did a lot of footwork to keep people interested in my brand. The least I could do was send a few photos every now and again. As if sensing my recalcitrance, she texted me again. You promised a few nice vacay pics. I sighed and thumbed through my pictures. I had a couple of the sunset and a couple of pics of waffles that might suffice. The one of her in her seatbelt would probably go over pretty well. She looked bright-eyed and bushy-tailed in her pink-checked harness, like an actual dog. No one needed to know that 2 minutes after the photo, she curled up in the seat as far as her seatbelt would stretch and went to sleep for the next 4 hours. I sent those and thumbed through the pics again. There were a couple of Kelly at the restaurant and at a gas station on the way up, and a couple of silly selfies he took. The corner of my mouth lifted as I looked through them. I hadn't even known he took those. My thumb stilled on the last picture, one I took only an hour ago when he got out of the water. I stared at it for a minute, almost spellbound. It had taken him a ridiculously long time to clamber up onto the dock. Even though I offered to help several times, he kept waving me off, and in the end I could only watch, laughing helplessly as he lumbered up with the grace of a walrus who'd been horribly shot. I pulled out my phone to record the atrocity, and he threatened horrible retribution. Finally, I overrode his objections and pulled him up next to me. I took the selfie then because it seemed wrong not to capture that moment. His eyes were closed because he was laughing so hard, and water glittered like diamonds on the ends of his long lashes. The look on my face as I looked at him was warm and soft. It was an expression I'd never seen before on my own face. Like everything good in my world was wrapped up in one person's smile. That was probably more accurate than I like to think. I wanted to share that picture. Every week, Penny updated my social media with photos of my life. It was a harder job than it seemed. The photos had to be interesting enough for people to follow, but generic enough so I could keep my privacy. Usually that list included pictures of my lunch. #protein day, #my morning smoothie, #good morning, or pictures of me working out. #power up. Those always got the most likes, and I could count on some comments about my abs or tips about how to refine my workout from people who didn't seem to understand I had some of the best trainers in the world at my disposal. It all just seemed so shallow, fake. I wanted to share something with them that showed them a different shade of me, and I couldn't think of a better picture than one with the person who made everything worthwhile. #real. I had no idea how to post something like that on my account. Hell, I wasn't even all that sure about the password, so I forwarded the picture to Penny with instructions to post. Her reply text was swift and concise. "You sure?" I thought about it briefly. They could read into it whatever they wanted. I wanted to post a picture of my best friend, and it was my account, wasn't it? I texted her back definitively. Yup. When we got back, we chucked our shoes at the front door and headed in. Kelly went to the den to feed Waffles, and I headed for the kitchen. It was empty, but there were pots on the stove, and the oven was on. I peeked in the oven and saw bread warming and breathed a sigh of relief. Ian was clearly making an effort, and I didn't want to insult him by missing the dinner he prepared. Kelly came in behind me, and I turned with a smile. "You'll be happy to know that despite your lagging-ass ways, we made it in time." "That's good." He smiled and gestured for me to hold out my hand. When I did, he slapped his phone on it. "In other news, have you lost your mind?" I looked blankly at the phone and then back at his face. "What do you mean?" He lifted a brow. "You serious right now?" I looked down at the phone again to find my Instagram page up and the picture Penny had posted. The pic made me smile all over again. I looked at the amount of likes and comments and my eyebrows shot up. "Guess we're trending." Kelly's voice was wry. "Something like that." I glanced over at the comments and my mouth tightened. They seemed to range from wondering who Kelly was, who he was to me, where we were, and what we were doing. I wasn't at all surprised. It was the most personal photo I ever put up. I scrolled down and loaded more comments. Yoso DeVoe. Crushing it this season, bro. Touch it, baby. Outlaws don't wait for victories, we take victories. R. Smart Vargas. Who's the cutie? Carla Can 314. You got any extra tickets for Philly game? Holla at me. #Go Outlaws. #hit me up. That dude B3. Good luck in Philly next week. Virg 29. You guys are cute together. Peppermint Patsy. Is he single? Tom 12. You guys look cozy. When I looked back up, Kelly's face was wreathed in concern. "Are you sure this is okay? Did you clear this with Ari?" "I don't have to clear anything with my agent. It's my account, isn't it?" I scowled and handed him back the phone. I wanted to post the picture, so I did. End of story. "All right, no need to bite my head off." I could still feel him watching me almost warily, and I sighed. "It was an impulse decision, okay, but I'm not sorry, and I'd post it again. They always want pictures of my life, pictures of what's important to me. Well, now they have one. If they can't handle it, then that's too damn bad. Feel free to unfollow." His mouth tugged into a smile. "I think I like this side of you." I shrugged. "It's a different shade of blue. Get on board or get lost." He gently nudged my shoulder. "Just don't forget about the old one, huh? I liked him too." The side door opened and Ian came in with a gust of fresh air and pulled the sliding door behind him. Kelly started to move away and I put a hand on his arm to still him. We were allowed to stand next to one another in my own damned house. Ian gave us the once-over and tightened his mouth. But he didn't comment. He only smiled thinly. "Glad you made it back. Ready to eat?" To say dinner was a silent affair would be a bit misleading. There was plenty of noise, but none of that noise was talking. Plenty of chewing and swallowing and fork scraping, though. We knew that Ian knew, and he knew that we knew he knew, and all that was left was to fight about it. I almost wish someone would just say something so we could get on with it. "So, peas," Kelly said conversationally, and that was all it took. "I can't believe this," Ian exploded. "There we go," Kelly said mildly. We both looked at him and he shrugged. "Someone has to pull the pin on the grenade, guys." "Yeah, but you're supposed to throw it and run," I muttered for his ears only, "not lob it in the dinner roll basket." Even in that volatile situation, his amused expression made me want to laugh. I turned to Ian. "What can't you believe?" "How long has this been going on?" Ian demanded. "And don't you lie to me." "I wasn't planning on it," I snapped. At his incredulous look, I realized the folly of my words.
I gritted my teeth. Anymore. I'm not planning on lying to you anymore. Are you actually fucking this... Careful, I warned. If you can't manage to keep a civil fucking tongue in your mouth, then you can... We're in a relationship, yes, Kelly broke in quickly. At the annoyed look I sent him, he shrugged. Look, I have no idea what kind of damage two NFL players can do to a living room, and I have no desire to find out. I also have no idea of how my scrawny ass could break the two of you up, short of calling the police. There's not going to be any fighting, I said icily. If he can't be civil to you, then he and I have nothing to say to one another. You've never been more right about that, Ian snarled. I'm out. Oh, no, I said mockingly. Can you please stay and ruin the rest of our vacation? Pretty please with a cherry on top? He pushed back his chair so hard I was pretty sure he scratched a groove in the wood floor. He headed for the door, and I stood to follow, but Kelly shot out of his chair. Blue, that's not a good idea. It's okay. I looked at his worried face and dropped a kiss on his cheek. His bark is worse than his bite. He winged his brows together. I wasn't worried about him. My bark is worse than my bite, too. I tried to smile reassuringly, but it was more tight than anything else. It'll be okay. We're brothers. By the time I got outside, Ian was slinging his bag in the back of his car. He slammed the door and gave me a defiant look. Drama queen. He'd had a 5-minute head start on me in one goddamn bag. It didn't take that damn long to leave. He wanted me to follow him. Ian. That was pretty much all I got out before he spoke. The media is going to have a field day with this. Probably, I said calmly. This is going to destroy everything you've worked for, everything you've accomplished, all the championships. It's going to be eclipsed by this, and God knows there's not going to be any talk of the Hall of Fame. He looked at me angrily. This, Blue, from now on, this is your legacy. Is that what you want? I want Kelly, I said simply, and everything else is negotiable. Dad is going to have actual kittens. You know that, right? I know. Just don't tell him, okay? I can't handle more than one of you freaking out on me at a time. He stared at me hard. Have you told your coach yet? Ari? No. Right now, only a couple people know. Do yourself a favor. Keep it that way, he said flatly. I can't promise that. Blue. I can't exactly live in a vacuum. You know me, Ian, and I'm not going to try and bullshit you. I'm not excited about telling everyone. I sighed and pushed an impatient hand through my hair. But he deserves better. He deserves more. I'm not willing to lose him because I'm comfortable with the status quo. Then I can't promise to be in your life. I swallowed. And so it begins. You have to do what's right for you. He held my gaze so long I thought he might have turned to actual stone. And then he squared his jaw stubbornly. I will. As he got in his car and slammed the door, I felt a strange sense that I was losing something, maybe losing the only biological family I ever had. Ian! I thought he might drive off and pretend he didn't hear, but he lowered his window a bit. I love you, and you're always going to be my brother, I said firmly. He didn't say anything for a good minute, and I stood there in silence. The ball was in his court. He finally gave me a tight nod, and I watched the window go up again and the tint obscure his face. He peeled out of the driveway so fast he almost lost traction at the end. I stood out there for a while, staring at nothing in particular until I felt Kelly's hand on my arm. Are you all right? I blinked down at him and took in his concerned expression. Even in the darkness, I could see the slightly red state of his eyes. He'd been crying. Crying. I stared at him, not quite certain what to say or do. I was pretty sure I'd seen every emotion from him under the sun, but in all the years we'd been together, I'd only seen him cry twice. I didn't think he'd appreciate me noticing the number was now 3. I cupped his cheek and kissed the tip of his red nose. I choose you again and again and again. I will be. Chapter 19. Blue. By unspoken agreement, we shelved the whole Ian incident and went on with our vacation. We also stayed on the property, also unspoken, just to avoid any other unknown, uncontrollable variables. We spent the rest of the trip doing all those simple, stupid things you did when you were in love. And why not? It was almost a relief not to worry about everything that had been plaguing us the entire season and just enjoy what brought us together in the first place. We walked along the lake and hiked several trails. We also had a couple of picnics where I sat down by the lake with Kelly's head in my lap and surprised him with whatever I wanted to feed him.
The entire trip was like looking at the front of the box of a jigsaw puzzle you'd been working on for a while, just to make sure you remembered the big picture. Yeah, we still fit. We still worked. And we were still working on the same picture. Our last day at the lake house was bittersweet. We spent a large portion of it in bed, despite all plans to the contrary. I wasn't too concerned about it, and I ignored Kelly's bitching as I finally let him out of bed to get dressed. I pillowed my head on my folded arms at the end of the bed and enjoyed the view as he put on khaki shorts and a wrinkled t-shirt with a faded logo I couldn't quite make out. "We're going paddle boating," he said determinedly. "I'm not leaving here without it." "Fine by me," I said lazily. "At this point, I don't care if we ever leave at all." He cocked his head to the side as he considered that. "These are pretty nice digs, better than my place." "That it is." "We have enough space to get another dog." "We could get another dog," I agreed. "A real one this time, and not one I'm pretty sure is stuffed." He looked at me suspiciously. "A golden retriever?" "Whatever you want," I assured him. We were so getting a black lab. He stuck his feet into his hiking boots, a pair of battered low-rise Timberlands. "I'll consider it," he said. "Until then, up and at 'em, Blue." He smacked my naked ass and headed for the door. "I want to see you outside by 1800 hours. "Okay." I closed my eyes and yawned. Seeing how that's 6 o'clock and exactly 4 hours away, that works for me. Damn. I opened one eye and peered at him as he scratched his head. Despite his complete disregard for real military time, he was adorable. "Aren't you a physics professor?" "Shut it." He pointed a finger at me. "I want to see you outside in whatever the hell 30 minutes is." "Yes, sir." He paused at the door. "I like it when you say yes, sir." "Do you?" I buried my smile in the comforter as I pretended not to notice him looking at my ass. Then I spread my legs a little so he could get a better view. It was kind of ironic that not so long ago I'd been apprehensive about him having me like that. Oh, what a difference a year made. This version of Blue liked to fuck and be fucked with equal fervor. Callie didn't move from the doorway. Giving up the ghost on subtle, I got up on my knees. Maybe I could be convinced to say yes, sir, again. "Blue," he said, his voice a little hoarse. Long story short, I said it again, and again, and again, and again. We finally made it paddle boating, but the sun was already going down. Kelly made me do most of the pedaling as he lay back with his arms behind his head like a captain of his ship. By the time we finally pedaled back in, it was dusk. We discussed dinner plans as we got the boat situated by the dock. Kelly seemed to be leaning toward tacos, but I was feeling like pasta primavera. "Do you know how to make pasta primavera?" he asked, one hand on his hip. I hid a grin. "No, I did all the work pedaling, so I figured your lazy behind would do the cooking." His mouth fell open. "Are you implying I didn't carry my own weight?" "Sure you did, if you weighed 2 pounds. His laugh rang out clear and sure. "You're an ass. And you're a lazy crew, but ye will do." "You know you'll miss being out here with me," he teased. I wanted to deny it, but there was no point denying the obvious. I would paddle his boat around Lake Michigan as long as he was sitting next to me. I reached over and rearranged his ball cap on his head so I could get to his face. I leaned in and kissed his sun-warmed mouth and lingered a little longer than necessary for a quick kiss. "Yes, I will," I responded when I pulled back. I saw a glint in the distance and squinted for a better look. It took me a moment to realize what was happening, and then I understood how your whole world could fracture in the span of 1 second. The glint I'd seen was a shiny silver phone, and some guy was holding it in our direction. I stared at Kelly blankly and then back at the guy. I didn't even need to see my own face to know it was chalk white. Some guy filmed me kissing Kelly. Kissing Kelly. I set him away from me, almost on automatic, and started for the hill. "Blue!" Kelly shouted. He grabbed my arm as I darted past. Don't what?" I whirled on him. I tugged my arm out of his grasp, and he stepped back a few steps at the expression on my face. "Don't make it worse," he finally said. "He has a picture or video of me kissing you," I said. "How could that get any worse?" My brain caught up with my mouth a little late, and I wanted to smack myself. 2 flags of pink appeared on his cheeks as he swallowed, and I shoved my hand through my hair. "Fuck, that came out wrong." "I think it came out perfectly," he said coolly. "I'm going back up to the house to start dinner." "Cal, go do what you have to do, but don't hurt him. I don't have enough cash to post your bail." God, above, this vacation was such a fucking disaster. One step forward and 2 Grand Canyon-sized leaps backward. I watched him head back down the trail toward the house, and I was torn. I wanted to go after him and smooth things over, get back to where we'd been before I opened my big, stupid mouth, but I needed to get that phone first. I sprinted for the guy, who jumped to attention. He took off running, and the chase was on, but it didn't last long. Only one of us made a living by evading linebackers, and it wasn't him. I caught up and passed him slightly, just far enough to grab the phone out of his grubby little hand. He came to a stop, breathing so hard he started to cough. Then he started to wheeze. "Are you asthmatic?" I asked.
No, just a little bit winded.
A little bit winded. He sounded like he was about to conk out at my feet. I looked at him doubtfully. "Put your head between your knees and breathe," I instructed. "Breathe normally, slow, deep breaths. It's going to hurt at first, but you'll feel better." He did what I said and tried to get his breath back as I watched. When he could speak again, he stood up straight and pointed at his phone.
What the hell, man?
"I could ask you the same thing. This is private property."
Hey, you don't want to get caught making out with your boyfriend. Maybe you should take that shit inside.
I stepped toward him before I even knew what I was doing. Where was a bobcat when you needed one? I wanted to toss his ass right off the trail and send him rolling into the brush. Only Kelly's words, "Don't make it worse," kept me from, well, making it worse. I swiped my thumb across the screen, and I was almost surprised when it opened, no code required. I deleted the photo quickly and then checked to make sure there weren't any others. Then I did a major league wind-up and pitched his phone in the water. His face went a mottled red.
The fuck you do that for? Dude, I just upgraded.
"I'll pay for your stupid phone." I dug in my pocket and pulled out my wallet. Luckily for me, I always carried cash for emergencies. I pulled out 6 bills and stuck them in his hand. He counted them out and made a displeased noise. I sighed and counted out another 4 bills and slapped them in his palm. "That's at least 3 times what your stupid phone is worth."
I still lost my pictures and contacts.
"They can transfer them at the store," I growled.
I'll have it uploaded by tonight, he said snottily. I already sent the video to a friend of mine.
"Did you?" For the first time in my life, I understood the phrase, "my blood went cold." I could literally feel it crawling through my veins.
I said so, didn't I?
I stared at him, trying to see if he was telling the truth. I didn't think he'd had enough time. I'd been on him like a lioness on a zebra in one of those wildlife shows. I knew a bluff when I smelled one. "No, you didn't."
"We'll see, won't we?"
He pushed by me on the trail, and as I watched him go, I suddenly understood why people being blackmailed made so many stupid decisions. I felt like my whole life was walking away with him, and that man, that short, portly guy in the plaid golfer shorts, had the power to ruin everything I'd ever worked for. I forced myself to unclench my fists, looked up at the sky, and breathed in deeply for a few seconds. It made me frustrated and angry. Why should anyone care who I slept with? I was still blue. I could still handle the ball. I was still one of the top-paid tight ends in the league. I was still me. I just happened to be lucky enough to find my better half, and it just so happened to be a guy who was extremely pissed off at me. That probably had something to do with the fact that I was ready to throw someone in the lake to keep him from selling a video of us kissing to TMZ. Fuck. I started the long walk back to the cabin, and I dragged my feet a little. The thick green vegetation that had fascinated me on the way up had faded. Now it just looked like a good place for someone to hide. When I finally came through the front door, Kelly was at the kitchen island chopping vegetables on the cutting board. There was a half-empty glass of wine next to his elbow as he methodically worked the knife. He really was getting better at cooking. Seeing him so comfortable in the kitchen was almost enough to distract me from his face, which looked tired and drawn. His bottom lip was caught between his teeth. I closed the door quietly, and he paused in his chopping. His eyes were careful and wary as he arched his eyebrow in mute question. I didn't pretend to misunderstand. "I got his phone," I said.
"Good for you."
He went back to julienning the red pepper and inclined his head toward the kitchen counter.
"You had a missed call."
I checked my phone and saw the missed notification from Savannah. Fuck. As though we needed another issue between us to make things awkward. I held up the phone. "Did you check this?" That was as long as the piece lasted. He made an irritated noise.
"I know it's your mother, Blue, but if you just feel the need to smash all the phones in the vicinity, there's still a sat phone in the car."
"I didn't smash his phone," I said highly. "I just kind of jettisoned it off the pier."
"You what?"
He gaped at me, knife dangling in his hand. Mise en place, duties forgotten.
"Oh my God, I was just kidding. Tell me you didn't."
My face burned. "I might have, kind of, thrown it in the lake." He stared at me for a moment as though I'd lost my mind. and then a laugh escaped his tightly compressed mouth. That laugh set me off, and I started to bray like a donkey, which sent him into a bout of giggles. Suddenly, we were laughing so hard we couldn't breathe, equally from amusement and the relief of tension. "I can't believe," he managed through his laughter, face a little red, "that you chucked this phone in the lake. You know how technology works, right?" "No way he uses the cloud." I clutched my stomach and tried to calm down. "Besides, I gave him money for a new one." "What did he say?" "He said, 'Dude, I just upgraded.'" My impression set us off again, and it was a while before we could even speak. We finally subsided, mostly by avoiding looking at one another so we could get our shit together. "You're such an asshole. You made my stomach hurt." Kelly wiped tears from his eyes. "I can't believe you." "I'm sorry," I said once I finally calmed down. It was clear I wasn't talking about the golfer's phone. I didn't mean to freak out like that. "That's okay." He went back to his chopping, but his face looked less pinched. A little resigned, but not so angry and defeated. "I said I'd give you all the time you need, and I don't say things I don't mean." I scowled. "What about this morning in the shower when I made you go get the lube?" I might be gung-ho for getting fucked, but my ass was still pretty new at it. I'd made it perfectly clear he wasn't fucking me with conditioner. "You called me a fucking princess." "And I meant every word." Even the simple curve of his mouth was getting me ready to go. Or maybe it was the memory of him spreading my ass in the shower and eating me out until I was a pile of helpless goo and then fucking me until it was hard to make words. He helped me out of the shower because my legs were wobbly as noodles, and then he dried me off like I was something precious. No one had ever made me feel like he did. I wasn't ready to lose it. "I just don't want you to decide this is too hard, that you've had enough and you're done." He looked up, and when he spoke, his voice was sharp. "You and I decide when we're done, not some guy with a smartphone." "But you know there's a chance he already uploaded the picture or sent it to himself or a friend, or hell, just auto-saved on the cloud." He wasn't saying anything I hadn't already thought of a million times on that long walk back to the cabin. "I know. We might have to make some hard decisions pretty soon, Blue, and answer some pretty hard questions. I think I'm ready for them." He paused and let me sweat it out. "I hope you are too." You and me both. I quietly watched him put our dinner together, my thoughts a riotous mess. You and me both. Chapter 20. Blue. A week after we got back from vacation, I finally met with Savannah. I waited at a table in a small eclectic coffee shop she'd picked and surreptitiously eyed her at the counter where she was getting a refill on her tea. What was supposed to be a 10-minute meeting had stretched into a 30-minute discomfort fest where she mostly plucked at her napkin and stared at me when she thought I wasn't looking. I did a lot of stirring my drink and eyeballing the unusual funky decor. The entire place had been decorated by someone who was a little too into garage sales and knickknacks, especially clocks. I sipped my drink and grimaced. As far as I could tell, it was 50% chai, 50% green tea, and 100% awful. The scone was awful. The conversation was awful, and I wasn't even sure why I was there at all. Maybe because I'd finally decided to let bygones be bygones and move on with my life. Or maybe it was only fair that Savannah finally have her say. Or maybe I was there in the interest of growing up and not just avoiding the woman forever. All of that sounded really nice and mature, but I knew the truth of it. Kelly was still mad at me from our lake house fiasco, and I thought by doing something that he wanted, maybe I'd get back into his good graces. Pathetic, but true. He wasn't acting overtly different. There was nothing I could put my finger on, nothing I could accuse him of doing and demand he cease doing it. It was more in the looks he gave me. Long, thoughtful, unsmiling looks. I didn't know what they meant, and frankly I was kind of afraid to ask. For years I'd been after Kelly to stop relying on sarcasm and a sense of humor to put people off and avoid the truth. When he finally did, it was freaky as hell. Savannah came back with a smile and sat in her chair. "Do you like this place? I come here pretty often." A cat clock with eyes that went back and forth ticked above my head. "It's different." "I'm not a fan of those big chains with commercialized everything." She stirred her tea, which seemed to have more leaves than liquid. "When you called, I thought of this place immediately. Someplace quiet where we could talk." "It's fine." "I'm glad." She smiled nervously. "So, how's football going?" I sighed. My mother had never cared about sports. Even with both of her children in the NFL, I couldn't imagine that had changed. Savannah.
I know you didn't come all the way down here for this.
Then why am I here? I didn't know if I was asking her or myself. You said you had some things you wanted to say to me, but I don't really need any explanations or apologies from you. It was all so long ago. I'm not trying to hurt you here, but I don't even know if I care anymore.
You care?
She said quietly. And you would know this how? I tried to temper the irritation in my voice, but I wasn't entirely successful. Because you just know me that well?
Because since I've started trying to contact you over 2 years ago, I've seen many emotions from you. Anger, distrust, dislike, anger.
There was definitely a reason she said anger twice. I felt the flush in my cheeks, but she wasn't looking at me. She was watching a young couple bicker playfully at the sugar and creamer station. When they moved on with their drinks, she finally looked back at me again.
None of those emotions have anything to do with apathy, Britton.
Of course some part of me is angry, I said carefully. But I don't know what your apologies will do for that.
I'm not here to apologize.
Say what? I damn near fell out of my chair. That was pretty much the most outrageous thing I'd heard in a long time, right behind Kelly claiming he didn't know who could have possibly eaten all the leftover ribs from his parents' barbecue. I looked at her placid face and wondered if there was a narcotic in her drink. If there was anyone in the world who owed me an apology, it was the woman who left me without a backward glance. You want to run that by me one more time? I finally asked. It seemed a little more prudent than, what you talking about, Willis?
I left your father because I had to. It really had nothing to do with you boys. I loved you both in a way you'd probably have to be a parent to understand.
Loved us. I stared at her with something akin to disbelief. I'm not really sure you understand exactly how much your actions affected our lives.
You don't have to speak for your brother,
she smiled faintly.
I had a lovely dinner with Ian and his girlfriend just 2 months ago. She made the best lasagna. I can't quite remember her name now. Do you know it, dear?
His latest? Not the foggiest. Ian went through girlfriends like he went through socks, and each one was even more forgettable than the last. He didn't keep them around long enough for me to get to know them. He didn't respect women. Hell, in my humble opinion, he didn't even seem to like them all that much. A lot of that was because Ian was a dick. But as I stared at Savannah, I suddenly realized that some of that was because of her. I don't care what he said to your face. Ian hates you. I didn't bother to let her in on that secret. No, I finally said. I don't know her name, but I don't want to talk about one of Ian's ball bunnies. I want to talk about us. I want to talk about why you left, and then I never want to talk about this again. She swallowed.
All right, that's fair.
So why did you leave?
Your father and I, we were never right for one another. We met when we were so young.
She touched the necklace at her throat and worried the thin gold chain.
My father was so controlling and abusive that part of me thinks I just wanted to get out of his house. I wanted to be someone else, start somewhere else. Your father came along and he said all the right things. Made me feel special.
She smiled faintly.
I guess my first clue should have been how well he got along with my father.
He's a controlling man.
Randall is that.
She took a deep breath.
Before long, it was like I was back home all over again, but this time I was under my husband's thumb, not my father's. He wanted to know everything I was doing, where I was going, who was going to be there, who was I talking to. I didn't have any of my own money, no education. I felt trapped. I didn't feel like I had anyone to turn to, and I turned to the one thing that always seemed to understand me: alcohol.
I frowned. I don't remember you being much of a drinker.
You were so young, Britton, and I took pains to hide it. It wasn't exactly something I was proud of.
She blew out a shaky breath.
It's hard to explain how a little here and there to keep me steady went off the rails so badly. But it was out of control before I knew I even had a problem. Your father pretended he didn't know until I started making mistakes.
What kind of mistakes?
Little things that turned into big things. I embarrassed him at a couple business dinners by getting loud and rude. I left dinner in the oven and passed out on the couch. I thought we were going to have to call the fire department. I forgot to pick you guys up from school quite a bit.
She drummed her fingers nervously on the table.
I shouldn't have been driving with you two in the car at all. You remember the accident?
I frowned. Yeah, you hit a tree. I had a vague memory of a slow-speed crash on a residential street. She almost sideswiped a mailbox, then overcorrected right into a young palm tree that folded under the impact. I told a bored Kelly about it later on and embellished to make the story juicier. By the time I finished, we'd hit the tree of life at 80 miles an hour.
Those are the kind of mistakes I'm talking about, the kind that could have gotten you and your brother removed from our home,
she said bluntly.
Your father told me if something like that happened, he'd kill me. I just got better at hiding things.
I appreciate your candor. I'm not thrilled about what you're being candid about, but it's nice not to have to tiptoe around the truth. She half smiled, dug around in her purse for a few seconds, and pulled out something small and round. Upon further inspection, I realized it was a bronze chip. I picked it up off the table and turned it over. I ran my thumb over one of the inscriptions. To thine own self be true. AA? She nodded.
That's why I contacted you and Ian. I have a lot to make up for.
Her "I'm not going to apologize" line still stung, and I didn't hesitate to throw it back in her face. I thought one of the steps to recovery was apologizing to everyone you've hurt.
Actually, we have to make a list of all persons we've harmed and try to make amends to them all. I owe you and Ian something much more than a simple apology. I want to make things right between us.
She reached for my hand, and I stared at it for a moment. Then I placed the chip in her outstretched palm. She smiled wryly and closed her hand around it.
I guess I deserve that.
This isn't about hurting you.
Then what's it about?
That was the million-dollar question. At that point, I felt as though I'd come looking for answers I wasn't ready to hear. It was like telling someone you were hungry and then getting pissed when he made you a hamburger. It's about understanding some of the choices you made, I finally said. That's all.
Britton.
Her eyes were large and kind and surrounded by laugh lines.
Why don't you just ask me what you want to?
Why did you leave us? I blurted. And even though my cheeks pinked, I didn't take it back. Maybe I sounded 4 years old, but I wasn't leaving the table without asking the question that had burned me up since I was a little kid.
I felt like I was having a nervous breakdown and dying slowly inside. I had to get out of there. He told me I could go, but I couldn't take you and Ian with me.
She looked down at the table.
And what did I have to offer you anyway? I didn't know where I was going to go, what I was going to do. He had all the power, and I was just nothing.
I hated her a little right then for making herself so human in my eyes. I kind of missed the monster I knew her as, the woman my father had painted her as my whole life, the woman who decided we were too much trouble and just walked away, free and happy as a bird. But absolution, such as it is never quite that clear-cut. You shouldn't have left us there, I said, not accusing, just factual.
I had to figure things out, figure out where I was going to land before I came back for you two. Only by the time I did, I didn't know if taking you back would be the right thing. I still wasn't making a lot of money. I didn't have a lot of space. I was trying to kick the alcohol, but I kept blowing it.
She blew out a breath as though she were stressed out just reliving it. I bit down neatly on my tongue to keep from speaking. That was all well and good, but what about us? She shook her head.
I watched you all at a distance for some time, and I just couldn't do it. Your father loved you so much. I knew he wouldn't do anything to hurt you.
You were wrong on that count. At my silence, she paled.
He didn't, did he?
It was on the tip of my tongue to tell her everything that went on after she left. But what good would it do? I knew that sometimes it worked out, that sometimes people reconnected with the parents who left them, and it was all for the best. This wasn't going to be one of those times. I was glad I'd met with her, glad I finally knew why. But loyalty was everything to me. That was one of the reasons I loved Kelly so much. He'd been there through it all. The injuries, every one of them more painful and harder to heal from than the last. The breakups, each one of them more painful and annoying than the last. Start to finish, he'd been there, and he had my back every last time. It was the first relationship I had that wasn't about sex. Well, not all about sex, anyway. More like we were friends and he let me fuck him. A lot. Best of both worlds, really. That's what happened when you fell in love with your best friend. I loved him. And my number one priority had to be making him happy. Not because he was high maintenance or he'd make me miserable if I didn't, but because Kelly's happiness was my happiness. Shit. I stared at the table unseeingly. It wasn't just some relationship that would fizzle out. It was the real deal. My forever and always. You don't keep forever and always shoved away as a dirty secret.
Britton,
Her anxious voice snapped me back to the present.
did he hurt you?
No, I finally said. Not on the outside, anyway. I really had bigger fish to fry than letting her assuage her conscience. My closet might be a gigantic walk-in, but I was pretty sure there wasn't enough room in there for two. Not anymore. I had to make a decision, and frankly, I was tired of jeopardizing our relationship with bullshit. No matter what he said, I couldn't expect him to wait forever. It wasn't fair to him or me. I glanced at my phone. I appreciate you sharing with me, but I really need to get going.
Okay, honey.
She stood as I did, and when I leaned down to kiss her on the cheek, she latched her arms around my neck and wouldn't let go. Her small hands were surprisingly strong, and her hair was cool and soft as silk in my face.
I know I don't deserve it, but thanks for meeting with me.
I let her hang on to me as I bent stiffly with my arms at my sides like a broken Frankenstein's monster. She was already a small woman, but up against my bulk she felt like a child except for those strong hands. Hands that had made crafts with me, hung Christmas decorations with me, picked up a suitcase and left me. The forced hug felt 2 parts bad, but 1 part good. Good to that stupid, shy, hopeful part of me I liked to keep buried. The part that always clicked on cute animal links on Facebook and then deleted my browser history before Kelly could give me shit about it. I knew that stupid part of me would send her a stupid Christmas card that year, even if I never decided to see her again. "You're welcome," I said gruffly into her honey-colored hair. And if my eyes stung a little, that was no one's business but my own. Chapter 21. Blue. It was another week before I got up the courage to do what needed to be done, and it wasn't a conscious decision. I paced in front of the general manager's office at least 4 times and then changed my mind, but I finally called and made an appointment. It was only on the day that I realized the timing could have been better. It was the morning of the game that determined whether we went to the playoffs. It was a full house in the general manager's office as I sat with Ari, Coach Maxwell, and my attorney, Trent Michaels. In one corner, Coach Maxwell was texting, leaned back so far in his chair I thought he might tip over at any minute. His casual gear let me know he'd been pulled from his workout, gray sweats, neon Nikes, and Ray-Bans wrapped around the back of his neck. He looked irritated to have his workout interrupted, but he was still calm, probably because he had no idea what I was going to say. In contrast to Coach Maxwell's relaxed air, Ari's glare could have peeled the paint off the walls. He hated being out of the loop, and his agent mojo probably could tell I was about to say something potentially ruinous for my career. His agent mojo was kind of right. His attire screamed money, expensive this and expensive that, all put artfully together to give the illusion of low-key nouveau riche, filled with ennui. He almost pulled it off, but for the tension that rolled off him in waves. I'd refused his calls and declined to tell him what the meeting was about or take him into my confidence, not until I knew where his loyalty lay. Right then I thought it was firmly with my father, someone who was definitely not invited to this meeting. The last thing I needed was Randall in my ear, convincing me it was a stupid idea and trying to put a spin on things that didn't need to be spun. I had no idea how the GM, Tim Barnes, was going to take my announcement or how far his PC attitude really went. Was it bullshit, or did he really mean it? Barnes was hard-nosed and no-nonsense, but he'd always been fair with me. I was going to see how far that went because I was about to test drive his fairness. Test drive it doing 180 miles an hour on the Autobahn. The door opened in the awkward silence, and Barnes bustled in, pulling at his tie. "Sorry for the hold-up." We all watched silently as he settled into the chair behind his desk. "Every now and again I have to put on a monkey suit and meet with the boys upstairs." I had no idea who he was talking about, and I didn't care. "It's not a problem," I said a bit woodenly and cleared my throat. Getting to the point and being honest would probably be the best way to go. "Sir, I know you're probably wondering why I requested this meeting." "I certainly am," Ari muttered. "And what is Michaels doing here?" "First and foremost, I'm here to protect Blue and his brand. My main priority is to make sure he's treated fairly and that the integrity of his contract is maintained," Trent said coolly. "Go ahead, Blue." "There may be some rumors about me going around," I said. "Oh?" Barnes gave me a mild look, and I couldn't tell if he'd heard them or not. He was wily that way. "I don't pay much attention to rumors, son."
Well, there's a bit of truth to this one. Montgomery, why don't you just go ahead and spit it out? In the corner of my eye, I could see Ari sit up in his chair. Britton, he began in warning. Maybe we should talk outside for a minute. So you can talk me out of it. His weaseling gave me courage. If I didn't say it then, I probably never would. I'm bi. I was almost tempted to plug something else in there, even if it didn't make a lick of sense. I'm bicycle. I'm bicentennial. I'm binary code. I'm buying a new car. The look on Barnes's face was almost comical. By what? Sexual, I finished, a little louder. He scratched his ear, yanked on it, really hard. Just when I thought he was about to pull a Van Gogh, he let it go and cleared his throat. And you're telling us this because... Oh, God. Ari's face was crimson. You're not trying to pull a Michael Sam on us, are you? I'm not pulling anything, I snapped. This is who I am. There's someone that I love, and I love him too much to ask him to hide anymore. Not for me. Ari palmed his phone so fast I wasn't sure where it came from. Maybe he had it implanted in his forearm. I'm calling your father. My father has nothing to do with this. He'll be able to talk some sense into you. He always does. You're just not thinking clearly. Ari? It's one thing to have some on the side, quietly, discreetly. You wouldn't be the first or the last, but it's quite another to put it out there like this. I'm aware of that. This is what we worked so hard for, Britton. Your endorsement gold. And you're going to throw that away over what? Some... Don't. Even I was surprised at the anger in my voice. Barnes sat back a little, and Coach Maxwell's gaze ping-ponged back and forth between us. For the sake of our friendship, not to mention the interest of keeping your face exactly how it is, don't talk about him. Ari stopped and swallowed hard, but it was clear from the look on his face that he wasn't even halfway finished. I still think we should call Randall. Randall is no longer in charge of what I do and say, I said clearly. Ari gripped the phone so hard I thought the screen might shatter. My words were freeing. I wanted to laugh. A little past 30 fucking years old, and I was finally able to stand up to my father. Another 60 years, and I might be able to tell him to go fuck himself. I pointed at Ari. If you want to have any input in how this goes, you'll put your phone away. I think we all need to take a step back, Coach Maxwell said calmly. Trent cleared his throat. This doesn't affect his performance, and it certainly doesn't change the job he's done for you on this team. No, it doesn't. Barnes's voice was calm, but a little on the cool side. However, no one is indispensable. Not even you, Montgomery. You know that. Andrew McAdams has been impressing the hell out of the coaching staff. He's having a fantastic season. I understand that. McAdams was more than capable, and I wasn't going to trash another player to try to save my own job. He's a great player. Maybe we should start him. My breath caught in my chest for a second, and then the confidence took hold. A good team was about more than just fast hands and speed. The veterans helped stabilize the team. A bunch of new faces would take a few years to adjust. Our team worked like a well-oiled machine just the way it was, and I was part of that. A big part. Maybe you should, I agreed. I'll go with whatever you think is best for the team, but I don't know why you'd start the freshmen when you've got me in the wings. Barnes looked askance at me. I thought you said he was a great player. I did, and he is, I raised an eyebrow. But he's not me. There was a reason they called me the Blueprint, and as our GM's eyes filled with amusement, I realized he knew that as well. Fucker. Just loved to screw with my head. You're not going anywhere, Montgomery, he finally said. You're going to have to do something more than suck some guy's dick for us to let you go. Thanks? Hell, I don't care what my players do in their bedrooms. As long as you keep making rushing records, you can bang the entire defensive line. I scowled. Okay, there was being supportive, and then there was that. Coach didn't seem to notice as we lingered in the place where awkwardness was born. He ran a hand down his face. You had a girlfriend. Many, in fact. That's kind of why I said bye, Coach. Don't get smart with me, Montgomery, he glared. This is going to be a PR nightmare, more so for you than us, but still. Great, I said sarcastically. We're supposed to be all about the game. When did it become par for the course to talk about who everyone's sleeping with? I wish the gays wouldn't talk about it so much. We don't need to know.
I didn't bother to tell him again that I was bisexual. I was too heated about the rest. The gays. Like they were some undercover army or something. Although the uniforms would probably be fabulous. Focus, Blue. You mean the gays should go back into hiding, right? Like there's something wrong with it? You should be able to talk about and celebrate your spouse, but when the gays do it, it's putting it in your face? I didn't mean it that way. Stop being so fucking sensitive. His bushy eyebrows slashed together like he couldn't believe I was being so sensitive and gay. I just don't see why we have to announce it to the world. Well, trust me, I'm not exactly thrilled about it. I'd like to keep my private life exactly that, but I was outside on my private property and there might be a picture of me kissing someone male. Even though I was determined to be mature about it, I could feel my cheeks flame. Let me guess, Kelly Cannon? Ari furrowed his brow. Why do you say that? I hedged. I wasn't ready to throw Kelly to the wolves just yet. I knew it. There's always been something too close about your relationship with him. No way you were just friends. I shrugged wearily. He wasn't exactly wrong. Apparently the only people who hadn't known we were in a committed relationship with one another was Kelly and me. Maybe this doesn't have to be the worst thing in the world, Ari ventured, clearly over his shock. We might be able to parlay this into some endorsement deals. My relationship is not a way for you to get some good old LGBTQ press. I didn't say it was, but if you're planning on staying in the NFL, you have to understand there's a lot of people who aren't going to like it. That's putting it mildly, Coach muttered. You have an opportunity here, Trent reminded us all, to not only show you're a progressive team, but how you feel about disenfranchised groups. As long as I kept my starting position, I didn't care if they were talking about me as though I had a mop of red hair and was waiting for Daddy Warbucks to show up. I couldn't agree more, I said. Well, you're going to need someone to manage this situation. You think you're a hot commodity now? Just wait. For every endorsement deal you lose, there's going to be something to take its place. Ari's eyes gleamed at the thought of the challenge. Ari, I don't want to be turned into a circus act. I've always been and will always be about my love of football. And if we don't talk about it, maybe... He barked an incredulous laugh. I really think you believe that. What's not to believe? Press is like energy, Blue. You don't create it, and you damn sure can't destroy it. You can only manipulate and direct it. He shook his head. What do you think I do for my 10%? Sit here with my thumb up my ass? You may hate your father. I don't hate my father. But he hired me to make you into a media darling, and that's exactly what I've done. I've worked my ass off for you, Blue. All your negative media press into media gold. He waved his fingers. All due to me. Negative media? I scowled at him. You act like I've been fucking underage hookers while snorting up cocaine. I'm not exactly a wild child. No, that wasn't you who got caught with pot in your senior year at Florida State? Or you who blew off a press junket to take your girlfriend to Antigua? You didn't have 2 girls come forward with pregnancy scares? That was just about money, and you know it. He ignored my heated reply, clearly hell-bent on exposing how difficult a client I'd been without even knowing it. Obviously, it must have been someone else who wrecked his Suzuki motorcycle on the interstate with one of the team dancers on the back. Fraternization, Coach muttered, clearly put out 6 fucking years later that I'd had the nerve to dip my pen in the company ink. As though I were the only guy on the team who ignored that rule. I didn't bother to point that out. It was clearly take a dump on Blue Day. Besides, I wasn't a snitch. I'd like to point out that Becca was fine, only a sprained wrist. I sullenly glared at them. You've made your point. Ari was still on his soapbox. And the injuries. Good God, the fucking injuries. I get it, I said through gritted teeth. Are you trying to get me canned, or will that just be a delicious side effect? I'm just trying to tell you about negative press. I can handle it. I have no doubt you can, but what about Kelly? When this breaks, the media... Ari shook his head. Oh, man. Like poking an anthill, Barnes muttered. Like face-planting in an anthill, Ari corrected, with honey on your nutsack. Kelly wasn't a delicate flower. Hell, he had bigger cojones than I ever did. With the notable exception of his family, he'd been out a hell of a lot longer than I had. I had to be forced out of the closet with a picture, the press's version of a long, pointy stick. He came out voluntarily. The stuff he'd had to put up with would probably make my hair turn gray. But what about on a national scale? People would call him fag to his face, blame him for our team's ups and downs. Maybe some rabid fan would even take the opportunity to get him alone and get some payback. It was enough to make my acerbic reply dry up in my mouth. Ari could tell he'd clearly scored some points, but like any good agent, he knew not to gloat. He just sat back in his chair, crossed his legs, and polished one Gucci loafer. He wasn't going anywhere, and he knew it. Trent cleared his throat. So we're all in agreement about what's going to happen here? There were begrudging nods all around. Done polishing his already pristine loafer, Ari folded his arms. We probably need to get legal up here. I'm thinking a sensitivity training workshop for the players would be a good place to start. Maybe on a Tuesday. I cringed. Sweet baby Jesus. I tried to picture being the topic of a workshop on sensitivity. On their one day off? Was he crazy? I tried to picture Reykjavik and Diesel being forced to act out a scenario and treating one another properly in the workplace, and my stomach lurched. I'd hate me for that alone. If that didn't do the trick, giving up a few hours of their already jam-packed schedules to go over the proper terms for the LGBTQ community ought to be the icing on the cake. And if it was one of the workshops with the puppets and the trust exercises, I wouldn't have to worry about the press. I'd have a bomb in the wheel well of my navigator by noon. From the look on the coach's face, he realized it too. We spoke quickly, our voices in near unison. I don't think that's necessary. Ari cut us off with a hard look and pointed at me. If you don't, you might as well embrace the nickname fag right now. Put it on your fucking jersey right above your numbers because that's what you'll answer to. Barnes nodded, his fingers steepled. You might have something there. I threw up my hands. You really think a workshop is going to smooth things over? Barnes sent me a simmer-down look, so I simmered down. Sensitivity training doesn't change anyone's mind, but it lets them know the boundaries and what we'll do to enforce them. I was starting to feel a little sweaty in my Under Armour shirt, moisture wicking my ass. Barnes hit a button on his desk phone and his secretary's crisp voice filtered over the speaker.
What can I help you with, Mr. Barnes?
I need Alex from PR down here.
I think she's in a meeting.
Not anymore, she's not. He dropped the handset and let out a little sigh. And so it begins. This is going to be a logistical nightmare. Coach pressed his hands against his eyes again, as though just talking about it was enough to give him a migraine. He blew out a slow breath. But as long as it doesn't affect your game, we're behind you. Not trying to replace me with a 23-year-old rookie who comes with a lower price tag? Someone younger, less beat up, and a lot less jaded? I bit my tongue to keep the words from falling out. We'd deal with that when the time came. Right then, even though Coach was looking at me like I had a few screws loose, he was saying exactly what I wanted to hear. I forced the words out. Thank you. But his next words made my blood run cold. We should have a team meeting and announce this before it gets out. It'll be better to hear it from us. I would rather have a root canal in every single tooth. My slightly sweaty situation started to ramp up into something that would probably require reapplication of deodorant. Blue? I looked up to find Ari gazing at me shrewdly. Yeah. Is that what you want to do? Was it? It was one of the biggest questions I'd been asked in my life. It shouldn't matter who I slept with or when. One day, progress being what it was, I hoped no one would have to have a big gay coming out or a bisexual coming out. It would just be what it was, and I would be that. But we weren't quite there yet. Hopefully the PC police would keep the media supportive no matter what they really thought and said at home. And I knew the league would say all the right things too, just like I knew there would be consequences to putting my sexuality out there. Suddenly, guys wouldn't want to be in the locker room with me because I might be eyeing their junk. As if. Every joke about homos and queers and all that shit would be directed at me. Some of them might not associate with me at all if they didn't have to. The easy camaraderie, slapping each other on the ass for a good play, everything would be scrutinized. My stomach fluttered. I felt like I was turning in my guy pass. And why should that be? Why should being bisexual make me any less of a man in their eyes? But even as I worried about what the world would think, more important thoughts wormed their way in. The people in my life who mattered most of all. Kelly's parents would probably just roll their eyes and say, "It's about time." I smiled a little as I imagined his mother reaching up to rearrange my hair and saying, "I wanted to tell you that you'd be a perfect match for Kelly. But I was having too much fun watching you bumble around and be miserable. Bless your heart." His father would probably offer me one of those peppers he's always growing and slap me on the back. "I would welcome you to the family, Blue, but you've been family for a long time. Also, I ate the summer sausage out of your welcome basket. Don't tell Kelly Ann." My father would probably go apoplectic. He'd probably scream that I was besmirching the legend, the football dynasty. My brother, once he got over his disgust, he'd probably be ecstatic. He could take my place in my father's miserly affections. My team? Ivanovich knew, and he was my rock. Dane had already proven that he had my back. I was pretty sure Diesel had guessed, or at least had some inkling. It certainly wouldn't be a surprise to McAdams, not since I'd almost taken his head off for having the temerity to actually go out with Kelly once upon a time. Maybe a couple of the other guys would be okay, too. But Reykjavik and Green and Rashawn and DeAndre, Wellington, Martindale, thinking about the group looking at me as I made the announcement, or took the coward's way out and had Coach do it, made me nervous. Okay, fuck deodorant. At this point, I needed a new shirt. And then I thought about Kelly, my Kelly. I thought of how patient he'd been. I could almost see him looking up at me with that little head tilt he always did, his gray eyes soft and understanding, not judgment. He would be proud of me. Flabbergasted, yeah, but also proud. If I wanted to be with him, I needed to man the fuck up and do this. I swallowed thickly. Yes, let's get it over with. As we waited for legal, we discussed my future at the organization and what would be right for me. And for the first time in a long time, I felt like I had a say.
Chapter 22. Kelly. It was official. I hated watching Blue play, even when he did well. At least I wasn't alone. My parents came down to my house to watch with me. They often had little gatherings on Sundays to watch Blue play, and I volunteered my place. It gave my father an excuse to watch sports and my mother an excuse to repeatedly point out Blue on the field and tell all her friends,
"That's my kid,"
something that annoyed Kennedy and me to no end. The parties also gave her a chance to make her famous bacon onion dip, which was something Kennedy and I appreciated to no end. Since that was the game that decided whether the Outlaws went to the playoffs, my parents went all out with the snacks and decorations. I puttered about, helping Kennedy with the drinks and stealing snacks from every appetizer tray I delivered to the living room. Suddenly, the room erupted in a cheer, and I jerked my gaze back to the screen. The Outlaws had scored, and I took that opportunity to bogart the bacon dip since no one was watching. Then a flag on the play dampened the mood of the room, and everyone groaned in unison. "Oh, come on," my dad yelled. "That ref's gotta be blind." I usually went to the Outlaws' home games, but when I offered, Blue was shady and nervous about it. He told me he'd rather I'd not go, and I frowned, but obliged. Football players were a superstitious lot. If he thought he'd play better without me there, it was the least I could do. Things were still a little tense between us. Since the whole picture situation at the lake house, I wasn't sure where his head was. I just knew he looked thoughtful a lot of the time, and when I asked him what he was thinking or feeling, he looked like he might tell me, but then he'd shake his head and say nothing. I knew he was busy making big decisions up there in his head, and I wasn't going to push either way, even though we both knew what outcome I wanted. After the snap, it looked like Vaughn was going to try the same play again, and he sent a beauty of a pass spiraling to Blue. He caught the ball with steady, sure hands as though it were that easy. Just as my mouth stretched into a grin, a blur came flying in from the left. I couldn't look away as they collided like two semis on a highway and their helmets struck against each other. Blue's helmet flew off as he came down, and he bounced and landed like a broken doll. My breath caught in my chest. "Get up. Please get up." He didn't move. "Oh!" the announcer cried. "Looks like a shot to the head. Barrow's going to be flagged for this. This is definitely going to put the Outlaws within field goal range." A flag went down, and suddenly the field was crowded with personnel, coaches and trainers and players from both teams. It was chaos. The ref calling out penalties, unnecessary roughness, and several others that made the home crowd cheer, and they replayed the hit. "That hit was flagrant," one of the announcers said grimly. "Out of control. Watch how violently Montgomery's head hits the ground." "That looks like suspensions and fines," the other announcer agreed. "Looks like there's some movement from Montgomery down on the field." If you wanted to call twitching shoes movement, I guess the announcer was right. They brought out a stretcher, a fucking stretcher, and my breath suddenly rattled in my chest. I dragged air into my lungs as though I were a 30-year smoker taking a long hit. At some point, I'd actually stopped breathing.
"Kel,"
Kennedy's hand landed on the back of my neck as I struggled for air. "I can't breathe," I whispered.
"Look,"
Kennedy demanded.
"look at the TV."
"I don't want to see him like that. I don't—"
"Look,"
she said insistently.
"he's fine. He's sitting up."
I risked a glance back at the screen in time to see the trainer encourage Blue back down. I watched as they strapped him to the stretcher. "That's not fine," I burst out. "They're carrying him off."
"They're doing that as a precaution,"
Kennedy said. She nudged my shoulder with hers. For my anti-tactile sister, that was as close to a warm hug as she got.
"He's probably okay. He might even come back in the fourth quarter."
Not if there was a God in heaven, he wouldn't. In my world, when you were down, you fucking stayed down. I sat with my knee jostling Kennedy's until she gave me the stink eye. I pushed off the couch and paced. When I crossed in front of the TV one too many times, I was asked to remove myself. At least that was how I interpreted all the shouting. I headed out to the patio where my mother was chucking ice in coolers. I hurried to take the bag of ice and got into a brief struggle with her. When I finally wrenched it from her grasp, I said graciously, "Here, let me do that." She glared.
"Brat, I suppose I should say thank you."
"So you do have manners." She popped me on the butt and I yelped.
"What was all the shouting about earlier?"
Blue got hurt. I tried to sound normal, but my throat felt a little raw, and I was grateful for the racket the ice made as I poured. It gave me a few minutes to recover. I don't know how bad it is.
"Oh, sweetheart."
The not knowing makes it worse.
"Trust me, I know."
How could you possibly... When I looked at her, there was a wealth of understanding in her gaze. All those nights waiting for my father to check in had taken their toll. She was the wife of a former firefighter, so she definitely understood. I sighed as I crumpled the wet plastic bag in my fingers. "How did you stand it?" She smiled.
"Firefighting is in his blood, right along with his love of saving people. It's part of what makes him the man I fell in love with. How could I not let him do what made him the happiest?"
I don't know if I'm strong enough to do that.
"Nothing good comes of telling people how to live their lives, honey."
Kelly? My father stuck his head out the door and we both glanced up. He smiled at us both as though we were just too cute and pointed at me. "That Kelly? Yeah? Ari called. He said Blue's okay, a little banged up, but okay. He thought you'd want to know." They were both looking at me with concern, so I cleared my throat. "Thanks, Mom. Why don't you let me clean up out here?" She kissed me on the cheek as though she knew exactly what I was up to, linked arms with my father and headed inside. Finally alone, I robotically stacked plastic cups without paying attention to what I was doing. I could deal with the secrecy, the not coming out, but I didn't know how many more years of football stuff I could take, and that was a real problem. Blue had told me himself that football was his life. So where did I fit in? I came back in time for the post-game interviews. They flashed to the locker room, and there he was. Even with the injury, he was the MVP. He looked sweaty, gorgeous, and well-rehearsed as he gave his smooth, vintage Blue answers. The reporter gave him a smile as she stuck her mic in his face.
"How do you feel about today's gameplay?"
"We came together as a team and did what we had to do. When the team works as a unit, we can accomplish incredible things."
"Do you think Barrow should have been ejected from the game for that hit?"
"I think the refs make the calls, and we have to abide by those calls." The reporter smiled as though that were just the answer she expected.
"So, are the rumors true about you being off the market?"
He hesitated for a moment, and then his face creased into a familiar smile. "Yeah, they are." He dragged a hand through his hair as though he couldn't believe what he was saying. "His name is Kelly, and he's amazing." "Breton! Breton!" The room exploded with noise, both from my family and on the television, as the reporters lunged forward with questions. They talked over each other so loudly I couldn't decipher what they were saying. "Blue, you brave freaking maniac, we're in for it now." Despite my clammy hands and the fear that suddenly made my stomach a very interesting place, I was proud of him. So proud I could burst. So proud I was missing the fucking interview. I shushed everyone and focused in on the tail end of what he was saying. "Understand that it's going to be a bit of an adjustment and we'll be doing a press conference about that at the right time. So if you don't mind, I'd like the next question to be about the game, guys," he said. The reporter who asked about our relationship next was clearly hard of hearing. "Is the organization supportive of you living openly with a man?" "Our GM and coaching staff are behind me 100%, and we all want what's best for the Outlaws organization. But we're here to talk about football, not my private life. Anyone else?"
"Is this going to affect your position with the Outlaws?"
"That's it, guys. Maybe you should give some questions to some of these other amazing players. I certainly wasn't out there by myself." Vintage Blue didn't look flustered at all. He gave them a smile to put them at ease. "Thanks for your time." My dad actually shut off the TV and you could hear a pin drop. I could feel every eye in the room on my blushing face. They seemed to be waiting for me to say something to justify how amazing Blue said I was. All I could manage was a quiet, "Oh boy."
Chapter 23. Blue. I should have known better than to think the press was done with me. As I quickly changed out of my gear, I could hear them milling about in the hallway. There probably wasn't even a reporter left elsewhere in the entire fucking city. I was pretty sure if I turned on the news right then, I'd just see a couple of spinning empty chairs. Apparently real news like murder and politics had taken a back seat to my sexuality, and they loitered outside the locker room waiting for the scent of blood. I was never more glad for Ari's steady, experienced presence next to me as I hurried through the phalanx and smiled and waved as though nothing was wrong, as though all was right in my world because we'd won, as though a few of my teammates didn't want to punch me in the fucking face. My father was by my car by the time I made it out. As we walked, Ari chattered beside me about an exclusive interview he'd already lined up for me, but I couldn't have been less attentive. My entire focus was narrowed down to the gleaming gray Cadillac idling next to my SUV. I took my time stashing my gear in my back seat, and when I finished, he was out of the car and waiting by my door, arms crossed. He interrupted Ari mid-sentence and demanded,
Is it true?
"Is what true?" I asked evenly. He just looked at me.
You know what I'm talking about. Is it true that my son is a goddamn
"I'm bisexual," I cut him off neatly. "But yes, it is true." He stared at me as though he couldn't even begin to compute those words. I had a strange moment there, a moment where I thought he might actually accept it. A moment where I thought he might not like it, might not understand it, but he'd go with it because I was his son. I was still Britain. I was still me. And then reality crashed in, right around the same time his fist met my face. Pain blossomed in my jaw, my teeth, my eye sockets, even my sinuses burned. I'd been hit in the face a few times in my day, and I never got used to the way it made everything on your face hurt, not just the point of impact. I barely kept from crying out, but pride wouldn't let me make a sound.
Fuck!
Ari breathed as I grabbed my jaw and staggered a few feet away from them. Ari moved toward me and I held up a hand. My father might be getting up there in age, but his punch still hurt like a motherfucker. When I lifted my shocked gaze to his face was chalk white, and his pupils almost eclipsed his eyes. He looked half afraid that I'd hit him back and half expectant, like he wanted me to. I drew some satisfaction from the fact that he was cradling his hand as though the punch was just as painful to give as to receive. My jaw throbbed again, and pain shot through my skull, almost as painful to receive. "Blue, are you okay?" I saw two of Ari as he leaned in, his green eyes dark and worried-looking and his tanned face. "It's fine." The two Aris merged after I blinked a few times, and I looked at my father coldly. "He still hits like a bitch." "Still?" Ari looked a little sick to his stomach. "Britton, you can't just let him—" "It was a long time ago," I shrugged. "It's fine." "Maybe we should call the police." He pointed a shaking finger at my father. "Randall, I've stood behind you for a long time now, but this is uncalled for." My respect for Ari went up. It took a lot of balls to stand up to my father. Maybe when Ari was finished, he'd show me how it was done.
"This is between me and my son,"
my father finally managed. "Should I get security?" Ari demanded. I shook my head and instantly regretted the motion. "Go home." "But it's fine," I gentled my tone. "I got this." Ari stood there for a moment, his mouth pursed in frustration. Then he spun on his heel and stalked toward his car, muttering and cursing audibly, expensive suit coat flapping in the breeze. He got into a silver Audi with blackout taillights, and we both watched as he squealed out of the parking lot. "Looks like you lost a fan," I said.
"I never liked him,"
he said dismissively. That really wasn't true, but I didn't call him on it. "Are we done here?" I finally asked, and his face flushed red.
"Don't do that. Don't treat me like I'm an annoyance."
He huffed out of breath.
"I can't believe you'd do this after all I've done for you."
"I'm not doing anything to you. In fact, this isn't about you at all. It's about me and Kel—"
"Don't you even say his name to me,"
he yelled.
"I knew he was bad news. I knew it from the start. I never wanted you hanging out with that kid. He ruined you, ruined all my fucking hard work."
"I did the fucking hard work. I appreciate everything you've done for me, but at some point I've got to live my own life. I gave you your championships, the Super Bowl rings, 3 of them, you and this entire goddamn city. When is it enough?" When he looked away, his throat working, I wanted to shake him.
"When? I thought you loved this game, loved it as much as I did.
He didn't look at me, and he clenched his hand into a tight fist. I hoped the bruised knuckles there swelled like grapefruits.
You weren't supposed to be doing it for me. You were supposed to be doing it for us.
I do, but things have to change. If I'm going to have any future in football, it has to be my way from now on, not the way you wanted it. He shook his head.
This isn't what I wanted for you.
Suddenly I felt very tired. You still have Ian, Dad.
Your brother is a very good ball player, but he's not you. He has to work very hard just to be average in the game. He's not the blueprint. He doesn't have the natural-born talent, and that's not something you can teach.
Dad.
Britton.
He looked at me pleadingly.
You were supposed to be my legacy.
I'm sorry, I finally said. But I've already given you a legacy in this game, one any father should be proud of. You don't have to agree with how I live my life, and that's your loss. His jaw firmed, and he looked like he wanted to hit me again. I warned him softly. You get one. I wouldn't take another. I watched him wrestle with that. We both knew if he hit me again, I'd lay him out flat, period. But I felt like I deserved the first one. Not because I was bisexual, not because I was living with a man, not even because I'd disappointed him or because I'd ruined everything. I deserved it because I'd lied. I lied for a long time about who I was and what I wanted. I almost let him turn me into a caricature of a man, some football hero who wasn't even real, a perfect machine that did the right things, said the right things, and dated the prettiest girls. I hadn't been honest with myself for a long time, and by doing so, I'd hurt the man I loved. I was done with all that shit. If that was what it meant to be the fucking blueprint, then I would tear it up and draft another. Maybe it was time to be a different shade of blue. He saw the decision and the determination on my face.
You're not my son anymore,
he said, eyes flashing with something dark and ugly.
Not until you give this up.
Figures. He stared at me as though he were waiting for me to take it all back, but I just shook my head. Have a nice life, Randall. My father might have given up a lot for me to succeed, but fuck, so did I. I sacrificed having a normal life to achieve what my father wanted, what we both wanted. Now he had exactly what he always wished for. 2 sons in the NFL, plenty of money, a big house Ian bought for him, a nice car that I purchased, a big-ass TV we got him together to watch us play and show us off to all his friends. I gave him what he wanted. It was my turn. I hit the button on my car door and got in without looking at him again. My phone rang, and when I answered, it was stadium security. I assured them I was no longer in the parking lot and I didn't need any assistance. If my jaw weren't sore as hell, I would have smiled. As it was, I just grimaced. Apparently, Ari had called them after all. Guess I wasn't the only one done taking orders. My father was still standing in the same spot when I drove off. I'd give him time to cool off, time to see what he really wanted, but I wasn't willing to beg, and I wasn't willing to say I was something I wasn't. Not anymore. My phone buzzed again and jarred me out of my reverie. I'd been driving nearly 10 minutes on sheer autopilot, and I was lucky I hadn't plowed into a light pole. I hit the button on my steering wheel. Yeah?
Are you okay?
Even the sound of Kelly's voice was enough to make the knot in my stomach start to uncoil and become a little less Gordian. I will be, I sighed. I just had a confrontation with my father, and let's just say it did not go well.
Oh, baby.
His voice went all soft and husky, and my stomach relaxed some more. I gnawed on my lip. Kelly wasn't going to be happy with what I said next, but I might as well get it over with before he saw me and freaked out. He hit me in the face. There was a pause, and then he growled like a wild animal.
That motherfucker!
I had to grin, sore jaw and all. God help the next person who injured me. Will you calm down?
Calm down. I feel like I could take him apart with my bare hands.
I remembered my father's words just then, and my grin fell. He said I'm not his son.
Well, if it's any consolation, I know a whole lot of people who are ready to adopt you.
Kelly still sounded angry.
My dad would probably trade both Kennedy and me for you.
I would. I heard the confirmation from his father in the background and some muffled scuffling and laughter. I had to laugh. He's on.
My mother wants to know if you want her to leave you some spaghetti.
I could hear voices in the background asking questions, and Kelly finally swore.
Hold on, people. I'm only one person. Kennedy wants to know if that's your kombucha tea in the fridge, and if it is, can she have it?
I felt a little lighter. Of course she can. There was a pause.
Wait, that's my fucking tea. Put that down, wretch.
I heard people talking over one another in the background, and then Kelly's voice again.
No, I'm not giving Blue any more messages. Vultures, the lot of you. The door closed on his end, and the ambient sound in the background faded down to nothing. He sounded more serious as he asked, "Are you really okay?" "Yeah, talking to you helps." "Talking to me in person would probably help even more." "Probably." There was another pregnant pause between us, and then he made an irritated sound. "Is that all you have to say?" I tried not to laugh at his aggrieved tone. "Was there something else?" "Are you coming over or what?" "I don't know." I pretended to think. "It's been an awfully long day." "You can rest just as easily over here as over there." "Ask me nicely." "Blue," I finally chuckled. "Of course I'm coming over there. Where the hell else would I go?" "Good. You can help me field some of the questions from these maniacs." "Your family? They seem perfectly okay with everything." "Don't let them fool you," he whispered. "My mother twisted my ear until it nearly came off, Blue. She gave me a lecture about keeping secrets and never being too big to get an old-fashioned whooping." At my chuckle, his whisper intensified. "I'm serious. She threatened to make me get a switch." "Your mom is like 5 feet tall, Kel." "With an arm like Mike Tyson." My chuckle turned into full-blown laughter. There was a lot of strength in those deceptively delicate hands. "I think you'll live." "My parents want to talk to us, you know." "Congratulations or warnings?" "A little of both, I'd say. Underneath it all, I think they're really excited and trying to be stern. Oh, and Kennedy asked me to pass on a message. She's glad we finally got our shit together, and she's glad you're not having any more erectile dysfunction issues." At my affronted silence, he hurried on. "Her words, not mine." "That was one time, a long, long time ago," I sputtered. "Remind me again why you told your sister about that." "We were in a different place." I could practically hear the laughter in his tone. "All I'm saying is be prepared for the Canon Inquisition tomorrow." "Bring it on," I declared. "I'm going to blame most of this on you anyway." He was still grumbling as he hung up on me, and I had to grin. Family was something special, but the definition of who and what family could be wasn't set in stone. Sometimes your family was comprised of the people you shared genetic markers with, the people who saw you take your first steps, the people who showed you how to walk and talk, and the first people you created memories with, memories that would last forever. Thoughts of my father crossed my mind then, and my mother and Ian, who had been conspicuously silent since my post-game interview. And then I thought about what I had waiting for me at home. Some of Kelly's mom's spaghetti, maybe my kombucha tea, if Kennedy hadn't made off with it, and Kelly. My Kelly. He'd smile that soft smile that always made my stomach do Olympics-worthy flips. I'd burrow my face in his lap, against his stomach, and let him idly card his fingers through my hair. His fragrance would be the strongest there, with that scent of ocean and salt air that he swore was manly cologne, but we both knew was body splash. Then the questions would begin. Oh, the fucking questions. There were going to be many, and he wasn't going to let me sleep until I answered every single one. I guess I wasn't going to be lucky enough to keep my biological family in my life. But maybe, just maybe, I'd cobbled together something even better.
Chapter 24. Kelly. It was damn near midnight when the side door opened and a light went on in the hallway. I put the TV on pause, sat up on the sofa bed, and listened to Blue quietly moving about. If I had to guess, it sounded like he was taking off his shoes, his coat, maybe checking the locks like he always did. The light went off and he came into the living room on socked feet. We looked at one another for a moment. I didn't know what to say, but I drank him in like a glass of cold lemonade on a dry, hot day. He spoke first. "You still up?" "Yeah." He took in the pulled-out sofa bed and all of our bedding. I'd made quite a cozy nest, if I did say so myself. "Your parents upstairs?" "Yeah, I thought they'd be more comfortable in our bed." "Well, who's in the guest room then, Kennedy?" "Not my sibling." I shook my head. "Yours." "What?" Blue opened and then closed his mouth. He tried again, but he could only manage the same word. "What?" "Ian," I said patiently. "Ian Montgomery. I know who my brother is, Kelly. What's he doing here?" "Well, I know what he was doing here a couple hours ago. Waiting to talk to you. Now he's sleeping." "What does he want?" From the way he sat uncomfortably in that chair over there for hours, refusing all offers of food and drink, probably to talk you out of staying with me. I sent him a lopsided smile. "Does he have a shot?" He sighed. Not a chance in hell. I'm sorry you had to deal with that. We're together, Blue. Your family is my family, whether they like it or not. God, then I really owe you an apology. I chuckled. Where'd you go? I just drove. No place in particular. It helps me think. I tried to call and let you know I'd be late, but your phone was off. I had to turn it off, either that or chuck it in a glass of water. It was ringing off the hook. Everyone and their mama had decided to either confront me or congratulate me or just be plain nosy. My aunt left 3 messages.
Would blue be a little too on the nose as a color for the wedding? Blue and silver for outlaw team colors? Or maybe just blue bow ties for your tuxes?
Then Connor.
Yo, glad Blue finally got his head out of his ass. What do you think about a threesome? 'Cause that would be really fucking hot.
And then a screaming one from Robert, my ex-fiancé.
I fucking knew it! All these years you said you were just friends. You're so full of bullshit, Kelly. You two deserve each other.
After that, I turned off the whole shebang. Lit only by the glare of the TV, he crossed the room and sat on the edge of the couch next to me. I scooched over to make more room and he pulled me back so we were touching again. He brushed his thumb across my wrist. So, what do you think? I answered him promptly. Honestly, I think you're maybe the bravest person I know. A fleeting smile, and then he sighed. I'm glad you approve. Social media is still voting on nicknames for us, I ventured. Yeah? What's the front runner? Clue? He huffed a soft laugh. As long as they don't call us Belly, I'm good. He made room for himself between my legs and urged them apart. He crawled between them carefully and leaned back against me, his back to my front. Then he sank down just enough so his head was under my chin, and despite him being so much bigger than me, it was awfully comfortable. We sat in the quiet, enjoying one another's presence. It was a comfortable silence born of years of knowing what the other was thinking. I trailed my fingers in his hair and alternately played with the strands and massaged his warm scalp. It was one of the few places I was sure he didn't have an actual bruise. I tried not to look at the darkening skin along his jaw because it made me want to strangle his father. Every time I thought that man had reached the ultimate level of asshole-dumb, he reached down deep and surpassed himself. Was there much of a fallout? I finally asked. You mean after I came out to the entire team before one of the most important games of the season? He gave a short laugh. You could say that. I winced, and so it begins. How'd they take it? Some of them were really supportive. Thinking back on it, I'm not even sure why I'm surprised. Diesel, Dane, Warner, Ivanovich, McAdams was certainly grinning ear to ear. They've always had my back. I didn't give them enough credit. That's a lot of people you didn't mention. Yup, sure is. He didn't elaborate, and I got the picture pretty quickly. I'm sorry, Blue. What are you gonna do? Reykjavik tried to take a swing at me, and let's just say the word fag was used quite liberally. He sighed. I felt guilty, almost like I'd split the team in half. It's not like we had a lot of time to get our shit together before we got out on the field. It helped when Coach and the GM made it clear that I had their full support and that anyone who didn't like it could walk. I was almost afraid to ask. Did anyone take them up on it? No. Turns out there's something they care more about than me being in a relationship with a man. Yeah, what's that? Winning. He said it quietly, and it sounded like a direct quote. What about Reykjavik? Suspended 2 games? I sneered. What, preseason games next year? Nope. And fined. I blinked. That's odd. Why the change of heart? Until I see the EKG with my own eyes, it hasn't been proven that Coach Maxwell has a heart, he said dryly. If it wasn't for my contract, they'd probably let Bjorn beat me like a dirty rug. Kinda harsh, kinda true. They see me and my body as an investment, Kel. A $45 million investment that they've got to get their money out of. He stretched a little and winced. I moved my massage to his shoulders, and he grunted as I dug in. Apparently, if you mess with that, you get the horns. That reminded me of my fear as I watched him get hurt. Don't say anything. Don't say a word. Everything is settled. You love him, he loves you, and you're committed to one another. Hell, you don't even have to sneak around anymore. What else could you possibly want? I dropped my hands from his shoulders as I burst out, I can't do it anymore. He glanced up at me and raised an eyebrow. He stared at me for a few seconds and then spoke in a measured tone. You want to be a little more specific? Us? Us? He asked mildly. Because I know you're not dumping me after I came out for you on national fucking TV. Okay, his tone was a little less mild there at the end. You're not supposed to come out for someone else. It's supposed to be for yourself, I informed him. Kelly, right? That was so not the issue. I could deal with all the anti-gay shit, and your teammates giving a shit, even all the shit that goes along with being the poster couple for the gay NFL. That's a lot of shit, he deadpanned. Don't fucking joke about this, Blue, I'm serious. Watching you get hit like that? I think I lost years off my life, years. And I'm pretty sure I'm already shortchanging myself anyway because of my love of trans fats. I thought about that a second until he sighed and snapped his fingers. Kelly, could you focus? You didn't see my last set of labs, Blue. My cholesterol is off the charts. I think my doctor wants me committed. Some sort of fat camp sponsored by I can't believe it's not butter. We'll work on your intake of trans fatty foods, he said around a sigh. What else? I saw that guy hit you and I almost lost my dinner. I can't watch that again. I can't keep waiting on the sidelines, waiting for you to get a hit that breaks you in some irreversible way. I've been doing this for years, Kel. You can't say nothing is going to happen to you. You've had 2 concussions, for crying out loud. Do you even know what would happen if you had a third? He sighed. So what, you want me to quit my job? Yes. Oh my God, what are you saying? Someone was running around and burning shit down in my head because I exclaimed, hell yes. So what am I going to do? Just quit and do what? He demanded. You want me to give up the dream I've been working for my whole life? Yes. Become a coach or something? If that's what you want to do. So I should talk to the Outlaws management team and my agent and tell them I want to go in a new direction? Maybe even tell them that the rookie I've been grooming is a fucking natural and pretty soon he'll be more than capable of taking over my position? I squinted at him as something tried to gel. That's awfully specific. Maybe I could even volunteer at the camp a little more. He smiled sanguinely. Expand our program for the spring and not just the summer and fall. I blinked. That would be nice. Hell, I guess I could even explore some options in broadcasting, maybe even take a few courses in communications at the local university to brush up my skills. He widened those big, pretty blue eyes, head still in my lap. Is that what you want me to do? I sighed. He was already 15 steps ahead of me and I was late to the party. In fact, the party was already over and I was just ringing the doorbell with a bag of ice. I hate you, you know? You love me. He caught my wrist and brought it to his mouth for a gentle kiss. I'm just fucking with you. I know that now. I talked to the GM and my management team and my agent, my coach. He rubbed my pulse point and we could both feel it jump under his thumb. There's been a lot of fucking talking going on since that interview. I told them about my decision. They're renegotiating my contract for one last year. Then I'm retiring, Kel. It was like music to my ears. I couldn't hide the relief on my face, and I was glad he wasn't looking at me. I know you've been worried about me getting injured. You haven't exactly been quiet about that. And to be perfectly honest, I want to do some other things with my life while I still can. His expression softened even further. I knew you felt strongly about it, but you're actually shaking. I tried to make suggestions, not freak out on you. I need to know what you're thinking, Kel, always. If you're freaking out, I need to know it. I sighed. Nothing good ever comes of trying to get between someone and his one true love. You're right about that. He dropped my wrist and reached up for my face. I leaned into his hand and he ghosted his fingers across my jaw. But football isn't my one true love, Kel. I looked at him blankly for a minute before it sank in. And once again I responded like an idiot savant. Oh. I struggled for the words, struggled to say something that would make him feel one iota of what he made me feel for him. You know how I blew out a frustrated breath. You and I have always been, thank God you're not an English professor. I glared at the top of his dark blonde hair and sniffed regally. I just really need a moment to gather my thoughts. You go right ahead, he said, clearly amused. I thought about it for a minute as I nuzzled his hair. Finally, I thought I might have it. You're the only person I've ever loved. I paused as the words took a short circuit back through my ears. I didn't know whether it was the scientist in me or what, but I had to amend it for accuracy's sake. Except my mother, my dad, my sister, my Aunt Beth, Connor. There was also this one best friend I had in first grade, but that was before you moved in next door. Kelly, he said with a sigh. You're the only person I've ever loved like this. I finished hurriedly. He leaned his head back so he could look me fully in the eyes. Knowing Blue, he did it so I'd know he meant every word. You're annoying, hilarious, sweet. You make me yell. You drive me absolutely batty. You put way too much Imagine Dragons on my workout playlist. Welcome to the new age, I murmured, their latest song already playing in my mind. You squeeze the toothpaste from the middle and you keep too much change in your cup holder. I can't decide whether your love of butter or sugar is going to kill you first, and I'm pretty sure you're out of your mind. And I knew all of that. He pulled me down for a kiss. As our lips met, he whispered, "And you're everything I want." The man might be a football legend, but his real genius was clearly with words. Epilogue. Kelly, 1 year later. Units of momentum, front row, third seat from the left. Because my latest batch of physics students couldn't manage basic counting, there was a moment of chaos. I sighed and checked my seating chart, which more often than not was wrong. "Ms. Erickson," I finally said. Some girl across the room in a different seat answered.
Yeah?
Whatever. "Units of momentum," I repeated. She bit her lip.
Kilograms times meters per second?
"You're asking me or telling me?" She thought about it.
Telling.
"Good job. Back row, second seat. Gravity." The kid spinning a ring on his finger sat straight up from a slouch. 9.8 meters per second squared. Force. When there was no response forthcoming, I clicked my tongue in annoyance. Force. He blew out a nervous breath, but finally came up with an answer. "What causes an object to change velocity or accelerate?" I nodded. "Not bad. That's how fast I want you guys to know these formulas for the test on Friday. Don't just count on the formula sheet. You need to know them back and forth and be able to transpose them at will." They looked properly unmotivated, so I dusted off my hands. My job there was done. "Any last questions before I let you get out of here?" Hands went up across nearly the whole room. I looked at the sea of hands with dismay and narrowed eyes. "Any questions related to something other than the upcoming Super Bowl?" I was proud of Blue's team making it to the playoffs again and him going for a possible fourth and last, let's not forget last, Super Bowl ring. But that had no place in my lecture hall. Sure enough, half the hands went down, albeit a tad reluctantly, but that was still a lot of crowd participation from a group that had been just about snoozing. "Any questions related to anything other than Britton Montgomery?" Another quarter went down. I thought hard. "Or his retirement this year?" The rest of the students put their hands down with a huff. Perfect. I bit my lip and tried not to laugh. "All right, I'll see you on Friday." I snapped my fingers as I remembered one more thing I wanted to write down. "Thursday at 8, I projected over the din, "there'll be an extra credit lecture." I searched for markers but quickly gave up. O'Rourke had gone through my pack of markers and his. I was going to have to start chaining them to the board like the bank did their pens. Although I usually drove like a bat out of hell, I took my time getting home because Blue was no fun when he had a championship game coming up. I couldn't wait until he played his last game and he could stay home all day and I could test recipes on him and get him fat. We could have lazy weekends in bed and not have to worry about whether sex would sap his energy in strength training. I scowled, especially that last part. None of that would happen. Blue would be the same restless person he was, working out, eating healthy, trying to get me to run and buying me Fitbits that I keep losing. And I loved every minute of being with him. Things hadn't been easy. The media had a sick fascination with us, and the first 6 months it was hard to get peace of mind with all the hounding. Not all of his teammates were okay with it either. He'd had his share of bloody noses and black eyes that he didn't want to talk about, but we were still together and stronger than ever. His brother, Ian, had been an unexpected ally. He wasn't exactly waving the rainbow flag for us, but he made it clear that no one messed with Blue but him. And even though he made a big production of having plans on the holidays, he invariably wound up at our house, covered dish in hand and a sheepish expression on his face. He also gave me a signed jersey for my birthday, which Blue assured me was as good as a bear hug in Ian's world. Then he told me the only Montgomery jersey I'd ever be wearing was his. Even though we felt more at home in my condo, the media and the fans made it impossible to stay there. We moved to Blue's place, which had more security and more space. Blue also had enough stuff for 3 people, so it just made sense. As I pulled into the garage, I saw his SUV and felt a frisson of happiness that he was home. Blue, I came in the house and dropped my messenger bag on the floor. He hated that. I went through the house and checked for him, but I had an inkling where he might be. There was a reason he picked a house surrounded by water. Sure enough, I glanced out the bay window and saw him standing on the beach, arms crossed. His khaki pants were folded up to his calves. The frothy water swirled around his ankles. I slipped through the sliding glass doors and headed down the steps. I kicked off my shoes at the base of the stairs and walked barefoot across the sand to join him. He turned to me and smiled. "You're late." "You're beautiful." He gave the smile he always reserved just for me, and I swallowed hard. "I love you." His smile got wider. I don't know where that came from, but I certainly don't mind hearing it. It's automatic when I see you. "Maybe I can make you into one of those dolls where you press each hand and they say something?" He pressed the back of my hand. "This one will be, 'I love you.'" "I love you," I repeated obediently. He pressed the other hand. "And this one will be, 'Fuck off,'" I offered helpfully. He grinned. "You're defective, and you're going back to the factory." I spotted the tiny mason jar in his other hand. My eyes flew up to his, and he gave me a rueful smile. I talked to her again. Blue's relationship with his mother was a constantly evolving tapestry. When Blue came out and told everyone about our relationship, his mother seemed to be fine with it. She contacted him shortly after his announcement to offer her support, which moved them forward. A few weeks later, she did an interview with Sports Illustrated that moved them right back. It was a little more candid about Blue's childhood than he liked, which started another media storm that took 2 months to blow over. But at least they were making an effort. His father stopped talking to him completely. He still talked about Blue in interviews, but he refused to talk about the bisexual aspect of his son's life. 2 months ago, he stalked out of an interview with a determined reporter who wouldn't take the hint. Blue claimed it was almost a relief, a bittersweet relief. He hated to disappoint his father, but at some point, he had to live his own life. The severance of one parental relationship made him determined to make an effort with the other, and his mother was only too eager to comply. I usually served as the messenger between them, and if she wanted to talk to him, she knew to come through me. Even that little bit of distance gave Blue time and space to do things at his own pace, so their relationship could be more about them and less about her. Things were working out, or so I thought. I tried to think of a delicate way to put things without saying something bad about his mother. I told her that if she wants to talk to you, it's okay. I called her this time. "Oh, that was a horse of a different color." I nudged his shoulder. "Was it okay?" "We had lunch." He rubbed the back of his neck as the tension gathered there. We're working on some things. Anyway, it just reminded me that all of it wasn't bad. We had some good traditions, too." He looked down at the jar. "I guess I wanted to keep this one." "I think that's a good idea." I stared at the jar as though I had X-ray vision. He handed it to me. "You want to know my wish?" I nodded jerkily. "I want to love you forever." He smiled. "And if you start singing Jessica Simpson, I'll throw you in the water and not this jar." "Figured you would." God, and there were my eyes burning. "Onions." I flapped my hands. "Who the fuck is chopping onions out here?" He grinned. "You're such a sap. Hold this. I brought one for you to make a wish in, too." He turned to get the other mason jar he'd jammed in the sand, and while he did that, I threw his wish jar as hard as I could. It was a pretty good throw. I watched it gently bob in the waves. He turned and looked in my hands. He stared at them, a little nonplussed. Then he looked out at the ocean, down at my hands, and back at the ocean. Finally, he sighed and ran a hand over his head. His hair was longer now, starting to get in his eyes a little bit and streaked from practice in the unrelenting sun. "Tell me that's not the jar." I frowned. "Of course that's the jar." He sighed again, grabbed hold of the bottom of his shirt and pulled it over his head. I stared at his ripped stomach and rethought the plan to stay in on Saturdays and get fat. It was another second before I realized he was taking off his watch. He slapped it in my hand, took his phone out of his shorts pocket, and handed that to me too. I looked at him blankly. "Not that I'm complaining, but why are you getting buck-ass naked?" He didn't answer as he unbuttoned his khaki shorts, and then he was standing in his dark boxer briefs, looking like a Calvin Klein ad, an irritated three-dimensional Calvin Klein ad. "What's that look for?" I stuck a hand on my hip. We're supposed to throw it. That's the tradition. Not that one. You already told me the message. There was a ring inside, Kel, an expensive one. He shook his head, looking a little amused and a little exasperated. You just threw my playoff bonus in the friggin' ocean. Fuck, that really was an expensive ring? It certainly took the wind out of my sails. Oh. I watched as he waded in the shallows and then dove into the surf. I wanted to help with the impromptu search and rescue, but the waves looked choppy. He might be less annoyed if he didn't have to fish the ring and me out of the ocean. Love you, I yelled supportively. I squinted. I was pretty sure he gave me the finger in response, but that wouldn't be a fitting end to the story, so let's just say we lived happily ever after and leave it at that. Hashtag life goals. Oh, wait! I don't want you to leave thinking I'm a hipster douche. He found the ring and proposed to me on the beach, properly, on one knee, water droplets clinging to his wet lashes like sparkling diamonds. And I did not perv on his completely wet body and nothing but clingy boxer briefs before I said yes, because that would be gross, right? Then I loved him, and he loved me, and we loved each other as long as the world kept spinning. But I knew we would. True love, guys. It was kind of my thing. This concludes A Deeper Blue by S.E. Harmon, narrated by Alexander Sendies and Sean Criston. Copyright 2018 by S.E. Harmon. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Dream Spinner Press and was produced in the year 2019 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.
Audible hopes you've enjoyed this program.